what's up? I think we're live. Hello. What's up? I am getting everything set up here, and I think we're ready to go. Hello, Negative View, Delphi, Amarok, hello. I know you all know what we're doing here, but if you don't know what we're doing here, hello. My name is Mega. This is Critical Eyes episode 94. This is a show where I look at Critical Role, Campaign 1 specifically, from the kind of fresh perspective of an outsider. I've been DMing for a very, very long time, but I had never seen an actual play before starting this series. So I go through this. I talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful, all of the above, and we hopefully have a good time doing so. Today, I want to start with talking about episode 93, which was crazy. Episode 93, man. I think my biggest takeaway, I was thinking back about all of my top moments from the campaign. Right, I was thinking about my favorite sequences, my favorite encounters, all that sort of stuff, and I realized that a lot of what I would call my favorite encounters that Matt has run have been in things that weren't. I struggled to find a word to exactly describe it, but they weren't necessarily necessary to the plot that they were contained within, if that makes sense. The vestiges ultimately are not necessary for killing Thordak, right? The vestiges are good, and you could even say that the vestige hunts were necessary because they helped the players level up and gain power, but they're not at the level of the One Ring or the Golden Fleece, right? They are not quintessential necessary parts of the arc. There wasn't a vestige that could secretly, nullify the invulnerability that the Ember Seed gives Thordak, right? They were all just static sort of power increases. None of them were necessary. And the things that were, you might say, more necessary or to the plot were often relatively boring and safe. So I was especially thinking about this in terms of Kevdak versus Umbrasyl, right? The Kevdak fight is still my favorite combat, if maybe top 3 at this point. Maybe some other ones are getting close to it, but it's at least top 3 combats of the campaign. And, while it could be argued that maybe it's somewhat necessary towards Grog's plot, I think there's maybe an argument there. It's certainly not necessary for the Chroma Conclave arc. The thing that is necessary is getting rid of Umbrasyl, or at least more necessary. Vox Machina could have just walked around Westrun and gone straight up Gat Shadow and killed Umbrasyl in his lair without ever even stepping foot in Westrun. And it seems like there is this pattern with Matt that I find very interesting of, it seems like the less kind of far-reaching stakes there are to any given moment, the more he is willing to experiment with them. So the dragon fights, Umbrasyl, Vorugal, Thordak, these are pretty high stakes in terms of their effect on the Chroma Conclave arc and the plot therein. But the Feywild, one of my favorite exploration sequences. If they don't get Fenthros, sure, that's a bit of a setback, but the stakes are relatively low. If they fail to get Fenthros and just run away and like escape back to Whitestone, that doesn't actively make anything worse. It's just kind of missed opportunity, if that makes sense. It's wasted time. And while that is a certain amount of stake to it, it's far less stakes than if they, say, fail to kill Vorugal. And it really sort of butts up against, and I think fairly so, against some of my like storytelling instincts. And it wraps, kind of back into the fact that TTRPGs are part game and part story, and that the DM in the moment is, yes, a writer and a storyteller, but they are also a game designer, and having a fun and novel experience that changes in terms of playing the game is important for running a good TTRPG. Like, a story, a book, might be able to get away with all of the encounters being relatively samey, as long as we're focused on character and plot, and, it can kind of get away with that. Whereas a TTRPG, less so. If every single combat is exactly the same, players are going to stop really wanting to do that. And so I'm very much, I talk a lot about, or not a lot necessarily, but I talk occasionally about narrative weight and the amount of screen time that you give to something needing to be proportional to its narrative weight, or the narrative weight you want it to have. But that's sort of at odds with this idea that in order to experiment as a game designer, right, which all DMs are to some extent, I think it's fair to want to only experiment in situations that are lower stakes. But that experimentation is going to inevitably give those things more screen time than they probably overall need within a good narrative. And so I think these two things are sort of, I wouldn't say at odds with each other, but it is something you have to consider as a DM. If you're trying to expand your skills and you're trying to experiment with different types of combats or narrative ideas or mechanics, you're trying to experiment with all this stuff, you're going to need, or I think it's reasonable to want, moments where you're going to end up giving it more time than it probably deserves. This Hell arc probably got more time than it necessarily needed or deserved because Matt was trying some new stuff. And again, fairly so. And it brings me back to something I've talked about several times of like, I want to get better at making one-shots or limited series, because I think that if you don't want to experiment within your campaign, you want to dedicate everything to the arcs or the narrative or the world of your campaign, and you want to have it feel as reasonable and kind of reasonably constructed as you can, then you won't want to experiment because there's a lot of uncertainty there, but you also won't want to lower the stakes in any place where you then might be able to experiment. So I think if you're worried about all that in a campaign, as I sometimes am, getting to learn how to do one-shots and being able to experiment within one-shots seems like a very valuable direction to go with learning and improving at this craft. And a lot of this is me thinking out loud because I was shocked at how much of that entire arc I really liked from Matt. In an arc, but it was all couched within this arc that I so did not give a shit about. And I think that is okay. Like, I'm also, this isn't me saying that I think you should only experiment within within one shots. The normal way that I do it is I just do experiment within, maybe higher stakes stuff, but I will sometimes kind of in the moment balance if I've gotten something totally wrong. And that's kind of how I address that level of uncertainty. Is I am experimenting in higher stakes stuff, but not probably as much, and not I'm not against kind of changing things in the moment. So it's very interesting. I don't know. I don't have like a solid takeaway from this, but I think it's a really important point that I'm going to be thinking about a lot more as I watch Matt, is that Matt seems to have a very direct, very linear line of, it is very, very straightforward, very linear of the more stakes there are and the more important something is, the less he's going to experiment, the more basic it's going to be. And the less stakes, he's willing to experiment out the wazoo. It's a very direct correlation. You could even say that the Kraken is a good example, where the Kraken fight, he experimented a little, right? He experimented a bit with the Kraken, but I wouldn't say that he experimented as much with the Kraken as he did with maybe the Pit Fiend or several moments within the Hell's Arc, which seems to kind of follow this pattern of the Kraken kind of had medium stakes, right? It wasn't party-wide or end-of-the-world type stuff, but it was very important to Keyleth and her personal arc. You could argue that the Kraken and the Vestra Aramente is more important to Keyleth's personal arc than Kevdak was to Grog's personal arc. I think Kevdak was a great climax for Grog's personal arc, but it wasn't as integral, right? It could have been other things, and, we might not have batted an eye, but this fourth step in the Aramente had to be this. Maybe it didn't have to be a Kraken specifically, but like the water Aramente was a necessary component that could not be changed of Keyleth's personal arc, at least not changed without significant effort. And we can see that Matt experimented a little, but he didn't kind of go as far as, maybe I would have liked him to, and as far as I think would have really benefited that combat. Oh, Jesus. My green screen just fell over. I'm gonna have to go put that back up. But that's basically it. That's it. I think my takeaway is that I'm going to continue watching for it, and we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to continue watching for this pattern and how well it holds, and maybe what we can learn additionally from it. All right, there we go. I don't know about that. Kevdak was in Grog's backstory. Water Aramente could have been anything. Maybe I'm misclarifying here. I'm not saying that the Kraken was important. I'm saying that the water Aramente was important. Like the Vestra and the water Aramente had to happen in order for Keyleth's arc to kind of make sense. Whereas for Grog, his arc wasn't about Kevdak. It wasn't about the redemption of the herd or revenge even, right? Like, even we can look at Percy's arc as a more direct, like, revenge arc. Grog's was not that. Grog's was about personal strength versus kind of communal strength and trust and love and all that good stuff, right? It's about relying on other people, which, like, Kevdak is sort of related to. And, like, you know, I think that Kevdak and the way that it kind of ran made a lot of sense and I liked a lot, but it didn't have to be Kevdak. It didn't even have to be anything to do with the herd, really. So, yeah. You know what I'm saying? It was, I think it was a very good climax, but none of the specifics actually had to be there. Just, I mean, frankly, because Grog's arc was more open-ended. It doesn't really, have anything to do with that otherwise. I get it. Okay, cool. But yeah. So it's all very, it's very interesting. I've never really, you know, I've considered arcs with varying stakes and, you know, side quests. Sometimes I've referred to bottle episodes. You know, I refer to the City of Brass quite often as a bottle episode. And I've thought about that in terms of pacing and giving the players a chance to kind of recuperate mentally. But I've never really thought about it in terms of the different things you can kind of try. And I even specifically related to the City of Brass, it's one of my problems often with those types of things is that they are so disconnected, consequence-wise, which you could argue is just a form of lower stakes. Like, disconnecting it from the rest of the world and from all of that is a lowering of the stakes. And even though I don't like that in terms of the story, it does have some very distinct benefits in terms of maybe what we would call game mastering, right? In terms of experimenting with your game design as a GM. And I wonder if there's a way that I could kind of cut the middle on that. I'm sure there is. And I mean, one of the ways is, like I said, you know, just doing it more in one-shots and not within your larger campaigns. But yeah, it was very interesting. It's very interesting. That's yeah. No plot hooks left for VM now. What do you think about that? Okay, I think that's a generally good place to end the takeaway, and I'll kind of read through some of the comments from the start. Let's see. One-shots are extreme in many ways. It's true for many things, not just gaming. Once you get to a certain skill level, it's harder to make meaningful progress. One way to do it is to purposely play at the extremes. Maybe. What's up, everyone? Ron Quixote, I'm here and I have some opinions about last episode. Let's see them. I don't think the players were not taking it seriously after the fight ended and they were taken to prison. They had the idea to avoid unneeded fights, and thus, despite them being able to win, they're 100% dedicated to running, and Percy even calls themselves useless because he was afraid firing the gun would lead to the entire prison knowing about it. I think it's more them not realizing the circumstances had changed, them needing to fight so that the enemies couldn't slowly make them bleed out. My argument is not necessarily for them not taking it seriously. Isn't in the specific decisions that they made. It is in when and like where their kind of mindset shifted, like how long it took, essentially. And I will also say, I'm also carrying that through from 93 Part 1. I think this is them not taking it seriously is kind of an entirely like episode 93 type condition. I think it's pretty clear that at the very least Sam wasn't taking it very seriously in the Pit Fiend stronghold. And no one seemed to have a problem with that, right? So at the very least, some of them weren't taking it seriously, and the others did not have a problem with that level of seriousness. And then once they get to the prison, I'm saying that they weren't taking it seriously because they weren't listening. None of them. And this is, I pointed it out with Liam specifically when he says we can outrun them. And they know for a fact that they can't. Right? This is not like a difference of opinion or a difference in strategy, right? Because I agree that they probably started at avoid unneeded fights. And Percy calling himself useless because of the gun. Like, I think that's a fair way for them to start out in the prison. But they were directly informed that they would not be able to outrun these enemies. Right? I think that's like I'm not disagreeing with their mindset when they like fly over the enemies and like don't engage them even though they could have won, right? Totally fair. But when it is directly displayed to them, we cannot outrun them. And then they say, 5 minutes later, what if we outrun them? That is what I'm saying. Like, they just weren't listening. They weren't listening. And even, from that perspective of Percy calling himself useless, at that point, they should have known that they needed to deal with these things and not run away. And he is not useless in that vein. Even if he's not using his gun, his sword play, it could have killed two of the Spine Devils very, very quickly. So that's more what I mean when I say that they weren't taking it seriously. Is like, they just weren't paying attention. They weren't listening. They listened to like the code because that was obviously very clearly important. But they're just like not updating their mindset as they get new information unless it's very extreme. And then past that moment, I think, where Keyleth almost goes down, they are locked in. They are paying very distinct attention to the chain golem and to the three doors, right? Like, there's the moment where ND's character, Tova, smells all the doors. And that's before they get the third visual description. And then after they get the third visual description, they're all like, oh, I wonder if it's this door or if it's this door. And then one of them goes, oh, wait, but the sulfur smell from the second door. And they all go, yeah, you're right. You see what I'm saying? Like, that sort of remembering that moment is pretty equivalent, at least in my opinion, to, oh, we can't outrun them, let's try to outrun them. So I think that after that Keyleth goes down, they are much, much, much more locked in. They're intaking the new information. They're updating their strategies. Before that, it seemed like they were sort of gliding to an extent. Because even to draw the more like direct distinction of like Sam having Terry break the stealth so instantly, that is him. I would at least argue that is him directly acknowledging the danger that the devil said, like, doing this would put them in, and saying, I don't care about the additional danger that this would cause. That's, to me, not taking it very seriously. So that is sort of what I would argue. I don't think that the mindset of avoiding unnecessary fights is unreasonable, but I don't think they were taking it very seriously because they just tried to like run the same strat even after being told it wouldn't work. So yeah. Yeah. I've not been around for the last few streams. How are you liking the Hell's Arc so far? Man, it's a weird one. I think we're pretty much out of it. I'm going to guess that we're pretty much out of it. And it was some of my favorite design from Matt of the entire campaign. I think I can inarguably say it's the highest density of design that I really like. Or at least like design decisions that I really like. I'm not saying I liked every single individual thing that Matt did here. Like, I think that the imps operating the buttons in the stronghold is fine. It's not like I wouldn't call it my cup of tea, but I loved that Matt was trying shit. I loved that Matt was experimenting with some weird stuff. No matter what I ended up thinking about it, and this arc was the highest density of that feeling of like, whoa, Matt's like really trying something there, or that's really different. Ooh, and I loved the prison. So even separate from that, not just me liking that he was trying things. There is also I really liked the prison sequence. Like entirely. I liked the prison sequence. The moment they enter the prison and on, I really, really liked what Matt had prepped and had designed. Now, the actual plot of the Hell's Arc, I could not give less of a shit about. I did not care about Dis. I didn't care about Tova. I didn't care about any of it, bro. I didn't even really care if they killed Hodis. Like, if that had ended with them not killing Hodis, I would be like, whatever. We'll have to dedicate one more half of an episode to a Hodis fight in like 2 months. And then after that, we won't have to deal with it again. So I really did not care about the plot or the setting, but damn on damn, I thought that Matt did like so much with so little. With so little. Yeah, man. So I don't know. Hell's Arc confirmed trash. And that's like kind of wraps into my takeaway. It's like this whole arc could have been an email vibes. I think this arc should have been one episode. And I'll be straight. I think if Matt hadn't been experimenting with so much, if he hadn't been trying so many new things, I think it probably would have been substantially shorter. I think it would have been closer to that 1 episode, 2 episode, maybe 1.5 episodes range. I think it would have been closer to City of Brass, which I think was 2 episodes, if I'm remembering correctly. Maybe 3. But I think Matt's experimentation, which I loved, also elongated it far more than it had any reason to. But I think that's kind of inevitable. So I don't know. It's interesting. I am a very mixed feelings on how the entire arc went. Yeah. I don't know. So no plot hooks left for VM now. What do you think about that? Predictions for the episode. Man, I don't know about that either. I don't know. We're at a very strange spot. And I think someone even left a comment about that. About like, hey, you had some thoughts or some ideas on potential next, kind of plot steps for Vox Machina. They've ticked off a lot. They've accomplished and crossed a lot of shit off the list. I don't know what's left. Let me see. This is the list of loose ends that you summed up somewhere between the Raishan fights, I believe. Raishan finished Spinning Orb of Death. Hodis finished Glintshore Ritual. Maybe the names of Animus, maybe something with the Dragon Eggs of Thordak. Keyless Aramente finished. The Clasp. Barry Senekir's Wife's Ashes finished. Yeah, I mean, I think I personally interpret the Clasp as a loose end, the Glintshore Ritual as a loose end, and probably the Dragon Eggs a loose end, but I don't think any of the players will. I don't think we're going to get any research into those three areas: the Clasp, the Dragon Eggs, or the Glintshore Ritual. I think those are consigned to the abyss. I think if Matt draws even the smallest bit of attention to the Death Orb in Whitestone, I could see us going down that. But I do think it will require Matt drawing some manner of attention to it. I don't think the players will go there on their own. I've lost faith that will happen. So I'm gonna put Spinning Orb of Death as a caveat. We'll see. It depends on what Matt does. The names of Animus, the names on Animus and the Dragon Eggs, I could actually see. I think that's one of the two things that we will go down. And I honestly think it will be the Animus names. Because while I don't associate Taliesin with the note taker guy or, the lore guy necessarily, I think he is closer to Marisha, the note taker, than not, in terms of remembering things that happened in the past and kind of rethinking about some things and considering plot alternatives. And the Animus is very, personal to him and close to him. So I could really see, especially if their party loose ends are kind of cleaned up, I could see Percy asking the party to kind of help him understand more of what's going on with these Animus names. I think there's a really, really good shot that that's what's next. But otherwise, yeah, so I'd say most likely is Animus names, and second most likely is the Dragon Eggs, although I don't even know that they'll want to do anything with the Dragon Eggs. I think they would build an enclosure or something to contain the whelps or the wormlings after they hatch. I could see them going towards that as a project, but I don't see them traveling or engaging in any sort of, quest behavior or narrative about it. I don't see them researching the eggs, because I think their impression is probably not too far from my own, in that these are a brand new species that will not have any, existing research or historical data that they can go and review. So yeah, I think Animus, maybe the Dragon Eggs, but even if they do the Dragon Eggs, I think in terms of the actual next arc or plot, it will require Matt putting something in front of them. I think we are nearly at the point where they are going to actually run out of possibilities for self-direction. Weren't the Dragonades destroyed by VM? Oh! You're right. I was going off of the list that the commenter put, but you're right. The Dragon Eggs are gone. The Dragon Eggs are gone. So, yeah, man. I think it will literally either have to be Animus, or I think Matt's just going to need to present them with something. Maybe they'll go back to Viscon. I find Viscon more likely for them to go back to than the Glint Shore. But even that, I find frankly unlikely. I don't think they'll go back to Viscon. I think they will either research the names or they will kind of just bum around Whitestone and kind of just wait for shit to happen, I think. That's kind of it. I don't see the players doing a whole lot else. Maybe we'll even get like downtime and we'll get a time skip, because the players don't really or the characters don't really have anything that they really want anymore. Keyleth wanted Armente, done and dusted. Grog wanted to get stronger, but he realized that like you do that not necessarily through the private acquisition of power, but through the strength of your bonds and relationships. And so, that just kind of involves helping everyone else. Vex and Vax, I think, got about as much of reconciliation with their father as they're gonna. And Vax, the only thing that I think could really now progress with Vax is the Raven Queen telling him to do something. Going back into, I think that Matt will have to give them something to push them forward. And I think that would be the same for Vax personally. Vax is just kind of waiting around until the Raven Queen tells him to do something. Terry wants to adventure generically. It's cool. That's fine. Vex has kind of gotten a lot of the spiritual conclusion to her arc, and I think most of the rest of it would take place in Whitestone. Not a lot of adventuring or, real, like, active desire there. Or not a lot of the encouragement of action. Is that it? Is that all of them? That's all of them. Oh, and Percy. Percy has directly said he's back for everyone else. He's back for them. He's living for them. He felt satisfied when he died. He felt like, man, I can pass on. But he came back for them. So half of the characters are just living and existing to help the others. And most of the others don't really have a lot that they really want. Besides Vax, who's waiting on the Raven Queen? And I mean, frankly, this entire kind of soup of character motivations, kind of all being directed inward at Vax, is fine, I think. Like, I don't take this as a critique. This is fine, especially leading up to the last arc. I think it's incredibly reasonable for everyone's motivations to point inward at one singular character who themselves is kind of inexorably tied, I think, to what the final arc will be. That's perfectly reasonable, because not only does it get everyone on board with doing the final arc, but it also means that after the final arc, there's easy justification for retirement and, like, ending the campaign. Like, easy narrative justification for that. So, like, I'm perfectly chilling on player motivations. I don't think any of them need additional motivations. It just kind of means that we're going to need to get the next thing, I think, mostly from Matt at this point. Yeah. 93's attitude was a lot different than before, even if Tova was more neatly integrated. I think that is a we'll never know the confines of their minds, but I think that this is, I agree with you that this is inarguably a factor in how they behaved in 93 compared to 91 and 92. Inarguably a factor. How large of a factor? I don't know, honestly. We talked a little bit about, the players possibly kind of letting loose and letting go a little bit after they had, constrained themselves for so long within the Chroma Conclave. And after, there had been such a serious arc for so long with such high stakes, that, maybe that could lead to this sort of all over the place mentality that they seem to have, but in the arc. But a guest player absolutely could contribute to that as well. And I have no idea what, the weighting of those factors is. It could easily be that the guest player was much more of an influence than sort of the relative positioning of the arc to the Chroma Conclave. Yeah. That's it. I have no further thing. I think that is reasonable. Yeah. Yeah. Hodis needs to be dealt with before Matt hits them with Hodis in the epilogue. True. I think the problem with the eggs on Animus, names on Animus, that makes sense, is a lack of conflict. They aren't a threat. They aren't a solution to any problems. It's just like Ripley didn't like. It's just people Ripley didn't like. Who cares? Yeah. I think if you kind of think down, the path a little bit, it's like, okay, well, Ripley was trying to do something and she was involved with the Briarwoods and there's some relation there to the dragons and, she had a thing she was trying to do. You can kind of imply that there is more plot that the players are just unaware of. And I think you could imply that as a player as well, that there are events that Ripley was involved in that we don't fully know about. But honestly, if you're going down that thought process, that would probably lead you back to the Glint Shore before it would lead you to the names on Animus. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm fully with you. Even if there is conflict, it requires a decent amount of thinking down a consequence train that was not relevant before and has not been relevant since. Right? It is bet or hedging that this thing might be relevant later. So yeah. I mean, I'll be straight up with you guys. I think the most likely scenario is that Matt just gives them a hook. I think that's easily the most likely scenario. But is trying to explore maybe some of the alternatives. Yeah. Now that Percy has signed the contract, what are the percent chance you'd give that he agrees to either the second or third? If you had to give a number, I'd give it 70% he agrees to the second clause. I don't think that Percy has a ton of respect for clergy, except from a practical standpoint of the stability of a nation. I think Percy's very American founding fathers coded, Thomas Jefferson coded maybe in that way. I think he's very kind of Enlightenment rationalist, where it's the church is important to the stability of the culture. But I don't think you would actually give a shit about implanting fiends within them as long as it was controlled. So I'm giving him like a 70% on the second clause. The third clause, I'm going to give like a 20%. I think Percy will be very hesitant to damn his eternal soul again. I think there'll be, maybe even some like in fiction sort of PTSD there. And we might even get like a nightmare scene of him like remembering what it was like to be eaten by God, I can't remember his name. Orthax inside of Animus. But I do think if Vex was in danger, like mortal danger, and like probably if most of the people of Vox Machina were in like confirmed 100% mortal danger, I think he would consider it. But it's a very, accepting the third clause, I think would be an incredibly impactful decision for Percy. A very like personal character decision, exterior to the actual like stakes and plot of the last arc. So I give it a low chance, but still 1 in 5. I'm not saying it's that unlikely. I just I see him being very hesitant towards Eternal Damnation Part 2. You should update how the names are shown. Yeah, I know. I hope that they go back. Because they've gotten rid of like the normal like screen names. And we're not even on the shorts feed today. I didn't do the horizontal and vertical. Just to test out to see if that would change this. It does not. Do we know anything about Terry beyond he's rich and a bit of a narcissist? Bits and pieces, but we haven't, done a ton of deep diving of his character, but I think we know a decent amount for how long he's been around. He has, some daddy issues. He has a desire for community that he doesn't even seem to recognize that he has. Like, he has a little bit of self-awareness of his daddy issues, but far less self-awareness, it seems, about his extreme desire for community. So we've got some inklings of what Terry's kind of about, but nothing too deep, I would say. Percy seems big on Itharis back in the Briarwood arc, so I agree. Fun thought exercise. How many of the PC arcs can be summed up as desire for family? Despite that, how many unique styles of resolution did we get? Yeah, I mean, I think Grog, maybe didn't desire community, but it's sort of a need-want situation of he wanted strength, but he ultimately kind of needed community and family. Same thing with Scanlan. Vex, to an extent, I think you could characterize Vex's arc that way. Same thing with Vax. I think it's a little bit looser there. I mean, possibly Keyleth is maybe the only one that I would say is not at least adjacent to this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think her arc is is a very coming of age. It's very the tough decisions that leadership have to make. It is, it's very much about the greater good and like what that even means, the greater good for whom. And her reconciling with the current leadership, not only of the world, but of kind of the multiverse. I think you could, or the planes, maybe. I think it could reasonably be argued that Keyleth's arc being focused around leadership is one of the reasons that her distrust and her kind of, quasi-atheistic, she's not really an atheist. She is just someone who seems to believe that these beings, while they might fit the qualification for a god, are not worthy of worship. So she's an atheist if you believe that gods definitionally are worthy of worship, then you could maybe call her an atheist. But I think that could really be argued to be a part of her struggle with becoming a leader and determining what a leader is, right? Is like she's looking at the gods and looking at the world around her and saying, these are bad fucking leaders. If this is how they are affecting leadership, they are not worthy of worship. So yeah, I would say that, and maybe you could also talk about Percy's arc being primarily a story about revenge. But there's definitely some family tied in there of like the kind of motivation for Percy's revenge is the loss of his family, and the thing that ultimately pulls him out of his quest and desire for revenge isn't even really the negative implications of the revenge on himself. It is the negative implications and effects on those around him, and specifically his new kind of found family. So I'd say, even Percy's is kind of adjacent to that. Yeah. Counterpoint, second clause, low risk, low reward. What would he do with an army of devils? Third clause has a big payout. It does. I mean, I think that, we could see Percy. I think he's pretty pragmatic. I think we could see Percy just kind of summoning up the devils during the final fight. I think there's a decent shot that something like that happens. Maybe even in a more clever way where he tries to convince an enemy that they've got like hell on their side. So if an enemy says like, I have the 9 princes of the 9 hells all on my side, what do you have, Vox Machina? And Percy, summons up the army of devils and says, well, clearly you don't have all of them. Kind of tries to like double bluff them a little bit there. So I think that because of how low risk it is, I think that Percy will just kind of find an excuse to use it. Or at least I think there's a greater than not likelihood that will happen. The third one is a big payout. You're not wrong at all. But I think he'll be a lot more hesitant to do it. I think my Kima plot point is clearly the most reasonable. Clearly. Would Percy have used the third clause if Keyleth had died in the last step? I think that would have been the best way to resolve that. I didn't think about it in the moment, but I think that might have been the best way. I don't know if he would have, but very possible. Kind of hard not to have a found family theme with how the game and adventuring is structured. I think, especially if you are, even remotely leaning into the murder hobo kind of incentives within D&D. D&D naturally results in doing violence, which is not always the way to make friends. Maybe you could say that you can make some friends through violence. Vox clearly has, but it definitely makes some enemies as well, and puts you on certain sides, and D&D, I would argue, encourages travel and moving around and, going out to seek things out. That, the dungeons in the Dungeons and Dragons, or even the dragons. It's, I think, somewhat atypical to have a game that is completely set within a singular setting and you're only dealing with things that, happen like within, say, like a specific city. I think that's pretty rare. And that the system doesn't provide any support for that sort of thing. Compared to something like, you might say Blades in the Dark. Blades in the Dark provides a ton of support for, and it explicitly incentivizes GMs and players to stay in Duskwall. Right, that is built into the fabric of the game. It is incentivized at every turn. You should stay in Duskwall, and the game encourages that. D&D, I would argue, is sort of the opposite, where it does not provide any framework or encouragement or support for staying in a singular location, right? They're not showing you how to repopulate dungeons. They're not showing you how to manage the impact within the different areas of the city of any given action, peaceful or otherwise. Whereas it is giving you encouragement for building new settings. It's giving you encouragement for travel. It's showing you marching order and like travel pace calculations. It's giving you explicit encouragement to create a multiverse or your own setting. And these sorts of, broad things, I do think are going to make the standard party a little bit more insular, a little bit more focused on each other, because they are the only people that are consistent within their lives, and they're all in it together, right? If one of them's doing violence, it is at the other character's line, or there's going to be beef. Maybe there's going to be drama like Scanlan leaving, right? If they do something beyond the pale, and you lose that member of your found family. So I think there's a natural kind of attraction force between the characters of a D&D 5e party, yeah. I think it is, and how central of a theme that takes, or how central of a place that takes within your story, that might differ. But I think it is kind of always there if you want it, yeah. Oh my gosh, excuse me. Oh. Closer to anti-theism at the start, I'd say. Fair enough. Yeah. I think Keeler thinks ill of the gods themselves, not of religious people, from what I remember. So more of an atheist than an anti-theist. I mean, atheist is a pretty loosely defined term, at least in how people actually use it, right? You will have, it's very, very common for agnostics to say they are atheists because it communicates a certain kind of social placement more than their actual literal beliefs. And Keyleth is in a scenario where she has very direct evidence of the gods. I have made the argument that the standard person, like the standard commoner in a D&D setting, might not have, direct evidence of godly intervention. It might be reasonable for a peasant, or, as reasonable for a peasant in the D&D universe to be an atheist as someone in our own universe. I've made that argument. Keyleth does not qualify. She's gotten pretty damn direct evidence at this point. So it would be hard for her to be an atheist in the way that we think about it, at the very least. But she certainly seems to make the claim that they are, whatever these beings are, they are not worthy of worship. In fact, it seems to be a very kind of you might even say like populist atheism, where it's like she doesn't blame religious people or religious followings or really religious institutions or structures. She blames the literal beings that head these things up for not living up to her standard of what these gods should be like if they are going to have these followings like they do. So it's almost a. I'm going to skip this break. I think it's a position that is certainly not impossible within our world, but that I think is probably going to be exceedingly rare within the world as we know it. Or maybe not. You know, maybe if I thought through that a little bit more, I could see myself being convinced otherwise, but yeah. It's mostly the different styles of resolution that gets me, including even Scanlan leaving to try and embrace biological family over found family, while most of the others find found family as their end. Totally fair, Daniel. There is extremely different kind of resolution steps. Vex seems to have come into herself more as her own person. She's kind of at least portraying as she has stopped kind of living for others. Percy has almost gone the exact opposite direction, where Vex used to kind of get wrapped up in the performance of belonging, and now she's not holding herself to those standards. She either belongs or she doesn't, and either one is okay with her. Whereas Percy has sort of chucked belonging out the window. He has sort of objectified himself down to a tool whose only purpose, regardless of if it belongs or not, regardless of how the tool feels, the tool is there to protect the people that Percy cares about. It's a bit of a sort of dissociative resolution, which is why I think it's very possible that Percy's arc isn't completely done. Grog has found sort of peace within the family, right? He has realized that the things that he sought, he already had. So it's not necessarily even about belonging or what qualifies you for belonging. It's about wanting things beyond the family that he already had. Yeah, so I mean, all of this is to say, I'm just going through more and more agreement with you. I think they do have incredibly distinct resolutions, despite the relative kind of focus of all of them on this family. Yeah. Yeah. Never be an atheist in the Forgotten Realms. The wall is bullshit. Fair enough. I once played with a guy who made his cleric atheist. He didn't believe in God, in the God that gave him powers. I mean, look, I think that is, well, I don't think that would be common within the Forgotten Realms, to be sure. I think that's possible. I think you could be I think it is a somewhat consistent position that you could hold of, I get these powers when I do these particular rituals and I make these particular signs and these particular symbols. And yes, those things are associated with a particular god. Those rituals, it would be like someone that believed that the process of the Mass, the actual ritual, had spiritual significance and spiritual power that could literally transform the bread into flesh, right? The Catholic belief of the Eucharist, right? It would be like someone who believed in that the ritual could affect that power. but just didn't believe that it came from the Christian God. They might believe that these rituals just have an underlying spiritual significance that is sort of inherent to the universe as it exists, and that the rest of the Christian belief about God is inaccurate, even if their magic is real, right? Which actually, we see this sort of position kind of often in antiquity. We see this sort of thing a lot, where we'll see Greek or Roman writers, or even in the Bible with Jesus. There's the I believe it's called the Belial accusation, where there is a certain group that, I don't want to misrepresent it, but so I'll because I can't remember the specifics, but I believe, take it with a grain of salt, take it with an asterisk, but I believe in one of the Gospels, there's a group that accuses Jesus of raising the dead or doing these exorcisms through the power of Belial and not via the power of Adonai, of the Jewish God. And Jesus refutes this, obviously, and Christians going forward obviously refute this. But it is evidence that there was this idea that, like, oh yeah, you can affect power. Like, no one was questioning, at least within, the narrative as it's presented to us, no one was questioning if Jesus was doing those things, right? They weren't questioning if he was doing exorcisms or raising the dead. They were just questioning the underlying source and power. And so I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that there could be this sort of character, this sort of clerical atheist that believes in the power of the rituals and the signs, but just doesn't believe in the God that the rest of the religion worships. Super interesting. Has Kiki ever alluded to what she thinks gods should do to be worthy? I don't think so, at least not that I can recall. Don't you need to believe in the God for them to give you power? It depends. It depends. That is the if you're talking about in real life, not necessarily. There are theologies where gods can be compelled. So if you do the right things and you say the right words, you can compel the gods to do something, because the things that you have done, the rituals that you have undertaken, are inherently tied into that God's being, and thereby it can compel them. That is obviously not probably the position that most, modern day Christians would take. And they might, I think it would, if you asked a modern day Christian, do you need to believe in God in order to work miracles? I think 90% would say yes. But so so it largely, I think, depends. He didn't do any rituals. He was basically a warlock in an accidental deal with divine powers. Sorry, when I say rituals, I mean like the somatic and the verbal components, right? Every spell in D&D, basically with the exception of the power words, which is actually kind of interesting. But every other spell is what we would no. Any spell with a material or a somatic component are what we would probably think of as rituals or ritual practice. Anything with a somatic or a material component. Verbal, on the other hand, can be distinguished from ritual practice. Words of power, compelling via speech. This can be distinguished from ritual practice. But I mean, it kind of depends on who you ask, I think. At that point, they basically think they're a divine wizard. Kind of, yeah. I mean, you could be a cleric and think that your power works similarly to how a wizard's works. And I mean, the position becomes even more reasonable when you consider that there are wizards out there who do affect these things without any claim to a connection to a deity. So yeah, absolutely. I think they, not to say that is the most reasonable stance, but I think that is a stance that could certainly exist within, say, the Forgotten Realms. Yeah. That sounds more like a cleric of the Temple of Satan, which I believe centers yourself as your personal god. Not sure, though. There's a lot of different organizations that invoke Satan within their naming scheme. So I think the Temple of Satan and the Church of Satan are kind of distinct. One of them is a totally secular organization, if I remember correctly, that is mostly concerned with like separation of church and state within the US. And then one of them has more kind of pseudo-religious practices. I'm honestly not sure. I don't know enough of the distinctions to talk intelligently about it. But sounds like a great segue to talk about clerics in C4. So, I mean, the Candescent Creed does seem super duper interesting. God, I need to watch more. Shut up. We're not even talking about C4, but I'm going to watch more, and I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it. Yeah. That's my next D&D character now, a warlock who swears they are a wizard, and they might truly believe it. Who knows? Yeah. When I heard you say rituals, I understood it as prayer and other stuff like that. I mean, arguably, things like prayer could kind of also be thought of as rituals. I mean, it wasn't until... I mean, not to get too off the track, but we could... I think it might be uncomfortable, and I don't mean this as any sort of pejorative or in any way derogatory, but the Catholic, belief is, I grew up Catholic, so I'm going to primarily speak about that, is that the Eucharist is truly manifested, and that the bread does turn into body, turns into flesh. And this is evoked through prayer. I mean, there's not a huge distinction between that and a spell that, creates berries that feed you for a day. Right? There's and these things were even less distinguished in history. I mean, even within purely Catholic theology, there are tons of saints that have done tons of miracles, and some of those miracles include things like flying, right? There are saints who some of their confirmed miracles that they needed to register to become a saint, include flight. Like that is, and they did that through prayer. So the sort of distinguishment between prayer to effect a miracle and verbal speech and somatic movements to affect, to affect the spell fly, it's a pretty thin barrier between those two things is how I would put it. I mean, even something as maybe seeming benign as the sign of a cross, as a warding symbol against evil. That's, I mean, try quantifying exactly what the difference between, the sign of the cross to ward off evil is from the spell resistance. There's, and I want to be careful when talking about this because I never want to be derogatory or be, speak down about anyone's personal belief, and I never want it to come off like I'm trying to do that. I think that religious belief can be a really incredible thing, and I've most of my family is religious. The page is religious. Most of my friends are religious. Like I have, I don't know. I very much want to clarify that I am not equivocating these things for the purpose of like delegitimizing religious practice, only to draw attention to the fact that they are not as dissimilar as we might consider them nowadays. Speaking of components, are you a fan of material components, Mega? Oh, maybe ask me that again at the end of stream. I don't know if we can go off in that tangent, because yes, but actually no. But actually, like, super duper a lot. But in terms of D&D 5e, absolutely no. Never. No. So, I can't get into that. Yeah, right. Yeah. I really like warlocks who think they're clerics. Yeah. Well, and I mean, that doesn't even get into like divine soul warlocks, which, I mean, the difference between a divine soul warlock and a cleric is so paper thin that it's debatable if it's even there. Yeah. Transubstantiation. Yup. Makes it really hard to beat the cannibalism accusations. Hey, that was a lot of early Christian theologian, like early church fathers. That was a lot of their writings was contesting the cannibalism accusations. So it's stuff that they're certainly practiced in defending. And I mean, if I was so inclined, I could thoroughly defend it. I took apologetics courses. I traveled to do apologetics. I was very Catholic. So I can easily defend transubstantiation, especially against other Christians. It's harder against non-Christians. But you're speaking facts. I know. But these are things that are very, very personal, and I really respect people that have personal convictions, especially if they've like thought through them, and they affect those personal convictions to do good. It's I think a lot of times about John Green. Right, I would never want to say something or portray religion in such a way that I could ever possibly make someone like, say, John Green feel bad or lesser, or make it like I'm interpreting him that way. Because every time I've ever heard him talk about religion or his religious convictions, it seems like a broad positive. And I want to, support broad positives in society. Yeah. Chromatic orb. A 50 GP orb before I could cast it. Yeah. Do you mean Celestial Warlock or Divine Soul Sorcerer? Oh, shit! Yeah, sorry. Divine Soul Sorcerer and then Celestial Warlock. Again, differences, paper thin. Yeah. Shout out to evil Divine Soul Warlocks forced to do good by their packs. Oh, hell yeah. That does sound cool. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, I had the exact same experience, Brittany, Lynn. The experience of like being super Catholic and then someone hitting you with Catholics aren't Christians. That's a paradigm changing moment. That's a... and, I would disagree, but even within my current set of beliefs. But, yeah, the first time you get hit with that is a big paradigm changer. Anyways, let's get into it. Let's get into the next episode. I think we had plenty of tangents already. Let's get into it.
Hi. Apparently
Oh, it's so
we're
quiet.
live because several people just yelled that at me behind the scenes. That's Sam Riegel. This is Taliesin Jaffe. I'm Marisha Ray. Good evening.
Is that a CR stream? I know, we're actually doing one of those. Who could say? And I didn't even have the report pulled up. Want to see a sync test? An absent player announcement. Ooh, who's absent? Who's absent? And for how long?
We're going to go ahead and hop into this episode soon. Ashley Johnson is on our way. She will be joining us shortly, but she's in traffic.
Atty Dunton. Woo! Atty Dunton. Matt starts his recap. All right. That'll be fun, especially for them getting back to Whitestone. You know, it'd be really cool if maybe Matt, made something happen with the orb, or made something happen with the fucking divine rumblings of the weave, and something's going on, and I had a vision. There's so many things that there's so many ways that Matt could tie the plot hook into something that Pike experienced. Really great excuse to get a new plot hook in here. So I am interested and slightly hopeful that that will result in it being even cooler, because they take a lot of time, obviously, every time that Ashley comes back, to work her back in, to be like, what have you been doing in these intervening weeks, whatever, Pike? Like, oh, it's been so long since we've seen you. The fact that you know, as Matt, that they're almost certainly going to do that they are going to have a little catch-up with Pike, because they always do a little catch-up with Pike, it's kind of the perfect time to work in a plot hook for the next arc. And, I mean, this is not an inconsequential thing, I think. It is also, it gives Ashley a little bit more of a prominent role within the session and within the kind of beat. The fact that she is kind of delivering this new plot hook and this updated situation is kind of cool. Kind of cool to get to do. It's a cool position to be in. So yeah, I hope that that's how it goes. We'll see. I'm not gonna be like, it's terrible if that's not how they do it. But I think that could be a very cool way to deliver the next plot hook, is that Pike had a vision or a dream or felt something, or even if someone else felt something or had a vision or whatever, if Pike is the one that can communicate it and let the players know kind of what is being done about it in the meantime, or, if Ashley is the one that is kind of allows them to catch up, right? Instead of, say, I think typically you would do it through Allura, right? I think that would be kind of the default thing, is if something weird happened with the orb, Allura or Gilmore would probably be the one to communicate it and to tell the players what has been going on in their absence. If Matt just took, 10, 20 minutes or sent a list of facts to Ashley for them to talk through and review or whatever, and she was the one able to deliver all of that, I think that'd be really, really cool for Ashley. Yeah.
And welcome back. So, as we last left off, Vox Machina had found themselves finishing up dangling loose threads after they completed the destruction of the Chroma Conclave and essentially brought what seems to be, for the time being, peace to Tal'Dorei. You helped Keyleth complete her Aramente when she was crowned the voice of the Tempest, and you all had one wandering thread of Hodis, the Rakshasa, of which you have now killed twice, and kept returning to the Nine Hells to recoup and threaten to come and slay you and everything you love in the near future. So to cut that off at the head, you guys traveled to the second layer of Hell, this Iron City of Dis, to hunt down this Rakshasa. After signing a contract with the devil, getting the proper information in this regard of where it was, within the Bastion of Flesh, in the subterranean prison known as Mentiri. You slaughtered a pit fiend named Urugash, and in response to that, as part of the contract, you were given passage into this prison with your equipment. And you began a madcap rush through the prison, giving the directions that you were presented as part of this deal you had made. You turned into a flock of bats, rushed down with a new friend, a dwarvish blood hunter, a werebear, particularly of the Order of the Lycan, named Tova, who you discovered in Urugash's lair. And you all, as bats, flew through, averted a number of blockades, managed to just get the attention of a few devils that couldn't catch up to you in time, and basically the entire prison began to converge on you as you reached the central area where this Rakshasa was. A couple of scuffles in transition to that area. You were attacked by a large construct made of black chains from this lower area of the hell, and averting its actual battle presence, you systematically went through the doorways to discover the one that housed Hodis, of which he was quickly destroyed while still in his larval reforming form by Grog. You all battled through the swath of chains that were binding and pulling you back as you all reached out to join hands in time for Keyleth to pull out her tuned forks of the prime material plane and cast plane shift, and you all vanished into a familiar flash of whitish green light, and that is where we left off. So,
hooray!
Picking up where we left off, you all instantaneously feel the surge of magical energy just burst through your body, and all the chains that had tightened around and were threatening to crush your limbs and tear your body into a mass of just crushed flesh and blood release at once, and you had that familiar sense of just floating and darkness once more. And you see that single bead of light ahead that grows larger and larger and larger, and that light becomes omnipresent almost in its size, a familiar grid of divine fire and light. The divine gate, ancient and placed by the gods to seal both them, the betrayer gods, and any entities post-divergence away. You transition once more through this lattice.
Huh. All right, everyone. Put your theorizing hats back on. We're back. We're back in it. Tell me that again, Matt. The divine gate, ancient and placed by the gods, to seal both them, the betrayer gods, and any entities post-divergence away. This is important. This is important. Because this is not the Vordian theology. This is not how Vord at least implies the structure of the universe to be. Let's see, I think it's in the Divergence. Etc., etc. The arcane gods is the Divergence. Yes, right here. The dark gods got banished to the other planes. Also, the gods thought they'd gotten too involved, and that was part of the problem. They pieced out, warning about the dangers of the arcane. Now, this is a little bit weasel-wordy, where, to a certain extent, you could still, like, argue that this, what we just learned, still fits within that, right? But I would say that the way this is presented very much implies that the regular gods did something to banish, to separate the dark gods, right? So that was like an action that was taken. And then the normal god, the divine gods were still around, but then separately decided that they had gotten too involved and just left. And I would say that that concept of them leaving implies that they could return without also allowing the dark gods to return. But that is not at all what would be implied by what we just got in terms of the divine gate. It was placed by the gods to seal both them, the betrayer gods, and any entities post-divergence away. So that is what I have theorized might have happened which is that this divine gate was placed up maybe with the purpose of sealing away the betrayer gods, but it also had the effect of separating the divine gods from the rest of the material plane. It was not like it was their choice, but it was not like them leaving was a separate event. It was all this one institution of the divine gate, which is now keeping all of them out. And I also do think it is notable that it is the gods, the betrayer gods, and any entities. Any entities? Probably not any entities. Obviously humanity, I would say, is an entity. A human is an entity, but, that. So they must be talking about, elevated entities, maybe? What I might refer to as people of power, and furthermore, entities of power. Or possibly demigods. So, someone like Vecna or Artagan. This fits with what I have been theorizing, which is that Artagan, even though I don't think he is maybe on the level of like one of the major deities, on the level of say, the Raven Queen, he seems to have some level of demigod-esque power, and it seems very plausible that Artagan is the sort of entity that Matt is referring to here, and that could be why Artagan is so interested in the Threshold Crests, because the Threshold Crests are able to transport the city of Singorn back and forth. Maybe they could do the same to him. They've clearly got a way to bypass the divine gate somehow for tons and tons of people. So maybe they could bypass it for him as well. So this is all kind of tracking to me. Yeah. Lower drop. Oh, man. I don't even know if there's going to be a theory, because this is just kind of in line with how I've theorized the divine gate to work. We're kind of just in what I've already theorized. I think I'm just good. I think this is just another piece of evidence that kind of coalesces this all together. The party are small enough to fit through the gaps, so presumably it's a matter of size, though what kind of size is a question. I agree. I think that it's incredibly possible that it's kind of this soul energy sort of conversation. So like a singular soul can kind of slip through the cracks. But, maybe the demigods or the gods have bigger, expanded souls, we might say. And then similarly, Singorn is this big collection of souls, right? It's this big smattering and collection of souls. And so it is also able to pass beyond the divine gate. Although, I will say, we don't have direct evidence that the Feywild is actually on the outside of the divine gate. We're not entirely certain of that. It seems like there are there's one of two explanations. Either the Feywild and the elemental planes, and presumably the Shadowfell if it exists, are all on the inside of the divine gate, which reads as odd to me, but it's possible. Or because there are still these like permanent connections between like the planes or the Feywild, that you don't have to transfer, or like you don't see the divine gate when you're like going between those two things. But I mean, at that point, is that not essentially equivalent to being on the inside of the divine gate at that point, right? So it's possible that this isn't necessarily relevant, or maybe it's working off of the same like core mechanics of like the size of soul, right? Because like Thordak needed to have the portal between the Pyra and the elemental plane of fire widened in order to fit through. You know, arguably, maybe debatably, his soul had been enlarged via the Ember Seed. And so it's possible that maybe they are beyond the divine gate, but the gate in their area is a little bit more patchy. Or again, maybe it's using the same like mechanics that the divine gate uses of like this like size of soul restriction, but it's not actually beyond the divine gate itself. It is not utilizing the divine gate itself. It's using these like permanent passageways. I don't know. But it does seem to be, I fully agree, Seth Theshel, with both the Feywild, and especially with the elemental planes, there does seem to be a size limit. Now, that size limit could be physical. It could be that his body was literally just too big to fit through the portal. Or it might be this more esoteric soul size thing. Who knows? Our tag, yep. How have Singorn passed the divine gate? I feel like I'm missing something. You know, honestly, I might have been wrong. We don't actually have evidence that Singorn has passed through the divine gate. It's gone to the Feywild, which may or may not be beyond the divine gate. And I'm actually, as we're saying it out loud, I'm coming more around on the idea that it's probably not outside of the divine gate. If their power level is under 9,000, they Gucci. I mean, yeah. If it's about a size, it's less a gate and more of a net. Well, I think that's why it's not, number one, I think that's why it's not called a door or a wall. I think the language of gate, to me at least, does imply some semi-permeability, right? I think of like a wrought iron gate or a portcullis or something like that. So I do think there's already an idea of permeability. I would also say, as Jonathan Busby just pointed out, lattice has been frequently used. So right here we see light ahead grows larger and larger, becomes omnipresent, almost in size, a familiar grid of divine fire and light. A grid. And then right here you transition once more through this lattice. So there's absolutely, I think, a sort of net-like implication and quality to the divine gate, that it is a filter of a kind, more than a wall, certainly. It's like a security guard to the material plane. If it senses a god level power level, it becomes a firewall. Yeah, possibly. We didn't get this description before, but Matt has made a point to do this arriving and leaving. So Faye might not be outside. Yeah, it's true. It could be. And I think I've drawn a map or, a diagram somewhat similar to this before. But I mean, it could be this idea of there's, material right here, then like then like Feywild, Shadowfell, I don't know if these two are connected, but then these two are connected. And then we have like, fire, water, earth, air. And these guys are also all still permanently connected. And then out here, we have the Divine Gate. And we have the rest of the Great Wheel planes. So the Hells, the Abyss, all that sort of stuff. This seems incredibly possible. This seems incredibly possible to me. The Feywild is a big question mark on all of this. Because within the cosmology that has been presented to us, we have a direct explanation of when and for what reason the outer planes were formed, right? These are the banishment zones of the betrayer gods. And they are the new homes of the regular gods. And they are the new homes of these seemingly other entities, right? So we have a very clear kind of timeline and rationale for why this happened. We have the Second War happens, Divergence happens. Divergence, all of the outer planes are created, and the Divine Gate is set up. Bing, bang, boom, easy. First War, we have the primordials. We have the chaos of the founding era, right? And we have this idea of separation. We have this idea of battling the primordials and separating off the different chaotic forces from the material plane. Water, earth, air, fire. But it is unclear to me how the Feywild would fit into that. The Feywild, at least to me, doesn't seem, at least obviously to me, to be related to the First War and the creation of the external planes to exile the primordials to. Right? When I think primordial, which is how they've referred to the enemies in the First War, when I think primordial, I'm never thinking Fey. Unless I'm really stretching my imagination. I would honestly probably think Shadowfell before I would even think Fey. Because the Feywild doesn't even have really this association with the light, which you could maybe make the leap that like light and dark are sort of these primordial and elemental concepts, light and dark. But the Feywild isn't even necessarily like associated with that. It's not juxtaposed against the Shadowfell because the Shadowfell is darkness and the Feywild is light. They're juxtaposed against each other in terms of like not even chaos versus order, but like kind of depression versus joy, sorrow maybe we could say versus joy. That is sort of the actual the distinguishment. And those aren't really primordial concepts, at least in the way I would think about them. Now, I say all that. It's possible that they just are in this cosmology. They might just be that. Joy and sorrow and emotion might be primordial forces in the same way as fire, earth, water, air. That could just be the case. And if it is, then hey, howdy doody, more power to them. But I'm at least not getting that from any of the evidence we have so far. But it also leaves this big hanging question mark of when and why was the Feywild created, and was the Shadowfell even created? Does it even exist in this setup? I lean towards the idea that it does exist because Matt has done too much else of the Great Wheel cosmology that I sort of doubt he would leave out the Shadowfell. So I think it exists or did exist or will exist in some capacity. I just don't know what it is yet. And the fact that we don't have evidence of the Shadowfell raises even more questions in my mind about the entire existence of the Feywild and why it exists and how it exists. So that's like the big question mark for me when it comes to like, how has this setting, how has Exandria integrated Great Wheel cosmology? There's this additional construct of the Divine Gate, but nothing to explain the Feywild. Yeah. Interesting. Yu Yu Hakusho has the same concept in regards to a gate between humans and demon worlds. Lower class spirits and demons can cross through, but the net prevents the most powerful from wreaking havoc. Fair enough. Yeah. While it got de-emphasized in 5e, there are the planes of positive and negative energy, which could be correlated to the Feywild Shadowfell. Might be something Matt is drawing on. I could see that. But again, wow, how do they work in? You know, this isn't me, and I, you know, I should be clear. This isn't me raising a question in terms of like, it doesn't make sense. It's me raising the question of, I don't feel like I have enough. And it seems like it's going to be an important question, you know, of how the Feywild and the Shadowfell relate to the material plane, you know? Fine being watching it 2x. What up? I've never thought of the Feywild as a world of joy. In my eyes, it's a Harlequin horror realm. Yeah, it's kind of hard to describe what the Feywild and the Shadowfell are to me. But my sort of read on them is that they are about emotion at the end of the day. And they are about the, like, broadly more positive, and I'm putting heavy air quotes around that, emotions versus the more negative emotions. So I'm juxtaposing, like, mania versus depression or sorrow. And, like, you know, I think they are both lands of extreme, right? Sadness is not a bad emotion. We need sadness. But the Shadowfell elevates sadness to existential lengths. I think of the Feywild as elevating joy or connection, you know, like togetherness, or like, you know, a lot of these things, even contentedness. I think that the Feywild takes all of those concepts and kind of elevates them to the existential level, elevates them to like kind of the 9th degree. But I think they're the ones that are the most up to interpretation on like what they really are. Because I would agree, I don't think of the Feywild as a good place. But I do think of it as like kind of a positive place. It's almost like excess. If, how do I say this without spoilers? I mean, this is just a term. Okay, I'm gonna do jazz hands whenever I'm finished with Stormlight Archives spoilers, because I have a really specific Stormlight Archives reference, but it's from like the 3rd book. So I'm gonna do it once to activate. You know, turn your mute off, and then I'll start. So we're activating now. Mute. the heart of the revel, I picture the Feywild embodying having a very similar embodiment to the heart of the revel in Stormlight Archives. That's how I think about it. So I'm going to activate again. Brrr. All right, we're back. So yeah, not necessarily good, but just kind of positive, which is weird. Yeah. Kiki did commune with nature with the Sun Tree in Ep 35, where she did feel a presence from the plane of shadow. That's right, Mike 30. You're right. I forgot about that. So Shadowfell is around. Yeah. I don't know. So we'll see. But that's kind of what I'm looking out for now, is how does the Feywild fit into this? Because I do think that the Shadowfell is going to be central, or at least things related to it are going to be central to the final arc of the show. And that makes me very interested in how the Feywild fits into things. This is reminding me of Sheogorath's realms in the Oblivion DLC, Mania and Depression. Absolutely. That is a very, very good... That's a very good way to conceptualize at least how I think of Shadowfell versus Feywild is very similar to the Shivering Isles, the two sides of the Shivering Isles, which are Mania and... Is it actually Depression? I think it's Shivering Isles. Is it Depression? I remember it having a different name. It is. I know it's Mania. Sorry, this is just gonna personally bug me. Dementia. But yeah, I definitely think it's like that. Unregulated joy can be destructive. Absolutely, yeah. Dementia, not depression, yeah. But it's a similar kind of area. Anyways, let's get back into it.
Impacting the searing warmth just barely cresting the exterior of your form, leaving no damage to your soul, spirit, or physical body, but just enough to shake you as you pass through one of these small porous holes in the gate itself. Look, glancing over your shoulder, you can see small little sparks that you can see represent your friends who are traveling as well through this planar tunnel. As the lattice of the Divine Gate shifts and darkens behind you, you see a secondary small blue doorway come rocketing towards you all, and suddenly, poof, your feet hit the ground. And as your eyes focus and look around, you are in the late afternoon, standing on the dirt ground, familiar scent of a crisp, end-of-day Whitestone afternoon evening.
Familiar
you guys
blue
are not at Sentry. You are by the southern portion of it, not far from the farmhand who commissioned your portrait, Jameson. But the city is there before you. The streets aren't cluttered with people. But
I don't know who that is. Not you.
Well, the Scanlan portrait. Yes. Sorry, we're still getting over it.
Remember that guy that played your father's whatever. Yeah.
So as you guys all arrive, you touch down, a familiar scent, the smiles comes over you, knowing that you've managed to successfully return to a comfortable homestead. The sky is broken with clouds, but you can still see some of the dark blue behind it starting to turn purples and oranges as the sun, though out of sight, is hitting dusk. A few people look over and glance, and you hear whispers as people begin to recognize your arrival with a flashy spark of light and that slight Terminator-like slow rise from a crouched position as you all pull out of the other side of the portal. Yes.
That's cool. And we're all naked.
Yeah.
And
we're all no.
You're all still closed.
All right. I had this feeling, I felt like we were not going to get here. I felt like we were going to show up somewhere else. I don't know why.
This is a sight better than the Nine Hells.
Oh.
Can we have done that any closer to the razor's edge? I'm just saying.
Penis. Clutch.
I think all things considered that went rather well. Tyrion, are you all right? Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine.
It is very reasonable not to be all right after that. I think I'm going to need a moment to sit down and have a drink.
I pop drink it out and I heal.
Oh.
He comes up.
Hey!
I pull out a bottle of something.
It's good.
It immediately goes from like fierce bear to I'm hurting, help me, mommy. Guard laid down, the bear is just
I've got
rubbing
it level
against
3. I'm going to level 3.
Okay. The armor clinks and
Look at the non-verbal acting. Look at the high shoulders of discomfort, the kind of gripping as Trinket comes out. And Terry going, doesn't have for the person that always has a lot to say when things are going wrong. Maybe you run out occasionally. Do you think he's sad about Dodie? I think so. Yep. It's a little bit difficult to tell with him, but I'm gonna take a guess that he's a little sad about old Dodderson.
Scrapes against you as the bits of fur which are matted with its own blood kind of slowly heal as you touch the soft caress of your fingers across
Oh
the
my
bare fur.
god.
Did you fail like a petting?
3 ones!
Trip ones. Trip ones.
You finish healing Trinket somewhat.
I think I wasn't even supposed to get 3. I'm only supposed to get 2 because it's a level 3.
Oh, still get
Whatever.
two
Do you not have a third level spell left?
No, I do have a 3rd level spell, so it's...
So it's a third
Oh,
level.
yeah, okay, okay.
Yeah, you're fine. So you finish healing, the wounds close somewhat, and Trinket literally goes,
I'm sorry. I feel a little shaken up from that. I'm sorry. But you have some resting,
licks the
you
side
know.
of your cheek, and it's like, There's one like 13-year-old kid off the side that's kind of just watching this whole thing go down and goes, is that your bear?
It is. Why? Do you want to pet him?
No.
Yes, you do. Trinket, go show some love.
Slow.
So, happy love. I mean, ooh.
Don't run. He
friendly
attacks
love.
with his teeth if you run. There, to freeze. Nose up. Let him see your nose
You
head.
see this scrawny boy is like frozen in place and is partially trying to puff his chest, but also you can see him fighting the instinct to just run.
If you hum to him, it soothes him.
This little, this kind of young boy starts humming and it's off key, but Trinket kind of walks up.
No, there it is.
And he watches that moment, the eyes just go open wide and white before at the side of the boy's face.
Good that you hummed. It was really good. It was good humming.
And then Trinket turns around and kind of just shoulder checks him and knocks him onto his ass and walks back to you.
Good nose action.
Yeah.
30 seconds back until Dorian, we're tormenting people.
No,
That's
you
us.
liked it. It was sweet.
The strip has changed us.
Human relations.
I'm not complaining. I very much approve.
It's nice
Feels
not
like
to hear
old us.
screams of torment at all times.
Guys, we have fuck all to do right now. We have nothing to do. What do you want to do?
Well, we've got a robot to reconstruct.
Oh, Terry.
First thing.
Oh.
I will help with that. I've got a
Are you all right?
very large.
I'm fine. You know, we adventurers lose people in battle all the time, right? And we have it's nothing, right? It's totally normal. This happens all the time, right? It's actually quite painful, and the hurt never goes away.
I passed the last of the green tier whiskey. Dodie.
Dotty. DT.
No, thank you. I don't know. I don't feel it would be right to celebrate right now.
How
This
long
is
did
not
you-
celebration.
Yeah, how long did you have, Dirty?
Have you ever lost him before?
No,
Have you lost anyone close to you before?
no, I haven't.
Well, then you should know that that's not celebration.
This is acknowledgement.
That's right. All right.
This is coming to terms.
I'll take a
with a little bit of help.
sip to Doty, my best friend,
Your oldest friend.
my only friend.
Not anymore.
To Dodie.
Your oldest friend, not your only friend.
To the thing.
I don't need to belabor this, but I think this is absolutely the evolution. This is Vox Machina growing as a party in the wake specifically of the Bard's Lament. And not entirely to their credit, but I think that Sam is also playing it much better. Like, I often critiqued Sam when he was Scanlan for not only, not voicing things and like having his character growth and character change be mostly internal until it, very suddenly wasn't. And I think that Terry right now is doing something similar, but Sam Riegel is acting it much, much better. Much immeasurably better. He is making it very clear, like he is drawing a clear distinction between how Terry is reacting to everything that just happened and how the rest of Vox Machina is reacting. But he's not saying, I miss Dodie. right? He is just saying like, no, I'm fine. Like, you know, he's trying to disengage. He is actively trying to do the thing that Scanlan did of not expressing any amount of this character growth. But Sam is much more accurately embodying, I think, how that really presents itself. It is not that the person acts completely normal. It is that they, you know, they have a very complicated reaction that is just very different and from everyone around them, right? Also, we're going to ads in a minute. And then, to the rest of Vox Machina's credits, both players and characters, they directly engage with him about it. They do not let him go on thinking that they don't care. Or, as Keyleth directly just said, that they don't, at the very least, acknowledge what happened to him. Right? And it's a it's a nice little touch. It's a nice little touch. That's all I'll say. It's not, you know, it's nothing crazy, but I do think it is directly resultant from the events of the Bard's Lament. And I think both sides. What's up? Hello, we're back. And let's actually watch some CR. Only like 2 hours in.
When you're ready, we'll fix one up and...
It won't be the same. I mean, I know it sounds silly, but I created him, and he's just mechanical, but I feel like he understood me better than anyone else.
No, that's
Well, he
not crazy.
listened probably better than anyone else.
But I could tell by his eyes that he sort of got it. He understood. Maybe I was just projecting. I don't know.
Even if you were, it's...
I suppose I could build another. It just won't feel the same.
How else will you chronicle Doty's adventures if not with a new chronicler?
You're right.
Exactly. Doty will live on in your stories.
And we'll fill in everything that's been missed.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Yes, I should. With some resources and some time and a little help, maybe I can build a new Dodie.
Only when you're ready, dear.
We definitely have resources, time, and help.
And also, we don't need to have a party or anything, but 3 cheers to you. You just survived hell and back.
Yes, I did, didn't I?
Was that on your list?
Hell was not, but a revenge plot was.
Oh.
And
Nice.
this was revenge, so I think we can tick that off.
How does it feel being such a accomplished adventurer now?
Well, I've been giving that a lot of thought, actually. In fact, if you will humor me, can I read you all something?
Yes, Percy, pass the bottle.
Drag the last of all the bottles out. It's time.
If we're honoring Doty, I'd love to read to you the last thing that he wrote, well, transcribed, before we went into the hells.
I'm really excited to hear it.
That'd be beautiful.
As sort of a memorial to him. This is the last page before. Doty, take this down. He always writes everything. So, as I, Tyrion Darrington, embark on a mission into the very depths of hell, I do so with no fear or hesitation. Though this undertaking is fraught with peril, I have a secret weapon that no inferno, monster, or hellhound can defeat. I am flanked by the ferocious band of mercenaries known as Vox Machina. In the days since meeting this ragtag company, our relationship has blossomed. At first, I was viewed as a suspicious outsider, then as a gallant and trusted colleague, and now, having proven my mettle, accepted as a lifelong brother and full-fledged teammate. No matter what we face in the abyss, my comrades would risk their lives for me, kill for me, and I'm 100% sure each would gladly give his or her life to save mine. Loyalty like that, you can't put a price on it. But if I had to, I'd say their friendship is worth about 210,000 gold, which, even to me, is a relatively large amount of money. Their faith emboldens me. Their faith emboldens me.
This is out of character.
But it's more than that. I've started to wonder, if I have so easily won the confidence of these battle-hardened titans, perhaps I am even more venerable, more impressive than I ever knew. Perhaps after this mission, I should return home, newly confident, to confront my father once and for all. Maybe the time has come to complete my journey here and show my family that I am indeed worthy to carry the Darrington name. But first, revenge. Soon we will venture to where nightmares are born, and it's going to be fun, fun, fun. That's all for now, Doty. As always, correct my grammatical errors before you rest, and go fetch my sleep mask and nightshirt. And then we went to hell.
That was beautiful. That was.
Eloquent, very eloquent.
He was a special robot, and
Yes.
he was there for me in all of my darkest times and lightest times. And now that he's not there anymore, I should feel very lonely, but I don't, because I am surrounded by people who truly respect me for who I am. And I know that in that last night before we went to the hells, I wrote that I was ready, finally, to go back and confront my father. But now, in the absence of Doty, I've decided to put that aside and stay with you all. Yes, I feel my place is here with you, my rightful place. I won't have access to as much money, but everything else about me will stay the same. And I know that you are all happy that I've made this decision to stay with you as a now poor adventurer. So maybe this is worth celebrating, I don't know. Should we go have a drink at a pub or something?
Yes, we should.
Yeah, definitely.
I have a question. What is a sleep mask?
I don't like seeing lights at night, it sort of wakes me out of my dream state, so...
Does it go over your whole head?
Just my eyes and nose, just the top of the nose.
Just the smallest of questions, though.
Yes.
The amount that you just wrote down with Doty there, would we be seeing that before you cut off time?
I don't think we should venture up there right now.
Right. Yeah.
We have adventuring to do, don't we? Things to help rebuild and...
We
We may be taking a bit of a break.
A funny moment in time when you met us, Tyrion.
Yes?
We had a bit of a list. We've had a couple lists. And we've checked an awful lot off of them. And we're real tired. We're thinking of taking it easy for a bit.
Wouldn't it be fun, though, to just, set up shop here and hang out and...
Tinker, design...
You could repair things for small change on
Yeah,
the side.
yeah, that's how you can make some money. Maybe tinker for a living.
Sure. Would I charge... I mean, I haven't tinkered for money before. Do you get, what, 2,000-3,000 gold per
Year,
little-
yes, it's
Per year?
With tinkering,
Yeah, thereabouts.
I don't actually. To be fair, I don't actually know what tinkering pays.
Is there anything that pays much, much more than that?
Being a hero and adventuring, or being
Alright.
born into
A lot of money.
A lot of money.
But you know what? I'm ready to set aside money for now.
Right.
And
Oh,
just
yeah.
live my life and be my own man. Because when I do eventually go back home, I don't want to seem like I'm trying to prove something to him. I just want to be my own man.
Yeah.
Right? And have him accept me for that, like you all have.
Well,
I know there's a lot of
yes.
money in being a man whore.
A man whore?
Yeah. Sell your body,
Yeah.
Put that hair to good use.
That is true,
Start
Terry.
making some coin.
You are a pretty boy.
My hair.
you don't actually have to listen to a man who needed an eye mask explained to him. But
Who will brush my hair at night?
Well, that's
you
that's
know,
a
You
conundrum.
can make a new doty to maybe a smaller doty just to
Yes,
brush
I
out.
will.
Plus,
Will you help me?
Yes, of course.
You know, if you're wanting to become a more independent and
Yes, yes, I am.
and solitary man, then maybe you learn how to brush your own hair.
As always, wise words, Keith.
Thank you.
Health has done something to you.
Also, we feel very badly about Doty, obviously, and I hope that you can build a replacement. But in all the years that you were with him, did you never have? I mean, did you ever have a sweetheart or an acquaintance even?
Nothing to speak of.
I mean, if you can push yourself to go to the nine hells, you can go out to a tavern with us and
right, good.
meet people.
Get a little funsy action there.
Yes.
Are you talking about intercourse?
Well, at the very least, we're talking about advanced flirting. At the very least.
That's good.
And Vax over here is a great wingman.
All right.
Get it?
I
For you.
I could try that out. Sure, yeah, that's a great idea. Yes.
Try that out.
Thank you.
Feel my demonic possession coming back.
Do you? This is forward. Do you go rogue or ranger or taco or a hot dog or?
I do not understand what you are saying.
I suppose there's liquor we could find out. This is all sort of the trial.
Rogue or ranger?
We know what we're gonna find out, right? Let's just roll the dice and see where they fall.
All right.
Slang, buddy. You gotta learn some slang.
All right. All right.
But
Yes, let's
seriously
go.
though, but the money situation though, like really, like
It's-
you are
it's-
paying.
it's okay.
No, but you know, you always said you pay your debts and all that, but like so you have some. So I just wanted to make sure that that's actually
Maybe
happening.
we could get to that tomorrow.
No, because I feel really bad for you. I
More
feel
of a
bad
scout
about everything.
rogue
And I'm really
myself,
happy for you for being your own man and all of that. I
No,
just
it's
want to make
fine.
sure
I
that.
could probably figure out how much I currently have. It's just Doty used to keep track of that for me.
Oh,
and
did you? I can keep track of it for you, gladly.
Can I insight him to see if this is bullshit
Sure.
or like legitimate tears?
I have a question.
I'm out of luck too.
That's so
Do I have
exciting.
to roll against it?
Oh, it's terrible.
This is worse.
No, there's no.
Doubtful. What did
This
you
is
get?
3.
5.
What are we rolling?
Wait, what did you add? What did you add to it?
Persuasion if you're honest, deception if you're not. Don't tell me which one it is.
Oh,
But then tell the number.
Oh, 5.
5 and 5. What does that mean?
5 and 5, he meets the DC, so tell him.
I have 34,000 gold pieces.
I thought you said you had a lot of money.
She said out of accent, appalled.
Where's my money?
She's so incensed she
Vax,
dropped
so
accent.
Vax, you get the essence. Yeah, here's how it works. In character, Vax, you get the sense that
Wait. Vex or Vax?
No, Vax, 'cause you're the one who read this. As all this is happening, you get the sense that maybe he's not currently worth as much as he leads on.
I was also curious if the tears felt like crocodile tears or.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just at that last moment?
Yeah, were you really like?
I just didn't want to tell her how much money I had.
Right.
But
So it's
before, I'm
bullshit.
genuinely sad about Doty.
But in this moment, a little bullshitty.
This
Just
one, a little bit bullshitty, I think.
Yes.
I didn't read any of that.
We don't need to. We can talk about this tomorrow. Let's just go get him drunk. He'll probably tell you if he's drunk. I'm sorry, you're right in front of me. Let's go have a drink.
Are we still in the middle of farmlands?
You
Or
guys are in the street, so
walking?
you're slowly walking through the streets of Whitestone.
Okay.
If you're looking for a
Only
pub, they go to the one you usually go to, is the Tipsy
34,000.
Quorum. If that's what you're going to go
What's
drink.
my favorite?
I always forget the name.
Old Faithful.
It's the best bars where you always forget the name, isn't it?
On the way, because it's on kind of the more northern side, northeastern side of Whitestone, you do see there's a crowd of people. It looks to be a caravan is being packed up. There are a number of carts and horses, and things are being loaded up for what looks to be some sort of a fairly large travel pack of people. You do hear the laughter of children coming from the right of you, and then pushing through the crowd, you see Odessa, Ilya, and Gren Paldore, children, go running past as they're being chased by two Asimar boys, blue skin, running past them, and they're kind of giving a sort of a joking chase tickle, and all of a sudden the kid turns around with a stick, and he stops and puts his hands up, and they all look over and see you guys, and immediately get kind of sheepish, put their hands to the side. You see Kor kind of nods, and he nods, and the kids go running off again, not really paying attention to you guys. And
We'll
they
go
kind
get him.
of, they both kind of continue off after the kids, just as Salda Taldore walks up from between some of the pale guard that are currently helping load things onto these carts, and she sees you all and comes forward. Oh my goodness, it's so great to see you all safe and sound. And the last few times you've seen her, she's looked a little frazzled, but still with what remains of her formal attire, which she had on her after the attack on Tal'Dorei. Right now, she's dressed very simply. You wouldn't be able to tell her from most of the regular casual farm folk. You know, you would have no instinct of the noble lifestyle that she comes from, and it suits her well. She smiles and kind of greets and gives a respectful bow. We're heading back to Iman.
They'll be happy to have you.
It's been a while, and now that things have calmed down, and from what we've heard, that you've all saved the city, I guess. I'm going to bring the children back to their home. We're going to be taking the Parchwood Way to the Silvercut Roadway, and we have guardians. We have people that we've hired or have agreed to come along and keep us safe.
Salda, are you sure you want to go back to Amon? Are you like originally from somewhere else? Maybe you can like go and stay with family that's directly related to you. It's just that post-regime change, fresh democracies, being heavily influenced by the criminal element and large civilian stakeholders within the new government, they just don't tend to be kind to former monarchs. And you happen to have gotten possessed twice. I don't know. I get it. And probably nothing's gonna happen. But, she knows it's unstable and wants to do a power grab. She doesn't give me the scheming type. She gives me... Although maybe she is scheming. She could be trying to do a power grab. I could see it. Yeah. The spouses of rulers are always treated with respect after the government's overthrown. You're so right. You're so right. You know, the one saving grace is that this was not a popular rebellion. This was an invasion that a civilian faction then rebuffed. So there's not as much direct animosity towards the former monarchy. But, still, man, I don't know, Salda. It seems a little risky. This is true. This is true.
To the boys, as if you hadn't noticed. If it's all right, we're thinking of bringing them with us.
That's wonderful.
Quite gracious. Well, we have the Alabaster Lyceum. Once done running again, of course, and I know the headmaster there. We can provide a good education for the boys, which, upon talking with them, I think they're both in dire need of.
Yes. Do you need any help with that? I feel a bit of responsibility for them.
Oh, really, it's fine. You guys have done enough anyway, and to be honest, I believe your sister needs your help here more than we could on the journey there.
The kids holding up okay?
Yeah, we've done as best as we could to shield them from the brunt of the past few months. But things are cheerier here. Definitely, and I think they've taken that upon themselves as well, so.
Just be prepared. The Amon you left isn't necessarily the Amon you'll be returning to. It's getting better, but it's time.
I can assure you that my memory of the place, at least the moments before we left, couldn't be any more dire than we could return to. Any semblance of calm at our home is welcome. But I'm just gonna glance over. I think Odessa has a crush on Hunan. I don't want to break her heart by keeping them too far away, so that's...
Cool, Mom.
Anyway, I think we're preparing to set out first thing in the morning, and I just want to say thank you for everything.
Anytime. Sorry we couldn't do more.
You've done plenty. And I do hope to see you if you decide to still be a part of the council, satellite or not.
Grayskull is still there.
Well, I mean, the children shouldn't be too far then. Anyway, I should go catch up to them. It's good to see you all.
It's good to see you.
She kind of glances over at you with a curious look.
Good day.
Good day.
He's new, but he's proving himself quite well.
He's fine.
I just lost my best friend.
Oh, God.
Oh, he's fine.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible. I understand the difficulty of loss. Believe you me.
Does it get better?
It does. With people like this around you. People like them around me. It does.
Thank you, kind stranger.
You as well, kind stranger. She continues walking on, catches up with the kids.
She seems neat.
She's, yes, neat. Neat would be the word I would. She does all right.
It was the most awkward post-conversation
Yeah.
Well-
I might have ever
Yeah,
had.
it's pretty awkward.
There's a pub over there.
Let's go get him laid.
Do I see a soldier of any kind?
Oh yeah, there's a number of Pale Guard that have been assigned to this caravan that are helping put things onto the various carts.
I'm just tapping one. It says, when you're done, please let the palace know that we have returned.
Oh, yeah, yes, of course, sir. It'll be done.
We've returned for good for a while, so no immediate threat anymore.
Good, I will do this. I will do this immediately.
We'll be in the pub.
Right. And he finishes putting one of Q's last bags up and then starts making his way towards Castle Whitestone. You guys continue your foot journey over to the tavern.
I get on my broom and continue the journey.
Get a little too much of Percy's hooch. What's the matter?
As you guys start making your way towards the tavern, you hear a series of heavy metallic footfalls behind you with accelerated pace, quickening. And you glance over your shoulder, and rushing from the caravan, apparently in the process of helping it being set up and part of the party that brought, or is spearheading the organization of this caravan, you see a small gnomish cleric in plate armor. Rushing by.
Just small thing. I don't really even have too much to speculate about. Is Whitestone City Guard? Okay, I wanted to ask, because I was like, I don't really have a lot of speculation on it, but I didn't recognize it. The Pale Guard or Whitestone. Okay. Chat indicates Whitestone. It was one of those things that I felt, it was innocuous enough that I felt like I might have just kind of breezed past it in the past, but okay. Pale Guard, got it. Seemingly first mentioned in 78. Gotcha. Okay.
This is in character, by the way.
Oh, hi. Oh, just so terrible. Hello, everybody. Hi.
So, Pike, having come along, as you've been helping out with the reconstruction effort in Iman, and was notified that some of the remaining royals of the family of the sovereign were going to make their way towards Iman, the least you could do was be a part of that. So you ushered a number of the travel carts that were intended for this part of this caravan, since Whitestone had to maintain most of their hardware within the city to remain functional. And you just arrived in the city a few days ago, and as you've been helping these people prepare and organize the whole endeavor, you just watch Vox Machina, your family walk by and start making their way towards one of the taverns just as the sun's setting, and you rush up to catch up to them.
Hi.
Interesting. I am suspicious of this caravan. Not for any real reason other than, like, plot hook pacing instincts. Where, like, we were talking about it before before it started, of, like, at this point, it feels like they have nothing on the docket. Fair enough. And so whatever they go after is probably going to have to be directly presented by Matt. And I made a comment that it would be cool if it could either be from, or I will now say, potentially even focused around Pike. And I was expecting Pike to be there and for Pike to say something to the effect of, oh man, the orb in the basement is getting all wiggly. Or something like that. Or like, I had a vision that I want to tell you guys about. And maybe she still will. But it also seems either the caravan is a delaying tactic. So you use the caravan as a way to show movement within the world and to delay until Ashley Johnson, real life person, can get there to play Pike. And then Pike can then drop your plot hook. Or the caravan is the plot hook. At which point I'm suspicious of the caravan. Very well could have been vamping. It could have been. There's a very, nothing's going on with the caravan explanation for this. And if it was vamping, it was solid vamping. Like, I'm not, no critique or complaints here. But we're We're gonna see. We're gonna see.
Hey, you're just gonna walk by? We didn't even see you. Oh, hi. Oh, hey.
Look who it is!
Hi, hello, Terry.
Hello, Pike.
Hello.
We're so
Hello.
sorry. We know you really wanted to go to the hells with us, but we couldn't wait, so we had to go. I'm so sorry.
Awful. You would not
I
have liked
imagine
it.
it's awful, and I just think I was a little nervous about going there because I don't know how that would affect me.
That seems like a
Just selfishly
justification.
speaking,
Sure.
I feel like maybe it wouldn't have been good.
Like
It's
what,
probably-
you would have gone Dark Pike or something?
evil?
Maybe I feel like it would have affected me in certain ways, or I just don't know.
It was very
That's not a
hot.
risk we want to take.
No, it's probably safe that I did
That's
it.
true. You would have been really hot in your armor.
It made my cheeks really red.
We may have
You
eaten
look
some
a little bit of
souls.
a glow.
Really?
Percy, you ate a soul?
Well,
what did it
do that.
taste
It's
like?
like-
Percy signed a contract with the devil!
Well, I may have signed a
Percy.
contract with the devil.
Oh,
What do you mean?
Well, we were in hell. It
just happened.
When hell?
bad.
You go to a casino in Marquette, you gamble.
I'm never going to.
You go to hell, you sign a
Sign a
contract.
contract with the devil. I'm never going to do anything with it.
What is it?
It's honestly, it was mostly just to take care of our little problem, and in return, if I have the option of
Selling a soul.
selling my soul for power that I don't really need because I have everything I need right
Did
here.
we even tell her why we went to hell?
She knows why we were
I
there.
know why.
Oh, hey.
And I think word on the street is that you completed that mission.
We did.
Yes.
We did.
Word on the street.
We went kitten smushing.
Jesus Christ.
I just heard on the street from that guy. He just told me
Man.
Shut
what
up.
happened was crazy.
We're about to go get some alcohol. Do you want to join us?
Perfect timing. Perfect timing. If you guys don't mind, just pick up the rest of the carts and all of it. I haven't seen them in so long.
All the cards.
She's being
Of course.
commandeered.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. We'll continue. You've done
Important
your work for
business
the day.
of state.
So much stuff to do
Yeah.
and discuss.
It's really important.
Yeah, good.
You get the sense from the guard that he probably wasn't introduced to you before, doesn't know who you are, and figured a gnome probably wouldn't be very helpful putting things into a cart very high up. So a slight hint of like racism you might have gotten from the undertone of his statement. You're like, whatever, it's fine.
Whatever. He was just a little bit rude to me, so I actually don't really mind. It's fine. Don't be mad.
Point him out, he doesn't need his ears anymore.
He's
I
just
just
set
felt
in
like
his ways.
he just wasn't very appreciative, and I was working very hard.
You probably were. I see sweat.
I didn't. I mean, you know how strong I am.
You're really strong.
When I make up for what I lack in height, I make up for in strength.
That's right.
Yeah.
You could beat me in an arm wrestling match.
Show us the guns.
Those are pythons.
Let's go drink.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Harry lost his best friend. The big creepy
Who was
robot
your
that drew us.
Oh
Yeah.
no, Terry.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. But these fellows have told me that they're going to take my mind off it with some flirting tonight.
Yeah. With some flirting.
Yes, yes.
Ooh. Flirting can take your mind off lots of things.
That's so true.
Do you have someone in mind that you're gonna flirt with?
I don't know.
Yes, what's his or her name?
I assume you're going to introduce me to someone?
Yeah, we can find somebody good.
In case the landscape.
Super good.
Will you tell us?
Wait, do we know people other than ourselves?
We do know lots of people.
We know Gilmore.
Anyone-
He flirts really good.
Oh, yeah, we know
Anyone
Gilmore.
anyone you point out to me,
Such a
I'm pretty
D&D
sure
character.
I can woo.
Holy shit.
Line.
So,
Let's put your best foot forward. Like, what should we be looking for?
someone attractive,
Yes.
Right.
someone who can have an intellectual conversation.
Let's just talk aesthetics because once you get into it, then you get to know the person.
Yeah, what's your type?
This person, what does this person look like? Does this person
Tall,
Tall.
strong,
Okay. Yeah.
fair-skinned.
Okay.
Basically, grog
That's about it.
Yeah. Do you want grog?
Oh heavens, no.
What do you mean, no?
That is a lot of.
I mean, you're perfectly attractive to some people, I'm sure, but you're just not my type, I suppose.
Too muscly, too bold.
No counting for taste.
Too much body odor. Which one?
All of those
Got
things.
it.
Yes.
right.
I do
So
have a
someone
lot
more
of
like
those.
Keyleth would be along. Someone lithe and sculpted.
I should be so lucky to have a mate as capable as
Oh,
Keyleth.
that was really
That was
uncomfortable.
an interesting word. Yeah, that just
Yeah,
brought the whole thing.
you're knocking this flirting thing right out of the park.
You know
Don't
what?
worry, I can hold my own.
Best to just like throw him to the wolves. Let's just get
I'll be
after him.
fine.
And maybe just
Not
don't
literal
go
wolves.
right to mate. You know, like you're my mate right from the get-go. 'cause
Yeah.
that might
Or I
freak
want to
somebody out.
mate with you. That's probably bad as well.
Just don't use the word mate. Not even in like a buddy sense.
Or like, well, yeah, you're my mate.
You're my mate.
That's
Mate.
okay. That's all
I'm
right.
feeling confident. Remember, I'm a Darrington. I can walk into any establishment and find a young lass who has heard of me and take her home for the night.
Well,
Got
there
it.
it is. That's what
All
we're
right,
I
cool.
felt pretty good on
That's
that
good.
one.
That was good. Yeah.
Hard cut.
Can we do that? Is that what you're gonna do?
Dungeons and Dragons, man.
Rejection. Hi, I'm
Best montage ever.
Roll for montage.
Yep.
Roll for montage.
As you guys make your way into the tipsy quorum, the warm interior, Comfortable to you guys. You recall most of it, as most of your time spent there has been in various states of intoxication. There's a beautiful hearth on the north end of the complex. I say complex because it's a series of rooms. There's the main tavern area where most of the drinking happens. There's a small eating area that's kind of separate to that, so they keep the localized tavern central area on its own. There's a kitchen, an open kitchen, so all like the smoke and the food smell comes just barreling through. It's pretty sparse, namely because a lot of the people are in the process of helping with the tavern, or they just haven't quite hit that point in the evening. Dusk is when people start finishing their work for the day, and they usually come in the next couple hours or so. But you do see a couple of the Pelguard are currently just taking a break. There's a handful of farmhands that are just in there finishing a small breakfast and having some drinks. There's the bartender and a few bar handlers, barmaid, just waiting for customers to come in. And as you enter immediately, she's like goes from leaning to the back wall. Oh, ha, sorry. And just kind of comes up and sort of shows you guys to any table you like.
What does she look like?
She looks late 40s, probably had a few kids. She's not unattractive. She's not, going to be blowing anyone's mind per se, but she's, she's a working woman. She's confident, it seems, and she knows her job. She's a lady.
Do you have food and drink in this establishment?
She's a female.
We got both.
Do you have turkey legs?
Halfway there already.
Turkey legs.
Turkey legs.
We got the best turkey legs in White Street.
Oh!
Shit, the gauntlet has been thrown down. I need 2 turkey legs for each one of these beautiful people here.
We really do. That's
Yay,
Coming
commands
right up.
still
And
work.
puts you on the
Let's
nose and
go.
turns around and walks away back towards the kitchen area.
Boop you on the
Put me on
nose.
the fucking nose.
Man, though, I want to be at Ren Fair right
I
now.
know.
Just put 1 grog, 0 for Terry, because that's happening later.
And her.
I'm just saying,
You got boobs.
you gotta start claiming them now, because once Grog starts putting the vibe out, they just come running.
I have an idea.
All right.
What if we have a contest?
Oh no.
Great.
Whoever takes her home,
Oh,
or
no.
just... I don't like having a woman be a part of a contest.
No. Let's follow this thread.
I'm not trying to...
Tell us more, Holy.
I'm not trying
Tell us
to
more.
do,
Moral compass.
moral compass.
She's an imaginary woman on graphic. Go for it.
Spend the evening with.
I will...
Spend the evening.
It's still the same thing.
No. Just say it could
Maybe
be
I've
talking.
become
It could be
terrible.
What about win the affections of?
Win the affections of.
Kiss from.
of that young
Who
lady.
she likes better?
Maybe we need just all new
Yeah.
stipulations, like
All right.
whoever chugs
I like
a
this.
pint the quickest.
No. I like
Okay.
this.
Who she likes better and pickles the judge? That's easy to do.
All right.
And then if she rejects
But
both
let's
of them,
make
we all
this.
win.
Let's make this interesting.
Yeah, that seems hyper subjective based on someone's internal monologue that we can definitely not hear.
Hold on. Piques Terry's interest
Yes.
over there.
No. I like this.
Yeah.
If she prefers me,
Okay.
I'll have that magical cup of yours.
My magic what?
Your magical cup that makes liquids.
Terrytown, be careful.
Oh, the jug.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh, whoa, shit got real.
And if she prefers you over me,
You pay your debt to us.
you can have my rod.
How about
Can I be in this contest?
Yes.
the jug for that fancy fishing lure of a helmet you got?
Why would you want to hide your beautiful head?
I know, it's just shiny.
This is
He likes buckets.
my rod can become anything, you understand.
So can mine, baby.
You broke yourself!
Dragon killer, debt eraser, takes all shapes and forms.
The helmet is worth more than you will ever see in your life. I don't think that's a fair wager
Fair
against
enough.
your
The jug for the rod.
The jug for the rod.
Yeah.
Jugs and rods.
Yep.
Hail the golden time.
All right, big boy.
Yep.
You swing first.
All right.
It is the
I'm waiting on my
title.
turkey legs. Just watch and learn.
So, in the meantime, you guys come to the bartender. A few drinks are brought by.
Okay, so we appear to be pretty firmly into the tavern scene. So I'm just gonna put it out there. I don't have a whole lot to say about the tavern scenes generally. So if this is one of your first times watching Critical Eyes, maybe go to the beginning of the stream where we were having a really good conversation, or last stream we had a lot of really good conversations. I don't know that I'll have a ton to say about this, but maybe I will. So we're still gonna be watching it. But thanks for stopping it.
The woman comes up again and lays out tankards and glasses, whatever's available. They don't. It's not a very fine establishment. It's whatever's functional. So some of them are more like clay-based mugs. Some are metal. What's up?
Oh, I said it's perfect for us.
Yeah, it works out great for you guys. It's a motley of various containers, but all the drinks are scattered across the table. All right, your turkey leg should be ready in the next Whenever they're ready, I guess.
Oh, you are too kind. And a beauty to boot. By the way, do you happen to have... We've just come back from a very intense battle. Do you happen to have a needle and thread?
Why, whatever for?
My darling, it's because I'm so ripped.
Wow.
She can't stop the smile. Like a grin across Scott's face. She goes,
I feel like us at the table should actually get to rate the come-ons. Like, the females should
I'll
get
see
to rate
what I can
these.
do.
All right.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
No,
Beware, this is a
no
no-wing zone. No. Don't get too
Wait, you're
close.
jumping into this?
Oh, I'm not getting in
steps
on
off.
this. I want to
She
rate.
turns around and heads back
yeah,
to the
on
kitchen.
rating. 50 gold says she hates all of them.
I technically can't bet because I do actually know everyone. Like,
Oh,
enough
here.
to.
Right. To
I
know.
have a little more inside knowledge than one should.
Is she gonna hate all of them?
God, I hope so.
About 15 minutes go by, you guys having a conversation, you're catching Pike up with what you guys have been doing in the city of Dis and all the chaos.
Yeah, I mean, this is very, it's, like says there, sometimes CR can get a bit horny, and this is like, where was it about? This is the classic home D&D game. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't have a whole lot to, add to it other than, I guess make sure everyone's comfortable and having fun. But I think they are. So yeah, and if they weren't, I would not be able to tell because I don't know them. At least to that level and with this sort of, relatively low stakes type of shit. So
In the middle of telling an incredible story about how you ran into Tova, right as you get to that point, all of a sudden plates hit the table and you can see these beautiful turkey legs fresh out of the oven. They're still kind of sizzling on the outside. She goes, careful now, they're hot. Do you know the drink? Anyone else?
Yep, I'd need another drink, don't you?
You don't even need to ask that again the whole night. Just keep it happening.
Excuse
Good
me,
enough.
madam, if I may. Hi. My name's Terry Darrington.
Hi, Terry.
It's lovely to meet you. I'm ashamed of something, and I wanted to tell you about it. My friend over there, the big one, pointed you out to me and said, look at that beautiful girl across the room. And I'm ashamed that...
yeah, and I guess to be clear, one man's cringe is another man's treasure. I don't know. Yeah. I am I guess I was about to say famously, not so famously, I suppose, but I am asexual. So it's not really my thing. And no one at my tables ever did it. But also, it's a very different strokes for different folks sort of thing. And I think if it, I am very much on the side of kill the part of you that cringes. So if it's like, even if it is cringe or it's weird to certain people, if it's funny to you, fucking lean into it. Hell yeah. I am very, very against and I don't think that anyone in chat was doing this, to be clear. I don't think anyone was doing this, but I am against being like, hey, X is cringe and that's like a bad thing. That's like a reason not to try stuff or not to like, be silly and have fun. I'm cringe all the time. So so when I, see this, I'm like, it's like a little cringe to me, but that is not any sort of reason to not do it. That is my own personal way of like, I imagine myself doing it and I wouldn't do it. But I think people absolutely should have fun with it if they have fun with it, Crusher. That's like my only consistent line as a GM. Others are campaign specific. I don't judge people who like it, but if you want to flirt at the table, I'm not the right GM for you. Yeah, it's just, it's not my take. I think he's just trying to have Terry come off as really bad and horrible at this. Yeah, and I'm not trying to argue or disagree with you, Cheesy Taco. I think you're correct. It is very much like, this gets in very much like table specific stuff, even when we look at, entertainment. It is, I think, very table dependent, because I know plenty of people that I think would think this is hilarious. And they are also like all obviously blowing off steam. They just got back from the Hell's Ark, so I don't blame it's like placement within the narrative either. It's just not for me. And I mean, in general, the bar scenes aren't for me, regardless of what they're centered around. I know some of the people in here that are like, this is a little weird, but they like the other bar scenes. And to me, this is basically just one of the bar scenes, which I'm not particularly into, but plenty of people have very reasonably argued for why the bar scenes are like additive to the experience. And, that's totally down with them. Yeah. Works okay at the table, and I hope people don't come away thinking is normal. This is certainly one of the things where it's kind of like it's very table dependent, and I think you definitely have to be explicit maybe with this sort of stuff, of like, hey, are you guys like cool if we do like a flirting competition? Like, you go into it, and maybe if you're at a table with people that you don't know super well, but I mean, they're all pretty good friends, but if you don't know super well, it's like, hey, like, is anyone not cool with this? Like, before you go into it as the GM especially, or any of the other players. But they know themselves and each other well enough that I kind of assume that they're all down. And maybe that's not the case, but I don't think I'll be able to tell from the outside, even if it isn't. They can be boring, yeah. Most of the time in the tavern scenes, I'm just like, man, I wish we had moved on by now. Not because of anything that's happening, but more because of what's not happening, But yeah. Even if it's a totally different vibe. A part of, if not good friends. Yeah, and yeah, the level, like I was saying, of like, they know each other really well. It's a very different situation with people you don't know as well. But yeah, it's not even that complicated of a table convo. It's just like, hey, we cool.
He had that moment of seeing you before I did. For knowing that he got to experience that beauty for a moment longer than I.
And there's absolutely a layer of the performance here. Like, obviously they're doing it for each other to an extent and to make each other laugh. But there's also an amount of like comedic performance of, this is a plot beat in like every other Vince Vaughn movie. So there's certainly a layer to this of regardless of even what they're doing for each other, this is a thing that like works in entertainment, and I'm not gonna blame them for engaging within that.
Why, it's almost enough to make me cry. I've read many books, but your hair could fill a novel with its beauty. Your eyes are sonnets, your nose and mouth epic poems, and almost any feature of you could be enough to live a life on. But I'm afraid it's your neck that got me. The subtle curve, the way it meets your chest just so. It's like a wave crashing on a beach, at the same time ferocious and peaceful. I want to go to that beach. I want to swim in that tide. I want to dip my toes in that water and experience it for myself.
This is legit the twins over here.
Yeah.
There's definitely a long pause.
Wow. And she reaches over and grabs your mug and slides it away. So I think we're cutting him off.
Man, well, I think that's a good idea. Would you like to take a load off? Join us for a bit. I'm sure your legs are super tired.
About 30 minutes or so before the rest of this place fills up with folks far less interested in the news, so unfortunately, I gotta be ready for the rush. Your words are sweet and
Bro, yeah, this is like the beginning of Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, where it's like, you got every question wrong on a true-false quiz. The only way to get every answer wrong is to know the right answers. This is almost like that, but for flirting.
But I think I may be a little old for you, Sonny. Slides the drink back.
She got some experience.
Man, I can just picture the spot in my bag of holding that rod is going to go into.
I don't think that's a clear win.
Yeah,
That's not clear.
You might as well just pack it up right now.
No, right now it's even keel. I feel.
I mean, we decided
The night is young.
Likes better.
What?
That's okay.
I mean, if you're pursuing like a
Better is
flowery
not at
lady
all.
who's never met a real man in her life, then
I've
maybe all this
read
flowery
that was a
work
chapter from a book I read. I just recited it back to her. I assumed it would work because it was a romantic novel. That's all.
Grog was basically an asshole, and he still did better than you.
Basically.
Don't women like that sort of a thing?
What, assholes?
No, flowery language and stuff.
I'll give you a layup. All right, you go up and just repeat after me. You just say, "I want to be on you."
So that same one or a different one?
Yeah. You just got to be blunt, right? You went the real flowery, like exotic way. Now just baseline it, right?
Yes.
You got to get like the dial tone delivery.
All right.
I want to be on
As you guys are having this conversation, she comes up again and begins filling drinks.
Oh, there was one more thing
So,
I wanted to say to you.
She immediately sets the glass down and goes,
I'm sorry, I was taken before.
Just right out.
I want to be on you.
No.
I want to be on you so bad.
No.
persuasion check.
This is gonna work. That is so much better.
26.
Okay, so she laughs. She goes, honey, I give you points for boldness.
Points?
Just points. She grabs the bottle, finishes pouring the drinks, and just turns around and leaves.
You're some kind of a genius. How did you do that?
I feel the wrong lesson was learned here. I just think we need to reel this all back a bit.
Oh, I forgot we were trying to get you laid. Oh, it's a competition. Right. Sorry.
Wow,
You're gonna lose
that
your
was
job?
amazing. She just went for the bad boy thing. Huh. Women are fascinating.
Oh no.
Oh, no. That's fucked up.
Hold on. I'm gonna
Good
try.
lesson to learn.
I'm gonna try and
not.
seal this up right now. I get up and leave the table, and I go over to the barmaid.
Oh boy.
Okay, she's in the process of filling 2 plates. She's bringing over her hair. It's kind of frazzled at this point. More people are coming in now as the hour's starting to hit, where people are starting to fill the tavern floor for food.
Do you want a hand with that?
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
here, let me
appreciate that.
help you. Yeah,
She
I
hands
just
you a
wanted
few, gives you 2 plates, picks up 2 of her own. This way, and she kind of leads you over to one of the far end tables in the other room, and she puts the plates down. Here you go, honey. Here you go, honey. Takes the plates from you.
You look so busy. If I give you like a lot of money, will you tell the guy over there that we had a sweet shag?
all right, I was trying to turn the playback speed up a little bit, not that much. Oh my goodness. Actual lesson from Matt, even if your player rolls really high, that doesn't have to mean success, just best reasonable result. This is true. This is a very classic, not debate, what's the word? It's a good reminder that in general, the DM defines what success is. And in D&D 5e specifically. And this is not consistent across TTRPGs, to be abundantly clear. This is, this is unique within D&D. I mean, maybe not unique, but it is not, I'm sure that D&D is not the only TTRPG that does this. I think Daggerheart does as well. But the idea of what the concept of success even looks like being mutable and up to the DM is a D&D thing. We know that I'm going to bring in my example. It's Blades in the Dark. Blades in the Dark starts with the player saying what they want to do. What is the goal? the start of a Blades in the Dark, equivalent skill check. It's an ability check, but the start of a Blades in the Dark check is the player defining what success looks like, and then the DM or the GM setting the position, essentially the risk and the difficulty, based off of what the success is. D&D is not like that. And, you can have qualms or quibbles about that, but it is something you should take advantage of as a DM. Regardless of which one you like more or less, it's the way that the system works, and you should utilize that to the best of your ability. So you can ask the player to roll whenever there are more than one reasonable outcome, I think. And then you just have to arrange those outcomes on a linear graph of better to worse. I think those are the big things that those are kind of the restraints or the restrictions that you have as a 5e GM. Is that the potential results that you think about have to be able to fit on a line from better to worse, at least for one skill check. But with that said, they can be whatever the DM wants them to be. The player says what they are doing, not what they want to happen, which is that is a very important factor. Is that and as a GM, it's important to think about what your players want, and sometimes it's important to clarify what they want and what they're going after. But at the end of the day, the GM decides the result space. They decide what success is, what partial success is, what failure is. And you should take advantage of that. Absolutely. This is something I actually did at 14 when my friend was flirting with the Crown Prince. Nat 20 just mean the prince took it as a joke. Yeah. I mean, there's a definitely conversation around this, and especially in terms of how that conversation fits into skill criticals, both failure and success. But I think that this is at least a very important thing to keep in your back pocket as the GM, is you can clearly modify what the character is intending or what the character is going after, as long as you think that you'll still be kind of in the same realm as the player. I don't think that this is a bad result in Sam's view, right? I don't think that Sam feels put out or he didn't get what he should have gotten out of the skill check. I think this is about as much as he would have hoped for to come from that. He was doing it not for it to actually work in the way that Terry might have wanted it to work. He's doing it as clearly as a joke. And so it's important to keep in mind as well when you're thinking about the results as a GM, not only what the character wants, because what the character wants isn't so important, especially when you have players doing relatively deep roleplay like this. There is a very high likelihood for what the player wants and what the character wants to start diverging. Right? I don't think that Sam is yes, Terry should be able to sleep with this woman. Maybe if it happens and it goes down a reasonable thought train, maybe he'd be open to it. But I don't think that's what Sam is going for here. Sam is just going to have a few goofs and a few gaffes, and he is using the fact that Terry is naive and a little bit of a prick to facilitate comedy for his friends. In a substantially better way than I think he ever did with Scanlan. Because I think he often tried to do the same thing with Scanlan, I think to much less success, at least for me personally. He probably wanted to fail even harder, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair, cheesy taco time. And so it is, yeah, it's good to remind yourself that you have those tools as the DM and to be thinking about what is the player going for here. And how can I match within that when thinking about what success looks like?
If you could hear the pop in her head of trying to contemplate what you just asked, it was audible over the music of the tavern.
You look like really busy, and I don't want to offend.
Make a persuasion check at disadvantage.
That's a 2.
Oh.
TPK. Nope.
3. Casanova.
How'd you get a 3 from a 2 you rolled?
2 plus 1.
Oh my goodness. Dude, at this point, man, I mean, this sort of thing wouldn't happen at my table because I just like the dynamics, but I'm having the bartender walk straight over to Terry and kiss him on the cheek. I'm doing exactly the opposite of what Grog just asked for, and maybe even for her to visibly pour beer on Grog's head or something like that. We're going deep off to right field. He was born understanding that failure is more important than success. Yeah, that's my favorite thing about Sam's RP. Yeah. And I mean, I've mentioned several times that like I'm lucky with my table. My table, I never have to worry about them metagaming in order to make success more likely. I never have to worry about them like just choosing the pure, powerful choice using outside knowledge or, just playing to win more than playing to their characters. I'm very lucky that the vast majority of the people I have gotten the chance to play with, and definitely the people that make up my home table right now, are very committed to generally what you guys are talking about of like failure is more interesting than success, but also just like leaning into what makes the character unique, regardless of if that is virtue or flaw, right? I think that Sam is really leaning into what is making Terry unique. And honestly, that's one of the things I was missing a lot of the times from Scanlan, is that he just felt like this kind of silly punching bag clown, and it didn't feel particularly tied into a more robust, deep character. I often talked about the 2 types of Scanlan, or the 2 versions of Scanlan. There was one that was the clown and one that was the more like actual character. Whereas I think that Sam is now doing a really good job of centering that comedy and really leaning into Terry's actual flaws. And those flaws are represented not just when he's doing comedy, right? His naivete and his, this is kind of a coming of age story for him in a way. And those things are related both in the positive and the negative, right? He leans into it comedically, but he also leans into it dramatically. And that is, I think, one of the core facets that makes me like Terry so much more than Scanlan, is that I feel the qualities of Terry in both dramatic and comedic moments. It is not, there are comedic attributes and there are dramatic attributes, and they are totally separate. And I think, again, I'm very fortunate to have a table that is very into that sort of thing, especially if I remind them. So yeah, it's I mean, certainly, even if you might want to be careful about like the specific dynamics of this scene, it depends on who you're at the table with, how well you know them. the more, I think, universal thing that you can easily take away from this scene is leaning into your flaws, right? It's not just that the flaws exist to cause trouble. I think that's how players will conceptualize flaws sometimes in D&D, is that, like, I remember early on, one of my players, like, their flaw was that they were racist against elves. I started DMing when I was like 14. I'm not going to thoroughly defend that one. And it was only utilized in terms of like causing trouble, causing problems. It was, I think the way that we kind of interpreted it back then, which was wrong, is that the flaws are kind of only there to like throw kinks in the hose, or like throw a wrench in the works. So otherwise, I think in our heads, it was kind of like, oh, well, we'll just like play perfectly with all of our metagame knowledge and blah, 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 unless our flaw comes up, right? The flaw was more like a curse, right? That we would have to remind the players of like, oh yeah, well, you can, maybe you would say that, but would you really say that? Like, think about your flaw. Like, we would use it as like a restrictive, which is very much, I think, not the way to do it. Also, I'm gonna skip this ad. We're gonna go half ads this stream. I think it's very much not the way to do it, and I think that Sam is displaying a much better way to go about handling flaws. Yes, sometimes you lean into it in comedic moments, and it takes kind of a central part of that here. But you also lean into it in dramatic moments. Flawed behavior does not necessarily have to be bad or disruptive behavior. It can be quietly self-destructive. It can be very convincing to exterior people, even if exterior characters, even if the players know, like, oh, he's only, wanting to do this thing because of his flaw, but he's making a good argument for it. There's, flaws are complicated, and I don't know how much longer I should spend on this, or if I've made my point. I think I've made my point. But I could talk about flaws and flawed behavior kind of all day, because I think it is one of the biggest things that like really fundamentally changed about my tables as I grew up, is just how we handled flaws.
Oh, okay, there we go. It's like yeah, nice. Okay.
Maybe the only thing he knows.
She goes, how much money is it?
Shit,
No.
numbers.
Oh.
And she walked
Did
back.
she say no? She said no? Oh, yeah. All right, I'll walk back to the group. It's me and her later tonight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Make a deception
That
check.
easy.
Yeah. Can I roll against that?
Yeah. 20.
Anybody who wants to make an insight check, go for it.
Don't you
I'm
fucking betray
insight
me.
checking.
Natural
Rob.
20.
Yeah, definitely. I rolled 20.
So
I can't roll any higher.
all of you pull back and groan, except for Tyrion, that looks kind of broken and crushed momentarily.
Terry, Grog is teaching you the opposite of what to do.
What do you mean? Girls don't like the bad boy?
If you want to discover what girls actually like, ask girls.
Maybe talk to them.
We've got three
Don't talk at
Ace,
them.
bro. Hell yeah.
Maybe individually.
wells of knowledge.
Keyleth,
Fucking hey, young men in the audience. Tune into that.
Yeah.
your hair is like angels coming down from the sky.
Nope, already lost it.
You're talking to.
No.
Talking at.
Sorry, not in terms of like experiment on, like try out lines on your friends that are girls. More, if you want to know what girls are like, go and talk to them. Don't take the word of other dudes for what women are like. Go and talk to them. Go and hang out with them.
Yes.
That's what I was meaning.
Why don't for starters, ask them a question about themselves.
All right.
Good idea.
Instead of maybe just talking about yourself.
You don't necessarily want to tell them things, you want to talk
Right.
to them and
Right.
learn about them.
How much money do you have?
Oops.
Whoa!
No, that's a question for me, Danny.
Maybe less like a monetary stat question, and maybe.
And I will also highlight that Terry is not only leaning into, like, Sam is not only leaning into Terry's flaws here, but also his virtues. Like, one of Terry's virtues is that he is, like, he's not genuine. I don't know quite what the word is, but, like, he will seemingly, like, try his hardest, and he is very open to new experiences. Like, I would say that is maybe Terry's most laudable trait, is that despite all of these, maybe preferences that he has, he's seemingly incredibly open to trying things he hasn't tried before. Yeah, he's earnest. Yeah. And so I think this scene is also good from that perspective of it is a combination of Sam leaning into Terry's flaws and virtues kind of simultaneously. Of, like, he's legitimately trying what she just said, or what Vax just said, of, ask them questions about themselves. And he's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll try that. How much money? It's good. That is leaning into that virtue. So anyways, it's a good one. Terry has more game than Scanlan. Well, certainly, yeah. Also, women aren't a monolith. There's not a single secret answer. Well, also very true. Yeah. Open to new experiences. Did he freebase a soulstone too? I think he wanted to, if I remember right. I don't remember exactly, but I do believe that he wanted to, and they stopped him. But I think he was super down to freebase the soul
Question
stone.
about her personality, or about her past, or something that interests her. Try again.
All right. Hi, I'm Terrian Darrington.
Hi, Terry. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So, what do you like to do at night? Do you have a servant who brushes your hair, or do you just brush your own? No. How have you killed? No.
In some pubs that could have gone well.
You're getting close. Just try for once to think about someone other than yourself.
At which point she comes back to the table to bring your third round.
Try it now.
As she does, she goes and returns all the mugs to the table, finishing with yours, and she kind of slides it forward to you. Gives you a wink.
Later tonight, player.
I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot earlier.
It's okay.
I was taken by your obvious beauty, but there's so much more.
Who knows? This, this could be taken one of two ways. Maybe both. They're not, mutually exclusive attributes. Could be both.
To you than that, I'm sure. Come on. If I could.
Easy. One thing about herself.
Tell me about yourself. Would you like what? How do you feel about? What do you do during the day when the pub's not open?
Taking it back for a moment, goes, looks at everyone else at the table like a who are you people kind of look.
Yeah, Matt. What does she do during the day when the pub's not open? Come on, Matt.
I'm a writer and a reader. What are your hobbies?
Oh, my hobbies involve raising 2 children after Darren left about 10 years back, and working hard to make some money, and hopefully one day get out of this shithole tavern and maybe start a business doing some sort of textile work. Which, by the way, brought your thread and needle. And she throws down what looks like a half-done, kind of shoddy knitting job.
You need to put Darren down. This is something that needs.
Those children are lucky to have a mother as hardworking as you.
They're lucky to have a mother this day and age.
Oh, so true.
She grabs one of your drinks.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you have a family, because it would be a shame for someone like you to be alone.
Honey, you having a hard time asking questions? I get the sense that you're new to this whole thing.
Yeah. Yes, I am. I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm floundering a bit.
It's not hard to read from you. Let me tell you. The first thing helps a lot. Ask what their name is.
What's your name?
Sean Arua. What's your name?
Terrian Darrington.
First thing you told me. You didn't even ask first.
What is that mother's name?
Bringing it all back.
There you go. Now it's nice to meet you.
It's lovely.
I know. I could see everyone's brain is working. Matt says the name thing, and everyone's like, Dave. How do I do this? How do I do this? Liam just got to it first. Ooh, that was quick, Liam. That was quick.
I could end the evening. I could end the evening right now, having learned a lot from you already.
Great.
So I appreciate
Come
it.
back for the next round. And she leaves the table.
Shauna.
She's awesome.
She is awesome. I like her a lot.
Yeah, I think the lesson went well tonight.
Feeling very positive.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. I feel I'm speechless.
Alcohol's worth.
Well, a draw then?
I feel that this is a very reasonable draw.
Yeah.
Wow, look it up.
All right. We'll continue then.
Well,
Until this is done.
Fine, cheers, draw. Just cause.
I defeated a Goliath.
How many more things on that list now?
So many.
As you simmer, Grog, you pull up your tankard and take a sip, and it is the most watered down ale you've ever had in your life.
Don't show anything and drink it all.
Rest my head on Keela's shoulder and say, I almost wish we were back in the city of Dis right now. Woof. Woof.
Woof.
Why?
What for?
Enough of that.
How come? Did you like it there?
No, it was terrible. It was terrible. Everything looked the same. It was dark, it was grey, it was full of fucking nightmares.
There were really terrible people.
It was
there.
terrible.
People were being tortured. We saw it happen.
You would have. Oh, we saw Torture Shame. You would have loved it. I thought of you.
That's true.
true.
You would have been
Anything
really
else? No, I almost did, and then I felt like really weird about it.
And we did, I take it back, we did meet one really cool person.
We met a bear.
There.
Yeah.
A bear there.
Bear. A werebear.
We're there.
A werebear there.
Did they make friends with Trinket?
Trinket was. I think he had a bit of a crush.
Trinket.
I don't
Did you have a crush on
Trinket
Tova?
move.
Back, Trinket is sitting by the doorway, which has been great. Because every time a patron walks in, goes like, "Hey, huh," and slowly has to step a wide circle around the bear that's just sitting right by the entrance.
Armored bear.
Over.
What is it that you miss about the city of this?
Oh, I was being facetious. I just meant that. It was a little tense, Terry, but better toward the end.
It was. It
Yeah.
was. It got better.
Improving. It's good.
Yeah, look at you asking questions.
I'm trying.
Name.
How did you like
Surviving
it there,
hell,
Terry?
talking to women. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Talking. Yes, I know. I haven't really picked up a woman in a bar before. I mean,
Was that on your list?
No.
Oh.
Well, like, you have, like...
You picked up a woman before, but just not in a bar?
no. I mean,
You guys have noticed at this point, by the way, that Shauna has kind of sit down food at the nearby table and is kind of listening into this conversation as you progress.
I've never hit on a woman like that before, or any for that matter. As I told you, I led a sheltered life, and I've really only had one romantic experience.
Was it with Doty?
Oh God, Doty was a machine made of metal. I would never.
We're not judging.
No, it's not touching.
It would have been my first question too. I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
Well, I mean,
Sorry.
It's a
it's going
joke.
great.
It's a joke. It's a terrible joke.
We've never met anybody like Doty before.
It's true.
I was a bit awkward with girls before I started out.
Really?
Oh yes.
You?
Well, I had
Debonair.
I had a lot of sisters, and
Royal.
well, we end up sheltered, don't
He's
we?
got really good technique. He always brings bottled liquor with him.
I learned very quickly. She's an excellent teacher. Never mind. But no, venturing and going out into the world, you learn a lot. You become, you learn, you meet people, you get out. It's good for you.
Yeah.
Look at all these people.
I was very sheltered. Were all three of us sheltered on this side?
This is all sheltered
Yeah, we're
children.
pretty
at the side
sheltered
of the
over
bar.
here. Yeah, this side of the
A little
bar.
bit.
Yay, sheltered kids! Hey!
Awkward.
Awkward.
As you're having this conversation, Terry, you feel a hand kind of hit your shoulder.
Yeah.
And kind of turn you back a little bit, and it's Shauna. She kind of leans forward and goes, "Listen, honey, if you're looking to go ahead and find yourself an evening, wait here about 30 minutes. I'll introduce you to someone." And she releases your shoulder and goes back to work.
Shit. This is also why you always make friends with women. They have friends. There's just networks of them. It's brilliant. That is some of the best advice
So
I've ever
true.
heard leave your mouth.
This is so great. So, I mean, like the one time before, right? The one romance you had before. Did it go well?
No, it did not.
It didn't.
Oh my God! No, wait.
Wait,
no.
what did you say? What did I miss?
Wait, what did he say?
Did your father find out about?
My father did find
Oh
out.
my God!
What?
What happened to her?
More liquor! More liquor!
What? Wait, what?
Wait a minute, oh God.
Did you
Shauna's
father
buying.
Oh no, we're sitting down. We're sitting down
Starts
for
refilling
parental
drinks
issues.
rapidly.
Parental issues.
We all scooch up chairs. What happened?
Welcome, yes, welcome to Vox Machina.
Yes, this is the part of the initiation process. Terry, we all went through this. Tell us everything.
You guys are friends, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
My father, as I told you, has threatened to give the entire legacy of his estate to my sister because he doesn't feel that I am ready to take the reins. I'm not strong enough and I'm not vicious enough. But it's more than that. He caught me with a tutor, once.
Ripley?
He gave me all the best tutors,
Is it Ripley? Dr. Anna Ripley?
and I learned a lot. But there was one who
Anna?
some extra things.
What was her name?
His name.
Oh.
It's embarrassing.
No.
Oh no, I think I know. Please go on.
Lawrence.
Good name.
Larry. Larry and Terry.
That's adorable.
That's
so adorable.
Okay, sorry. I don't mean my. I feel like my emotions are conveying the wrong thing. I am not disappointed. It's just not a name that is relevant. You know, it's not a name from the past. I keep thinking that he is going to be connected to the Briarwoods in some manner. And so I'm constantly looking out because he's from Wildmount. He's from Wildmount. They're from Wildmount. That's not to say all people from Wildmount know each other, okay? But I'm just saying. I thought maybe there was something there. But it's just Larry.
I'm so sorry.
He and I hit it off. We would talk about literature and philosophy and all sorts of things until the wee hours, and my father walked in on us once, and I don't know what happened to him, but I'm afraid he's dead. or banished or something bad. I don't know. I never saw him again.
That's awful.
How much older was he than you?
Yeah, just a few years, 10 years older than me.
How old were you at the time?
This was a few years ago, so I was just maybe 20.
Oh, well, all right, okay. And you confronted your father? Did you try to find out?
30, 20s.
Oh, I wasn't a little boy. No.
You didn't lead with that.
No.
Well, Terry, why didn't you tell us that? Maybe we've been taking the wrong approach this whole time.
Well, I am a dashing adventurer, and I'm supposed to attract all the lasses of the kingdom, right? They throw themselves at me because of my daring do and bravery and my hair.
Have you experienced that once?
No, but
I'm just saying it could still be Anders. I don't remember Anders' first name. But it could be. Look! They've already tied Scanlan into Terry's backstory, which is very cute and funny. But he's from Europe, they're from Europe. They have to be connected. Look, it's more like Terry's from a rich, like a house, like a house, like a royal house, a noble house. And the Briarwoods were also royal house. Was it Anders' first name? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if they've said Anders' first name. Yeah, I guess I kind of assumed Anders was his last name, but Anders is a first name. Right? So I guess, actually, I don't know. Maybe it is Anders something. I assumed it might be Larry Anders, or like Lawrence Anders. I think it might not be connected. Guys, I think I might start giving up on this particular theory. But I'll keep my eye out, don't you worry.
I feel that in all the books I've read, they never tell of the adventurers who go to bed with older men.
You know why? Because those adventurers are busy actually having a good time. It's the ones that are just full of shit.
Has anything you've gone through with us been like the books you've read?
No, it's much grosser in real life.
Right.
And more terrifying and so badly planned. I mean, every book you read is tactical geniuses and strategy for days.
Dude, I'll friggin' tell you. I'll tell this story someday. I'm not, I'm not feeling like the big tangent at the moment. I will say, bro, any sexual first that you could name for me all went terribly. First kiss, first I don't know why I'm censoring sex. First time. Both went terribly. Both. I will maybe that's like a milestone Q&A question or something. But I am definitely on the side of it gets better after the first. And I have heard people that had very nice first kiss or first time, and I'm like, oh, couldn't be me.
But we just go in with nothing. Nothing at all. No backup plan, no
Why do
exit
you think that
strategy.
would be any different than our dating strategy?
It's terrible.
Yeah, everything you read about romance, you know, that's horseshit.
Well, we should find Lawrence. We should see if we can find him.
He's probably dead.
Do you have any pieces
We should
of him?
spy on him.
Yeah, do you have any pieces, like a reminder of him? Any items?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Can you describe him? Would it work? I mean,
He was tall. He was fair-skinned.
Can
he
you,
was strong.
since we're friends now,
Oh.
you're learning about us. What does your father
Harry.
do that you suspect he killed this poor man?
Real estate.
real estate. Like.
He's a land baron.
Never trust a man who sells property.
Real estate. Buys and sells properties, and mostly buys and holds, leases them back to the kingdom, who sold it to them for a huge markup, and charges taxes on people who use the properties, exorbitant taxes, and he shakes down people who use his properties, and it's all very shady and murky, but it all involves real estate.
You don't want to be that.
Do you like your father?
He's a great man. He's made a lot of money, and he is respected and feared by many.
Yeah, but we just killed a dragon that made a lot of money. I
Do
don't
you
necessarily
like your father?
I hate him more than anything,
Then
but
why do you feel like you need to impress him?
because, I don't know, he's my dad.
I got you, boo.
Daddy issues.
Kind of want to rough him up a bit.
Rough me up?
No,
I-
you're fine. You're fine.
You've already
No.
what you've done.
Look, I gravitated to Terry, I think, earlier than people expected me to. And all I have to say about that is fucking get that Ben there.
Bring her, darling. You're fine.
Well, shit, Terry. You don't have to go back to him if you don't want to. You can stay with us.
You can do whatever you like.
And be poor.
Well,
Be
can
modestly
only keep-
wealthy.
And
There's
there's
blessings in poverty.
more to respect and honor than just money. A lot more. In fact, generally money tends to make you
Miserable.
shittier.
No, you know what? I don't fully agree with that.
I don't fully agree with that either. Although I spent quite a bit of time before I met this group of people, dirt poor, beggar poor, and it wasn't the best time of my life. But I don't remember my point. It was actually pretty awful.
I think you were going to bring up how you shat on money when we first met you and talked about how it was pointless and didn't bring you happiness. if
It's
you'll
true.
recall.
I did say it was pointless. and
did
didn't
run
bring us
from it
happiness.
for a
You
long
give it
time.
away.
And because it comes with an enormous amount of responsibility and there's complications. And while it's nice to have, because I'm using it to do some good in the world now, and because without it she becomes slightly more questionably evil than she currently is, bless. It's not the secret to happiness. It doesn't actually help if you're not already happy. It can augment existing happiness. It just doesn't create it from scratch. It's not.
I feel like we're suddenly talking about your problems.
Or baking bread. I'm not sure. I felt
Still
my
your
metaphor fall
problems.
around.
Yeah.
Going to drink more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I am firmly of the worldview that money does not make you happy, but it does remove things, or it can remove things that make you sad. And it can augment your efforts towards things that do make you happy. It's like a dampener on things that make you sad and an augmenter on things that make you happy. Or it can also be an augmenter on things that can make you sad as well. But yeah, remove a lot of sources of stress. Exactly. That is the main thing. I think without money, you don't get the luxury to seek happiness. That's sort of what I'm saying is like it removes all the things that would make you unhappy. That's kind of where I'm going with it. It's like the money doesn't actually make you happy. It just takes care of the things that would prevent you from being happy in a lot of ways.
Did you want to get laid tonight?
No, thank you.
No?
I think Grog's offering.
Yeah, I do too.
I mean, I'll pay for it.
Like a house of ill repute?
Yeah, like, have you ever been to the Lady Favors?
To be fair. But
Oh.
A brothel?
Yeah.
Me?
Yep.
Terry and Darrington in
Yeah.
a house of flesh?
Yeah, you go in, throw some spaghetti on the wall, see what sticks, and have a great time.
there's not actual spaghetti. You don't have to.
It might
Well,
It's been a while, to be fair.
be. What do you think?
mayonnaise at the very least.
Oh, this funny twice, too. That's funny twice. Cheers.
What do you think, hey? I know, like, if we had said, like, you're gonna fight a dragon and a kraken, you'd be like, no, not me. But this is a chance for you to go to the big time.
Maybe take some pressure off and just practice talking normally to people who are going to be very gentle with you about the whole process.
Yeah. You don't even have to do anything.
Yeah, you can talk if you want to.
Just have an
Pike,
hour
are you
of their
encouraging
time.
me to go to a brothel right now?
Listen, I do think that going to, as you put it, House of Flesh, is a part of being an adventurer. You know? It's kind of like a rite of passage, and it's just something that you do.
Have you been to a brothel?
Well, where do you think I go when you guys leave all the
Crushing it!
I miss you so much.
Then wait, then why did we
Spreading
not
the
get,
gospel
Like, why did we
wherever
not
she
get
goes.
mimosas and go shopping when we had our girls' day?
Why did we go say again?
I said, why did we get mimosas and just go shopping on our girls' day?
Sometimes
I feel like we got robbed.
Well, those are so fun too.
That's fun too.
Don't go shopping next time, I never do.
Vax and Vex, as you guys have this conversation, you notice that Sean is in the process of conversing with a figure at the bar who sat down not too long ago. You only see from the back, but you see a set of armor that is Pale Guard specific. They have a brief conversation, and the figure turns around and begins to approach the table after glancing over the shoulder a few times towards where you guys are sitting. As you guys are talking, from behind Terry, and a large figure kind of looms from behind and smiles as you guys recognize, with the brunette hair pulled into a tight bun behind, the kind of healing scar on the face, you see Trisha, one of the Pale Guard.
Yeah! She beat me in arm wrestling.
Trish the dish.
Trish the dish.
As she walks up and leans and kind of leans in and kind of touches edge of your shoulder, pats you and goes, "Hey, so had a long day? Been told you had a long day?
Shit. Yes, I have.
Buy you a drink?
Just say yes.
Yes, please.
What do you have?
Your finest, oldest wine, I guess. Oh.
Gotcha, scotch. All right." She packs it in, walks back over to the bar.
That was hot. That was hot. Damn. I'm good.
See how she did that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's learned from Trish.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm learning.
I feel like I just learned something.
Don't quote fairy tales anymore.
All right.
I mean, unless you want to. You know what? That's the thing, though. If that's the way you think that, like, you're gonna pick up a girl, then maybe that's or a guy, then maybe that's the way that you will, and you'll just find somebody that likes that, and you might get a lot of rejection until that point, but eventually you'll find the person that it registers with.
2 glasses slam down on the table in front.
Oh, you'll just
Both
have a great
Terry and
time.
her. She pours a really thick amber-like liquid into each of these. Slams the drink down, pulls her bun out, her hair kind of curled up and crimped from being rubbed, kind of falls around the shoulder.
Don't puke. Do not puke. Do not puke.
Nope.
You're doing great.
What's your name?
Shanna, we're taking the bottle. They call me Trish. What's your name?
The dish.
TD.
Well, TD, let's go and have a walk in the moonlight. And she takes you by the arm, lifts you out of your chair onto your feet.
Oh, she lifted me up.
I lift out of your chair onto your feet and goes,
I don't.
"Good to see you guys." Still working out?
Yeah, I mean, probably couldn't take you.
God, no, you couldn't. See you next Winter's Crest, right? All right, have a good night. You're coming with me. She kind of smacks you on the ass as she pushes you.
I think he's open to new experiences. Look, he was pushing back against the brothel. He was like, "I don't know about the about the brothel. What, Pike? What do you think?" But then, hey, tall, fair-skinned, and strong. Sounds like Trish the dish to me.
Got the room.
Tell my story.
You guys watch as Trish, who's a good 7 or 8 inches taller than Tyrion, is kind of just guiding with one hand in the middle of his back, just pushing him out of the tavern. And you see them both disappear into the now dark.
Dude, I had to think that Trish was
We call that mountain climbing where I'm from. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Do you still?
Well, I mean,
Was it a little painful?
I regretted
You
saying
know what?
that.
He's not gonna be into it.
no, I am not CB in that action, all right? Yeah, canary blocking.
Could we get an insight of if Tyrion seemed excited or just terribly scared?
Sure.
21.
Oh, that's better. That's better than what I rolled.
Tyrion.
Very scared.
Not happy at all.
Oh,
or
I mean,
like,
interested,
cool? Okay.
but scared.
I think he needs this. I think it'll be all right.
I agree with Percy.
He seemed interested.
I hope he likes it.
This is so uncomfortable to talk about.
I don't want to think about.
I mean,
What
she's a
happened?
handsome
Done?
woman, so probably.
You have your
Why are you asking, Percy?
Just saying.
Why are you asking, Percy?
I'm just gonna double check. It'll be fine.
Percy.
Just gonna double check.
You
There's time stuff.
bird!
Yeah, just gonna take a peek.
I'm gonna give that a big fat no.
What if
No.
I
No.
owe you a favor?
The voice of the Tempest is overruling you on this one.
Well, I'm appealing beyond the voice of the Tempest.
By the
To the heart of the storm. I'm asking, I'm pleading for the heart of the storm, far beyond the voice of the Tempest. There's nothing to be heard here.
the voice is voice is very loud right now. Sorry, the voice cannot hear you. Blah blah blah. The voice is gonna have to take a
You
message.
can always try following them.
The voice used to be fun.
Yeah, Percy, why don't you walk down the hallway?
Because I didn't want to disturb them. And
It's
they know,
outside the room.
They know that we're watching and we're disturb them. And this is just a
Okay,
cool, nice
I'm
little quick
gonna
way
go
to
roll
chat.
just
got a glass.
I'm gonna go listen in
You better be
and make
careful.
sure
They
everything's
stepped
okay.
out of the tavern.
Oh, shit,
They,
okay.
like,
they went out into the street.
Okay.
You were the one who told me that I could not scry on Scanlan to respect his privacy.
Yeah, but
so,
I give a shit about Scanlan.
Oh, damn.
He's my best friend.
Don't be, but I mean, he means well,
trying.
right?
He's fine.
He's
He's
trying.
fine.
Hey, we don't want him to die outright.
No, of course not.
I don't
We're
want to
keeping
watch a
him
Terry
around.
porn.
You don't have to watch. I just want to watch.
Torture, aren't we?
It's just me.
You're very strongly peer pressuring me right now, Percy, and I don't know
because
how I
we're
feel about
peers.
this.
I'm gonna watch
I'm a big
that.
drunk.
It's because we're
Keep him
peers.
Can you even scry?
I don't know. I've never tried.
Crazy
Yes.
response.
All right, Percy.
Follow him, see where he went.
Try to scry. I give him the scrying eye.
Does it require attunement?
See if you can do it.
Scrying does not require attunement, no. It gives the ability to use the scry spell once per day.
What you can do.
Okay, I'm gonna try and use it.
Okay.
Just it.
Just for the sake of this, I'm gonna have you go ahead and roll d20, add your intelligence modifier.
If you crits, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Nope. Can I use a resolve for this or no?
Resolve is for a saving throw, if I
Okay.
recall, right?
No, this doesn't work, does it? That's 7.
A 7? You take a moment and glance into it, and your mind, instead of thinking of the magical orientation of the ritual, your brain immediately goes to the mechanical structure of what this would do. Like, how would you recreate a scrying spell in a mechanical fashion? Wouldn't require magic, and then you eventually get to the point where you're like, I don't understand
I
this.
don't understand how this works. Never mind.
Really, you sure? You have to just think real hard about butt naked Terry. Real hard.
One more time.
Just think about
Just
him.
bring the difficulty up. I don't care. I'm going
Yeah,
to try one
no,
more
the
time.
DC is definitely higher. Go and roll it again.
Tan lines where his armor used to be.
Luscious hair.
Luscious, flowing.
There we go. So 24. And I'm thinking about Scanlan.
Oh, you sneaky fuck.
Piece of shit.
Okay.
Do
So,
you want to say this out loud, or I'm fine either way?
you know what, guys? If I could have you all, except for Taliesin, go ahead and step off. Just for a second. Yeah, a reverse whisper. The audience gets to see this.
Amazing. That's amazing. I get to stay.
Yes, you do, actually. He does get to stay.
I get to stay in here. I love it.
All right, guys, close the door, close the door.
All right, we're closing it.
I mean, if you've been around, you know how I feel about whispers. Meh. Unnecessary. But, I mean, fun little bit on Talison's end. Really fun. I like it a lot. Megan did legit open mouth. Open mouth Scanlan save. I did. I was surprised. That got me. That got me. So that's fun. I'm perfectly down with that. But yeah. So I've talked at length about how I feel about whispers. I know people like them. That's a difference of opinion. So I won't go into it. Because I feel like I have long buried that horse in like episode 50, 60 range. So we will just enjoy it.
They're putting headphones on.
This is the second time in a week I've gotten to do this.
Oh,
today.
wow. The reverse whisper.
So as you concentrate, Percival, as you focus, your vision clarifies and you see the moonlight over the top of the trees of the Parchwood Forest around Whitestone. The clouds break, your vision transitions, and all of a sudden you're thrust forward at a magnificent speed beyond the forest, and now you're not too far, but south of the Parchwood. The trees disperse, and you're now looking a cluster of buildings, maybe a few hundred small structures ranging from homesteads to hovels. And then you smash cut once more, and there you see a campfire. You see a campfire set up maybe about 25 feet between two buildings in this kind of open fire pit area. It's a central bonfire type social gathering place. And there you see a number of wooden logs set up like stools or seats. And in the moonlight and a few nearby torches, you see about 6 or so simple farm folk that are all sitting around this bonfire. Except it's not 6, it's 4 farm folk, and you see sitting amongst them Kaylee and Scanlan. And they're both just together playing music for these people that are all sitting and staring into the fire at the end of their workday. It's a very simple, very serene scene, strangely. They're just sitting with simple folk in the simple town. You recognize it now. This is the Turst Fields. This is, you've been through here once before, when you were first leaving Whitestone, heading south to find your quarry all that time ago. But yeah, this is definitely a more rural area, and they don't seem to be any danger. They don't seem to be at any caper. But they're both in the center of doing what they do best, which is entertain.
They look reasonable.
They look reasonable. You've seen them perform before, and there is a performance face. They're both wide smiles. Everyone else seems to be enthralled by the music, or enthralled by the flames and the music combination. A couple of people will saunter up and kind of plop down on the ground, kind of sitting next to it to kind of join in, and they're kind of drawing a small crowd at the end of the day.
I take down as many details in my head as I can.
Okay.
All right.
All right, bring it back in. Guys, get back in.
Or should we just take our break here?
Time is it? It is 8:30. We'll go ahead and take our break, actually.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll go ahead. We'll take our break real fast. We have our giveaway.
We're taking a break. Take a break.
We have the Babinga complete system and tabletop tray from Wormwood.
All right, there we go. That is okay. Well, that was nice. That was nice. Scanlan's just kind of hanging out there. That's fun. I never noticed that Matt tells them it's the terse fields. Unusual for him to give any info outside the specific person being Stride. I think it's because Percy specifically recognized them. Matt said something about like him walking through the fields on his way to find his original quarry. So it seems like he recognized them in particular. Yeah. Okay. I mean, look, it's, it's a little slow getting back into it plot-wise, but I'm okay with that. I kind of went back and forth on the bar scene. It's weird, because that bar scene is probably the scene that is, out of all of the bar scenes that I've seen in Campaign 1, that one is probably the least likely to happen at my table. Like, something like that is the least likely to happen at my table. But I think that might have been one of my favorite bar scenes. Because even though it's not particularly my thing or my tone, I really liked a lot of that interaction and like digging into Terry's character. That was super fun. I feel like I understand Terry a little bit more. I feel like Sam acted it really well. The others acted it really well. Yeah. So, amongst scenes that I find somewhat boring to watch, that was a fun one. That was a fun one. Yeah. And I mean, I guess that's about it. Not a whole lot else happened. The guy just got back and talked to some people, and that's about all. So I guess we'll see how the second half goes. The first half was a 1 hour 22 minute first half. Second half is 2 hours 30, almost an hour long. Oh yeah, an hour longer. John did put some midway stop points or some alternative stop points. We could do an alternative stop. What do I got going on this Friday? 1 second, let me see. We could maybe keep going. I gotta check my schedule. No, we can't. Yeah, well, actually, maybe that's an argument to do it. I actually think we will. Yeah, because I'd actually rather save my voice a little bit on Friday. Because I gotta do some talking on Saturday. So yeah, let's do it. Oh my gosh, let's do it. Let's keep going. This is rare. Even Paige is going.
Are you going a full episode and you're not going to go on Friday?
I wasn't going to do a full episode.
Like, are you going to keep going?
Yeah, so I'll show you.
Stream on Friday?
I'll show you. So the normal stopping point is at 1:39, which makes the first half an hour 22. But John sometimes puts these alternative stopping points so that I can watch a little bit longer, and then I can so I'm gonna reduce the time on Friday, if that makes sense.
Getting ready to tell you they're sold out of all the Rocky Horror tickets, except for this Friday at 3:45.
3:45.
So you'd have to be done by 3:45. That is the only time they have left all year.
Buy them before they disappear. Legit.
That works out so well.
That did work out perfectly.
I'm literally typing it to you in Discord right now.
Typing it to me in Discord. Okay. Paige and I have a tradition of going to see Rocky Horror Picture Show every Halloween. And we were a little bit late in planning it this year. And so she was saying that she was looking for tickets. And the only tickets, it's sold out. The only tickets are on Friday. And they're a little bit early. So we need to make sure that we don't go too long on Friday. Probably means I'll start early on Friday. And we're going to the alt stopping point. We are going to the alternative stopping point. And probably the best one. I will trust John on this one. We're going to give alt stopping point. Wunderbar. All right. Fake out ending. When doing more now, save time for Friday. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That'll be perfect. That will be perfect. We'll do it live. Hell yeah. Maybe I can catch some for once. Hell yeah, Deadly. Let's get it. Really, the RP was really good. I rewatched this episode for the RP a lot. The bar scene had more character development than the entire time in the house. Un po. A little bit. A little bit. You could even go to 3434. Yeah. We'll go. We'll go to the first one and we'll see how we're feeling. Because I mean, honestly, if it's gonna be kind of a similar tone, or like similar kind of stuff that happens throughout the rest of this episode, it might just be kind of a low talk episode. Like I might not have a lot to say if it's just like, really consistent RP. I'll certainly find things. Don't you worry. But maybe just not as much as normal. First time, my first stream. Let's go, cheesy taco time. Hell yeah. Oh man, I'm hopeful we're gonna get some plot foreshadowing. I don't know. I really would like, but this is a purely selfish I would like. I just want to go I want to know where they're going next because I want to be able to start theorizing about it. And I feel like I've pretty much plumbed the well on Vecna at this point. I feel like it is either Vecna or the Primordials. It's gotta be one of those two. And I feel like I have looked at that from every angle. Like the last real kind of meat I could sink my teeth into was the Kraken. And how the Kraken clearly has some shit going on, and there seems to be some sort of, motion to the ocean when it comes to the Kraken having a larger plot, but beyond what we saw. But everything else in my head points me towards Vecna. It seems like the most unresolved thing that we have. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I just won't find out this session. Maybe this session will be a pure RP session, and I'll lean into that, man. I'll lean in. We'll keep going. Maybe this will tread on walked ground, but I've not been here for a minute. What do you think of Terry? I'll put it like this. I think that Terry blows Scanlan out of the water in terms of Sam's new character, or in terms of Sam's characters. I like Terry so much more than Scanlan. Scanlan had his moments, I'm not gonna do, I'm not gonna purely shit on Scanlan. But I've famously had some qualms with the character, and the portrayal within the campaign. And while Terry is super flawed and is a hilarious, sometimes kind of point and laugh type character, I find him so much more robustly constructed, right? I find Terry to be a connected sort of persona compared to Scanlan. And, we've talked about Scanlan at length and his problems. And I think that every character is more nuanced now than they were when they walked into Craghammer, right? Grog is so much more nuanced. Vax and Vex. Percival, certainly. Keyleth, like they're all more fleshed out and deep characters. But I think that Scanlan was kind of always the most extreme in terms of kind of the maybe the problems you could identify, especially with early C1, in terms of the character portrayal. I think he was just kind of the most extreme version of problems that all of the characters had. And all of the characters have gotten better at. And so I think it's honestly like the further we get from it, the more and more I agree with Sam's choice to retire Scanlan. I think it was a great opportunity. He constructed the lament so well. Like it's one of my favorite RP moments from the entire campaign. And I think that's not a crazy unpopular opinion. The Bard's Lament, it seems, is well beloved. And I think rightly so. And I think that Sam also constructed Terry really well in contrast to Scanlan. I think he held on to a lot of what made Scanlan good and then dove deeper in almost every aspect. And so I'm a huge fan of Terry. Would I love to sit down and have a drink with him? Probably not, but but I love him as a character. I think he's a really good almost fulfillment of Scanlan. It seems like he is what Scanlan could have been, but was not. So, I mean, it is. Yeah, I'm pretty distinctly positive on him. Yeah. The Hells was a plot cul-de-sac, wasn't it? I mean, you need to put something at the end of the road, but it doesn't lead anywhere. A little bit, yeah. And I mean, I think that there's some positives and negatives to that, like we've kind of talked about, of like, you can experiment in the cul-de-sac a little bit more because the stakes are lower. But it certainly was that. Yeah. Making an expanded wish, but in summary, Mega likes Terry, especially how he has flaws. Yeah. That's true. That's fair. I thought you combined Vecna and the Primordial Breaches into one theory, like with the Shadowfell Tether Leyline stuff. I mean, I did, but it is, it was a desperate attempt by a man desperate to make these things work together. Yeah. I mean, I think that there is ostensibly some connective tissue between the primordials and the elemental planes and the Vecna movement. There is, in my mind, there's clearly some manner of connection there. Even within the historical, accounts of Exandria, there seems to be some amount of connectivity there. But which one will they interact with, or which one will they fight as the actual culmination of the campaign? It seems far more likely that they fight Vecna sort of separated from the elements or the primordials. Maybe there's some amount of connection. Maybe there's a lieutenant, or there's some sort of primordial representation there. But I feel like so much more of the plot has been about necromancy and drawing the planar powers into yourself. That's mostly been represented elementally, but even the elemental dragons have had some tie-in with necromancers like Opash. So I would be astounded if it was a pure elemental end. That is how I will put it. I think it is either Vecna or it is Vecna tied in with the primordials. Yeah. The most unresolved thing is Kima. Yeah. She's obviously right. Evil Kima, clearly the VVG. That's right. I keep forgetting. I like Scanlan, especially in later episodes, but I immediately loved Terry. Yeah, I think that's a really and especially a good emphasis to put on it. Of like, I think that we started to see Sam taking Scanlan more seriously in later episodes, but there was so much baggage that was attached to Scanlan at that point. So much baggage. And I think the genius thing about the Bard's Lament is that it turned that baggage into good plot and like satisfying narration. And so I think like the Bard's Lament is just the best possible way Scanlan could have gone out. And I will always give kudos to Sam for seeing that and recognizing it and like following through on it. I thought it was an incredible way to end the character, and it left so much room for Terry to come in and not have all that baggage that Scanlan did have. Yeah, Scanlan was obviously built to be as a funny home game gag that had to be worked on for the show, but Terry was pre-built for the show, so it makes sense he has more structure and clarity. 100%. Yeah. Kaylee adds depth to Scanlan, yes. And I think that Kaylee is the moment when we can kind of see, I think, Sam start to take Scanlan seriously, but it's just, it's kind of unfortunately a little bit too late. But I think he recognized that and handled it amazingly. Yeah. Oh, man. Dice will be thrown. Numbers will be called. I feel like Sam felt constricted with Scanlan near the end. I didn't know how he fit in the story. He made Terry with a clear vision with what he wanted for his character, and I love it. I fully agree. I mean, one of the first things that I liked about Terry, it's maybe one of the first two sentences about Terry, is that he has this list. And it seems like such a kind of a basic thing, but I've talked a few times about like characters need motivation. They need a reason to be out adventuring, right? And, we can have these deeper reasons and we can have these deeper rationale of like, why is Grog out adventuring? Oh, he's just having a good time. But really, secretly, deep down, he longs for family and community. And that only kind of works, I think, and to be clear, this is not me critiquing Grog. It's just an easy example. of like, at this point, Grog has kind of is, and I think to an extent always has been self-aware about why he's out adventuring. He's out adventuring because he just likes hanging out with the people that he adventures with. That's pretty much his whole deal. But your character needs to have a reason they are out there. Even if the actual reason is deeper and dark and hidden, your character has to think that they're out there for a reason. And so even though Terry is not actually out there to complete his list, the list is the reason that Terry thinks he's out there. Even if the actual reason is deeper and it has to do with his daddy issues. So that is one of the very first things that I loved about Terry is, like you said, Cheesy Taco, there's a clear vision. And I would say also that the hidden reason was also relatively clear from the start. It was a little bit murky, a little bit hidden, but there clearly was a hidden sort of reason and rationale. So from the word jump, we see that Terry is built with purpose and thought. And that, you know, it immediately reflects that with the list and with his family issues. Yeah. Ooh, love it. Blasphemous statements of our Lord and Savior, Skillin' Short Alt. Yeah. It's all, I'm blaspheming in here. Now imagine C2 where every cast member makes a character pre-built for the show. I know. I mean, I've gotten a little taste of it with Age of Umbra, where I saw, you know, these characters that were purpose built. But obviously, you know, that was a small show. That was a smaller series. It was hyper deadly. So the character building is a little bit different in something like that. But I am, even just having seen that, I am pretty psyched. C2, my beloved. To be clear, there are other moments, but Bard's Lament was noteworthy for how early people were talking about it versus when it actually happens. No, I completely, I'm with you. It felt like, I mean, it felt like a moment before. It felt like a moment after. Like that was fucking, that was a moment. Yeah. Yeah. Good dramatic irony, yeah. A little taste with what you've seen C4 too. Yes, absolutely. So, let's get into it. Let's see the rest of what's going on here. See if we can get a little bit of plot, maybe, or maybe not a lot.
As you guys are having your drinks in the bar, Percival finishes focusing briefly on the scrying orb and disengages.
Okay.
Oh, that's a bit much. That's a bit much.
That's right.
Yep,
That's right.
nothing that interesting. Oh, that doesn't feel good.
Nothing that interesting, or
man
something
doing it right,
appallingly
or what?
interesting.
Oh, believe me, I tell you if it was appalling. It was not appalling. It was okay. It was fine.
Is Terry okay? What are you
He's fine. He's having a good... That doesn't feel good. How do you do that? Oh.
Can I do an insight check on him?
Why? Sure, go
Just
for
to
it.
see if he actually saw anything or not.
Sure, go for it.
If he's telling us the truth.
It's funny because I hear the no. Why? Because they're all so on guard about metagaming and the whispers and all that, and the immediate reaction is you're asking because of the you know that it's a whisper metagaming, but then they kind of the thought process moves forward like one more tick, and they're like, oh wait, we like insight check everyone all the time. So I'm kind of like, and then he's like, oh yeah, sure, that's fine, you can do that. Yeah. There a moment Mega has seen that fundamentally altered the show? Orion leaving, the Sun Tree, Bard's Lament. This is true. That's fair. I don't know. That was sus. What, her asking? Look. The intrigue check, or not the intrigue check. I don't know why I keep calling it intrigue check. Insight. The insight check is fucking what it is, man. I think the amount that they ask for insight checks is maybe the most metagamey thing they do. But it's also like not that big a deal. And I think this is as reasonable of a time as any other that they have asked for insight checks. And I might be a little bit more generous with it because I think that the restriction of information in that way is a little silly and detractive. So it does not surprise me that she wants to know it and wants to like get a handle on it. It feels like by doing the whisper, you have set out a piece of candy in front of a child. And so it's like when they ask things, like to me, whispering tempts metagaming more than just saying it without the whisper. So when we see that moment of like, can I get an inside check? I'm like, well, yeah, of course that's what she would want to do. Sure. Yeah. Is May considering watching C4? I am. I'm going to. It's just so long and so detailed. And I need to take notes. The real thing is I've about captured the amount of work that it is for me to do, for me to watch C4. But it's not quite enough to where I can just like dedicate my whole focus to it. I need something else to do. And I have something else to do that is productive for work, but the like structure of it is kind of breaking all the time when I try to do it. So I'm trying to fix that. But I will. He will watch more, but is unsure what, if any, content he's doing. Yeah, who knows what content I'll end up doing. Even if he succeeds, I would not give up the info that he was checking on Scanlan. Well, sure. I mean, that could never be derived, really. It would just be, is he lying about what he saw? Like, because he made up a little bit of a lie, or he didn't really lie, but he kind of, he's being misleading purposefully. It's more that if they can detect that or not. Yeah. I think it would be cool to see reactions to C4, but there would be more workload. I mean, I would love to do reactions to C4. But I do not believe in my ability to do that even relatively consistently, or like my voice to keep up. But I've been on the Obsidian Mega Note train. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. It's gonna be fun. Yeah. I'm excited. I'm so excited for C4. And I really want to do, I think at, I don't want to. No, never mind. I was about to say what I might do at minimum, but I don't even want to promise that publicly. It'll come when it'll come. It'll come when it'll come. And we'll see. Yeah. I feel like they ask for insight checks to deal with the want to do metagaming. They're not always good at ignoring things they shouldn't know at this time. I agree. I think that's a fair way to kind of frame it. Yeah, but for me, I kind of throw my hands up a little bit, and I'm like, I don't care about her doing an insight check here because, yeah. I think if they had just done that scene in front of everyone and, essentially not made it a whisper, I don't even think they would have asked for an insight check. Or maybe they would have. Maybe Marisha would have. You know, I'm in speculation territory, but I kind of care about it a little bit less in that way. Yeah. Anyways.
What do I?
26.
Okay.
Oh shit.
All right, and that would be okay.
Question was
Sorry,
if
27.
If you saw anything or not.
Yeah. 4.
All right, so yeah, he seems like he definitely saw something.
Good check. Good check.
What?
Mm-hmm.
It worked though.
Did he?
It did.
You actually got it to work for you.
Did.
I'm kind of impressed by
I
that.
don't think I'm ever doing that again, but yes, that doesn't feel
Did he
good.
cross the threshold? Is that what you saw?
I didn't see that.
What did you see?
I'm going to be a gentleman and not throw up from the speed at which one goes in that direction.
Well, Percival, you threw gentleman out the window about 30 seconds ago.
That's fair. He's doing very well.
All right.
He's doing very well. I'm very proud.
So, question: do we like crash here for the night, or do we make it back to the castle?
We should probably go to the castle.
Yeah.
You gotta say hi to your sister.
I do. Well,
Yeah.
we've sent word. They'll be awake, I imagine. Is Gilmore still in town?
Last you heard, and you can ask around, Gilmore's not. Gilmore's back in Iman, currently trying to scavenge the pieces of his shop.
Why don't we do it old school and just crash here for the night? That way Terry can take his time, and then in the morning we... Oh god, I got so much burps. And then in the morning we can head back out.
Head back out where?
To the castle.
Those are real hiccups, aren't they?
These fucking peanuts are amazing. Not sure what I'm eating, but I think they're peanuts. Might be nails.
We have both, so that's either way could work.
Yeah.
I mean, I can sleep anywhere, but why aren't we going to sleep in the nice beds in the castle?
We have lovely beds.
Well, we got to wait on Terry.
Yeah, he's not
I
gonna know
don't
where
know
we
where
went.
to go. Wouldn't he even know?
You're gonna leave.
Big boy.
Is it?
We'll leave a
You're right,
message.
he's not.
We'll leave a message here.
It does feel a little
Smart
shitty.
boy.
I feel like he's just so romantic. He'll probably stay the night and have breakfast or something.
Yeah, look, you may go back to your fluffy beds,
Gentlemen.
but my man's in the deed, and I'm sticking around to slap hands.
Is Shauna around at all?
Yeah, she's in the process of running around.
Can I run up and snag her for a second?
Sure, she kind of sets down a couple drinks. So, I feel like we did a good deed for the night.
I feel like it happened. It definitely happened. Question though, how long does your friend usually stay with her cohort? Does it?
I
is
don't
it,
time it, if that's what your question
is. It
is.
like
I don't
quickly, or
know.
does she like
She's
hang
a
out, she, like
friend.
spend the night with them, or is it like I'm in and out?
Right here.
Do you see her again around quickly?
A few times. It depends on.
It depends.
I don't know.
On the guy.
She's a hardworking girl. Let her have her fun.
I agree with that sentiment. Thank you for your generosity and your connections.
Silver tongue, Tom.
Also, I'm sorry for my friends and for me.
At that point, she smiles very, very widely, and you see that kind of, you can see the mother poke through for a minute, you know, from the barmaid, and she kind of nods, says, "Look, it's all right. Trust me, I deal with far worse from most of these riffraff," and she kind of points to most of the other tables. It's fine.
Thank you.
And she gets back to work.
I don't know. I think he might be with her a long time. You know, he might be learning a few things. It could take all night.
I hope he's learning a lot of things.
Yes.
I mean, did it look like he was?
I was not there very long. I was not there very long.
Let's just go back to the castle. It's just a few blocks away from the tavern. We can always come back in the morning to send someone to get him.
Leave
It's
notes.
fine.
It's fine.
It's a small Whitestone. We're not in Western.
Worcestershire.
We've traveled. We've traveled a
Keep
lot.
drinking.
You're 4 mugs in, Kim.
Guys, are just you know.
You're usually
we travel
puking
so much.
or getting
I know
arrested
it's
by this
really,
point.
really
Far in
fun.
Skillet, actually.
So late.
That is so many glasses if she's far in.
All right.
Well, because I am not as tired as you guys. I mean, I've been working so hard, but I'm gonna stay.
Yeah, me too.
Gonna wait for Terry.
Keep an eye out on our 34,000 golden hair.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
Sorry, I smell like fart.
Gross.
I'll come back, actually.
Hey, he's my best friend. I love all of
Hey.
him.
That's fair. You probably have some
Yeah, like cozy.
All right, so you guys finding your respective places to stay for the night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
back to the,
All right.
to the castle, yeah.
All right, so the 4 of you head back to the castle. The 2 of you stay in the tavern. Tyrion continues with his evening. All right, so the 4 of you make it back. Is there anything particular you want to do? At this point, the evening, you've been drinking quite a ways, so it's closer to probably midnight at this point in
I'm
time.
a little soberer than I'd like to let on.
Okay.
Not sober, but I kind of don't quite want to say surprise for tomorrow, but I may have something exciting to show you tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yes. So I'm going to need you to be extra intimidating tonight, because tomorrow I'm going to be very intimidating right back at you.
I like this
I
plan.
figured you would. And won't have to say hello to my sister.
Yes. Do I need to come with you?
No. Are we alone?
Well, I mean, guys could fall behind the two of them if you want to.
I didn't look in on Terry.
You didn't?
No.
Did you not see anything? What did you do?
I saw Scanlan.
You seemed bothered after you looked. Is everything all right?
He's fine.
What was he
Fine.
doing?
I haven't done anything yet.
What was he doing?
Enjoying himself. God knows. He has things that belong to me.
Like what?
He has the stone.
Well, I sort of gave that to him.
Did we?
I did.
He has the earring.
Yes.
I kind of want them back.
You don't think there's any chance he'll ever come back, do you?
I think that if he did come back, I would be very worried about who he was. I'm feeling betrayed. And I can't help but thinking of all of our adventures over the last few weeks, that he would have been oddly useful for so many of them. He would have been such a...
You know what's funny? Is that he left feeling like we didn't appreciate his worth. And these last few weeks have really made me understand how much I did. I think he hit on a lot of really good points when he left us. I don't forgive him for them just yet, but I'm trying not to hate him for it.
I'm not. I've been that villain. And the best of them point out all of your flaws while they're busy exploiting their own. I will admit, very angry. I don't want to interfere with his happiness. I don't want to interfere with his life, certainly not his daughter, but I will admit I am very angry. And perhaps the only thing that's keeping me from doing anything about that anger is your opinion of it. I don't mean to put this on you. This is not on you, but...
Not at all, dear.
I'm thinking of collecting what's mine.
But I pull out Fenris, and I show him again what I've carved on the front of it. Snith, do you remember when I told you about this?
Yes.
It's important. And I struggle with it a lot, you know. I tend to hold grudges.
As do I.
But if we're trying, that's important. Just think on it. Nothing rash, dear, all right?
I'll think on it. I'll think on it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Whew. I mean, huh. Huh. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to parse how I feel about this. Because it's not quite a left turn for his character. There's enough there that I can make it make sense of, I mean, his main plot is all about revenge and vendettas and equalizing wrongs committed. But I find it very... I don't know. I find it honestly difficult to believe that Percy is directing his rage in this way. It seems very... It seems very... I don't know. I'm very conflicted because it feels distinct from how he treated someone like Ripley. Ripley was someone that really, really distinctly wronged him. And he was relatively understanding. On the order of things, at least. Like, he still murdered the shit out of her, but... Like, I know that Scanlan hurt him by leaving. And I think it is totally arguable that he is having a natural emotional overreaction in trying to deal with his sense and his feelings of loss. It just seems like, I guess that's maybe the thing. Every like individual thing that is happening here, I get, but it seems extreme for what I have seen from Percy thus far. It seems yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time with the idea that Percy would be able to muster this much vitriol for someone who just went to be with their biological family instead of their found family. I don't know. I can't pin down exactly what feels off to me about it. It's just the magnitude of the emotion. I don't know. Yeah. I think Lil Percy is lying. Lil Percy's afraid to admit he cares for a person. Yeah. I think... is he afraid to admit he cares for a person? Like, I feel like he is experiencing loss, but I don't know that he is afraid to admit he cares for a person. I don't know that I've seen that from Percy before. The possessiveness and the animosity confuses me. Yeah. Percy had someone spying on him magically for a long time. He had Ripley spying on him, but I don't know that like fills the line for me, you know? Tal plays him as so pissed to be thrown the mother's name thing when he never felt like Scanlan cared about who his family had been. Yeah, I guess. Maybe. Yeah, I think that's maybe where I'm kind of at, Theshel, of like... This, even the plot beat makes sense to me of he misses Scanlan, so he's trying to formulate an excuse to go and find him and visit him. But yeah, it's like very violent implications there. And the violent implications are just very confusing to me. And like saying like, I wouldn't trust who he's become? Like, why? Like, I can sort of parse that you're mad at him and that you want the earring back, sure. But why would you not trust who he's become? Like, that seems like... It seems like a fiction with no basis, I feel. Like, not even like a flawed interpretation of events that actually happened or feelings that he's feeling. But it's just like, what? That's such a random thing to say. Like, I can't like draw a connection to any reason that you would say that. Yeah. I think it goes back to him feeling betrayed, and he's picking at things to be betrayed about when he could really just be hurting. Yeah. Percy didn't murder the shit out of Ripley. The rest of Vox Machina. Well, that's fair. That's fair. The rest of Vox Machina did indeed murder the shit out of Ripley. Percy's had weird rage moments before. The carriage driver back just before the Briarwood arc. That was much more personal, of course, but still. I mean, it's true, Ryback. He has, and that's why I'm still, like, I'm hesitant about every part of this critique because something feels off to me, but I don't quite know what it is. Because you are right, Ryback. He has absolutely had weird rage moments before, but I can only kind of, like, those in my head are connected to the revenge stuff and the influence of Orthax and, like, his desperation to, like those felt to me more like desperation moments. I don't think it's wrong to interpret them as rage moments, but they always came off to me more as he is desperate to get to the Briarwoods and clean them up, and he has this rage that is layering on top of the desperation. Rage for anyone that would serve them still. Like, rage about not being able to catch up with them and taking it out on a random civilian. Like, and I thought that a lot of that had kind of been put to bed by the Briarwood arc. And surely, you know, to be sure, it shouldn't clean up his personality in one night, in one arc. But this feels like almost like a wild, like, regression. Yeah. There's the hurt of Scanlan leaving the way he did, but that's heightened by Percy's paranoia, so he's focusing on ways that Scanlan can spy on them. Yeah. I guess it's weird to hold those things in, in tandem, which, you know, people have held more contradictory beliefs in tandem, but it's like he feels these feelings because of how much he cared about Scanlan, and he somehow thinks that everything that he's seen of Scanlan would imply that Scanlan is spying on them. It feels strangely irrational for Percy. And that is not to say that Percy needs to be rational all the time, right? Like everyone can be irrational when, you know, there are very heightened emotions involved. But it feels intensely irrational to me. Of like, why would he do that? What would be the point? And if he did do that, why would it matter? You know what I'm saying? Like, he does have a history of spying on people. I'm not even saying that, like, it's impossible, but, like, why would that even matter? You know? Like, even if he was, he's clearly not, or maybe not clearly, I guess, but that doesn't even seem like that bad. I don't know. It's just strange. Arguably, the Scanlan betrayal is more personal. That's fair. Yeah. He has a hard time admitting he fucked up with Scanlan and still can verbally bring himself to admit it because he failed his friend, and the violent implications is the only form of expression. Maybe. I think I think part of what's strange to me is that Percy has had, I think, a decent, I think he's had a decent line of expressing his thoughts and emotions, even if they may not be rational or they may not even, you know, be socially acceptable. He has a long history of expressing views that we might say are socially unacceptable. So it's it's just it's very, I don't know. Yeah, it's very strange to me that it goes to all these like violent, dark implications. But because I feel like I have not seen him interact that way since the Briarwood arc. And even in the Briarwood arc, it was only about the Briarwoods. People who actively tortured him and murdered his family. And I guess maybe he's putting Scanlan walking out on the same level as the Briarwood torturing and murdering his family. And if those two things are equivalent in Percy's mind, I suppose. Like that could kind of wrap things together for me here. That seems wild. If that is the case. That paints Percy in a bit of a different light for me. If he would equivocate those two things truly. So I think that is kind of maybe why this feels so kind of off to me, is that this feels like the type of reaction that should be reserved for like that level of thing. And if he's equating what Scanlan did in the Bard's Lament to that points to like a really deeply flawed experience of the world. To the point where it kind of makes me question a lot of what he has said, if that is actually the case. I think it is more likely that Taliesin is somewhat failing to portray this convincingly. Because, and I saw two of the later comments of like, I sometimes feel like Taliesin really fails to portray Percy's darker aspects in a convincing manner following the Briarwood arc. That seems like the most logical read of this or the most reasonable read of this to me, is that this is just a bit of a misportrayal on Taliesin's part. You know, I don't often want to go on that route, because it's a little bit of a, like, you can kind of say that about anything you don't like. And so and I'm not just saying that you're doing that, because I agree with you in this case. That's why I try to walk down a lot of the possible spaces here, or like a lot of the possible interpretations, to try and find an explanation that isn't just, I think, they're, not portraying the character well. But I do think it is always a possibility, and that is how it reads here to me. I don't know. I need to. There's been a lot of chat, so I might be skipping some. Yeah. I think the opinion Percy has here doesn't feel far off correct, but there's something disconnected in my opinion that isn't clear. Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at, is like, I understand why he would be feeling some sort of heightened emotion when it comes to Scanlan. I think that's incredibly reasonable. But his expression feels off for Percy. Yeah. When in the history of revenge has the bad feeling like rage stopped? I mean, I feel like Percy has not really been a rage beast. Like, unless he's really tamping it down in situations where I feel like it would have come out. Like, if he was still really actively dealing with problems of rage, like, maybe like we could call it like, hyper irrational rage, we've seen very little of it. So that's why it's kind of surprising to me. It almost it's not out of nowhere. It is within the history of the character. But there's been such a long gap since we've seen anything like it that I'm sort of taken off guard by it. I think what is more important that he's clearly struggling, but he's communicating with Vex about it. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I guess I'm just surprised at the rage, I think. I think that is what is like throwing this off for me. Even if he was like, I gotta go back and like take our shit back. You know, I would get that. But yeah, I feel like if this rage was still kind of tumbling around inside of him, I'm surprised that we haven't gotten that before now. You know? It's that last point that's confusing me. If Scanlan's spying on him, what's the problem? I think Percy's rage is coming out because of how personal it was. Yeah, and I guess there could just be the aspect of like this rage is tumbling around inside of him, and he is generally pretty good at tamping it down, but when the feelings get extreme, it still comes out. I don't know. I think that's more of an interpretation. Yeah. I feel like we need to remember that the players in CR and before our tables are not expert writers and sometimes take it to characterization, which is not entirely thought through. Yeah. And I mean, like I said, I want to assume and imply competency because I think that is going to lead towards, like, even if Taliesin did make the blunder here, or, a blunder, whatever, assuming that he didn't, like, assuming that this is purposeful, I think can lead us down more interesting thought processes. Because, like, if my initial kind of reaction to this is, oh, I don't like that from Percy very much, Taliesin's probably just playing Percy wrong. You know, like, that is me assuming that I have more knowledge and understanding of Percy than Taliesin does. But that does need to be weighed against the fact that Taliesin will not always portray Percy 100% in a way that makes sense outside of his head. This acting and this writing are very personal things to the players. These characters exist so much more in their head than they ever do on the outside of the game. And so I generally assume that it is purposeful unless I can't figure out another explanation, then it's not purposeful. So, you know, I don't want it to seem like I am forgetting that people, you know, just aren't always able to like 100% communicate their opinions or the way that they want their character to be perceived. But I think that in general, we can learn more from assuming that he did. Yeah. All I can say is that I disagree. With which part? Which part, Easter Slice? I'm curious. I don't, if you're relatively new, I don't believe in we agree to disagree. I believe in finding the core disagreement. Like, what is like the deep down there thing where we just do get to like a difference of opinion that then like hinges out to all of the other stuff. Because I'm not saying that everyone has to agree with me. People very frequently don't. Just like earlier with the whispers. But I like to find the locations of disagreement because otherwise I don't learn anything, you know? If I'm just throwing my opinions out into the ether and then not finding where the disagreement is, how am I going to grow? And this is all selfish. This is for me. But I think when Percy suggested murdering the Ravenites to make Vorugol think Thordak or another dragon caused the infighting, such a plan felt like jumping the gun to cruelty. It does not seem like a rational idea and far too hasty. The amount of annoyance one would have to go through to kill all the Ravenites makes me feel like Taliesin is just trying to find an excuse to portray such a violent ambition. Yeah, and it's interesting, Quinn. I think the idea of killing off the Ravenites seemed less wrathful, I guess. I do often picture Percy. I absolutely picture Percy as a pragmatist beyond even the reality. I think he is a pragmatist, and I think he thinks of himself as a pragmatist, but I think he is less of a pragmatist than he actually thinks himself to be. So in that situation of like the idea of killing the Ravenites, I think that is Percy kind of misreading how far he's willing to go or how far it will affect him and like how right or wrong that is. I think he pulls back from those sorts of emotional evaluations. But this feels distinct. I don't know. I think Percy might be angry that VM had to clean up all those loose ends and risk their lives against a Kraken in hell while Scanlan could leave and be happy with his family. You know? Okay. There's a line here that does rationalize it to me. Specifically the fact, not just that Scanlan chose to leave, but that he actually got to. Okay. See, this is why I don't want to just chalk it up to bad roleplay, because I feel like sometimes there are deeper things that we can come to here. Because that does track an amount with me of Scanlan got to leave and go be happy with his family. Most of Percy's family was in the beyond. Percy was going to die and go to the afterlife. And Vox brought him back. And he took on that responsibility of coming back and being there for the friends, regardless of the fact that he seemingly wanted to go and pass on and be with his family. But they came back. They brought him back. Whereas Scanlan had this desire, started to leave, and is seemingly not coming back. Because I think the other thing that sort of felt off to me about this was the fact that he has tried to look in, to my understanding, on Scanlan before, right? And we've talked about Scanlan before, and he's never displayed a lot of this rage. But if he was kind of harboring the idea in his head that Scanlan will go off, he'll do some stuff for a second, like when Percy died and went into Animus, and then he'll come back, like he'll realize that he should come back, and then you go and you scry and you check in on him, and he's just fucking chilling in a hut somewhere, not seeming to give any indication that he has any desire of coming back. That might piss you off. Because now you see it as like, okay, there's, you can go and have your little vacation with your daughter, but ultimately you have a responsibility here. He took the easy way out. And that could make you more angry And that could even make it to where you start viewing Scanlan differently. Taliesin might have thought that Scanlan was a certain type of person. And now that Scanlan is actually staying away and is staying with Kaylee and appears to have no intention of coming back, now Percy says, I'm worried about who he would be if he came back. Maybe he's not saying he has changed out there. Maybe he is saying he is, that will say that he is someone that was never who I thought he was. I thought that he was someone that would have come back by now. So if he comes back at some random point in the future, I won't even know who he is. I can draw a line there. Because also I will say, even if a player portrays something a little bit odd or a little bit weird or, maybe not immediately intelligible, there is also the factor of they always have a reason for doing things, right? So even if we are saying that, Taliesin is maybe portraying the rage a little bit strangely, well, okay, why does Taliesin want to display the rage at all? And I think that this does kind of track for me. Maybe it's a little tuned up, whatever. But I can see that as being a unique and kind of bespoke reason that the actions of Scanlan would evoke rage in a way that some other things that honestly seem worse haven't. Maybe. Percy overcomplicates situations often. I feel like he's overthought this. It could be mutated into something that resembles real anger instead of hurt. It's not really about the anger. It's just about confusion. Maybe. I don't think we can really blame Taliesin for making a characterization blunder in a long-form improv game. No. And to be fully clear, this is not a critique towards Taliesin. This is me trying to understand what Taliesin is going after here. I have critiqued the players for things. If we rewind about 2 episodes, if you watch my my episode 92 react, I'm blaming the players for some stuff there. I'm definitely blaming the players for some stuff. I'm not blaming Taliesin for anything here. I'm trying to figure it out because I'm not always the best at intuiting emotions, we might say. And so even in real life, when someone is a little bit angry, it is hard for me to understand why a lot of times. So I have to break it down, what are we blaming? What's the context? Oh, we're not blaming anything. I am watching through this. Hello. My name is Megaphone Man. This is a series that I do called Critical Eyes. And I am watching through Critical Role for the first time. I'm a long time DM, forever DM, as some might say. And I am kind of reacting blind to the whole thing, talking about the narrative, the arcs, the characters. I do a lot of discussion about the maps and the map dynamics and how those influence the combat. So it's an analysis show, essentially. Basically an analysis show here. So it is not like this is not a Taliesin Jaffe hit piece. This is just thinking through kind of what he's doing and trying to learn from it. Oh, I know, bestie. Oh, fair enough. I was just curious if your criticism of the PCs or players. I don't think there's a critique here. I don't think there's a critique here. Just because something feels weird to me doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. I might just not get it. And I feel like frequently I don't get it. And so, I got to talk it out. But yeah, I'm trying not to... That's cool that you've been here before. Welcome back. I'm trying not to assume that people have been here because I want to not go, too off the rails with new folks. But I'm not sure what event even started this discussion. Was he saying he wants to murder Scanlan? Not in so many words. Yeah. I'm very angry. I don't want to interfere with his happiness. I don't want to interfere with his life. Certainly not his daughter, but I will admit I'm very angry. I don't remember exactly where he said it, but he's having these very violent, rageful thoughts. But I don't think he's actually saying that he actually wants to go and kill Scanlan. I don't think so. He wants to get 2 items back from Scanlan. Yeah. Which, honestly, even that is not even... that is not even the part that is throwing me off. It is purely, the tone, We do not know more about this character than Taliesin does. I agree. Which I think you probably put this before I explained the whole, I don't like to just assume bad roleplay or whatever. No, this is me trying to analyze it to understand it. And to know more, You can agree on opinion taste, yeah. Your obviously wrong opinion on Whispers. All right. Yeah. Oh, man. I don't think this is out of character. Percy's been holding on to this feeling for a long time, ever since Scanlan walked out the door. Yeah. I guess, and that is really the thing that did kind of shock me. Oh, wait, no, it's this one. That was the thing that kind of threw me for a loop, is I could have believed 100% if you tell me that he's repressing his rage. I'm like, yeah, that about tracks, that he's repressing all of his rage. It was that this particular incident would sort of bring it out of him that kind of surprised me and threw me for a loop when seemingly some other situations happen. I think this obsessive desire to track Scanlan is something Percy does a lot. Yeah. I feel like trying to determine if something is bad writing or really just an ingenious subtlety is something I've grappled with many times while reading books. Yeah. I mean, I kind of always assume... I assume competency first. Beyond all else, yeah. That could also explain the focus on the items. Scanlan doesn't need those if he's never coming back. That is fair. I think Percy has complicated the situation to think Scanlan has left him to deal with the cleanup of danger and potential future dangers, believing that he would have already returned and is now finding reasons for his hurt, turning into a betrayal and connecting the items that belong to the party. Yeah. Yeah. It could be that Percy always saw someone as someone without much that he cares about. So seeing him actually caring about his daughter makes him question what he used to think of Scanlan. Yeah, I think that's where my mind is sort of landing on this. I think that seems to be the sort of explanation that gels the most internally to me, is that there is how do I say it? I think there is a reasonable irrationality that might make Percy think that the things that he is seeing indicate that Scanlan is not and never has been who Percy thought he was. I don't agree with that, obviously, from the outside, but that seems very in line with like the type of Percy irrationality that I can picture. Where, and like someone said earlier, Percy overthinks things. He thinks it about things from every different angle. That does then track me down of seeing Scanlan doing things he didn't expect makes him think, oh, I just never knew him at all. I didn't think down these different paths that he could have been. I didn't think about the types of people that he could have been because the person that I thought he was would be back by now. And so now he's having this kind of crisis of conscience. And at one level, he knows that it is irrational. He knows, he's like, I don't want to fuck with his happiness. I don't want to mess with his daughter. But goddamn, did I ever really know him? Yeah. I think that's kind of where I'm getting. I think that gels with me. Yeah. An audience does not have a lot of the tacit agreements and understandings between friends at a table. Also very true. Yeah. I always feel like searching for a correct solution or reading of something before the conclusion of a plot hole. I always like searching for the correct solution or reading of something before the conclusion of a plot hole. Yes, exactly. And that's what I'm very much trying to do here. Of like, that like kind of hit me in the forehead and I was like, what the fuck was that? So I felt like I needed to recalibrate myself here. Yeah. This conversation seems like it's gotten to its end. Yeah, I think we've gotten there. Yeah. And that's why I like talking with you all, because I don't think I would have gotten there on my own. And that's why I like talking about media, especially with other people, because it's so interpretive, you know? And there are so many layers that I don't feel confident that my brain is going to think of every possible interpretation. And certainly not that it's going to come to the correct one or the right one. So I like seeing y'all's opinions. And, you know, it's a nice bonus if someone then puts in something that kind of closes the gap for me. Yeah. Which goes to show how important Vex is to Percy's continued story. Yeah, absolutely. This idea of, and especially in terms of like the, almost exactly what I was just talking about with what I want to do, of Percy, I think, like a younger version of myself, has this tendency to think that he can think through every perspective and every contingency, and that he can see all angles. And when you have that amount of confidence in your own perception and your analytic skill, I suppose, when that is challenged, and when that is essentially proven wrong, that's very frustrating. That's very infuriating. You know, you might still want the best for Scanlan, but you're pissed off that you read him wrong and that he could be a way worse person than you thought he was. And, I mean, fuck, it kind of goes towards Scanlan's whole fucking point. For someone who is the analytical overthinker, there's even more anger in the fact that Scanlan was right about something that you thought he was fundamentally wrong about. And that he proved it himself. He really got one over on you, Percival. And so it's a different type of rage altogether than something like when he, shot the hand off of the carriage driver before the Briarwood arc. It's sort of a uniquely different type of anger that is more rooted in frustration, or it's a unique type of rage. I think, the Briarwood arc rage is kind of rooted in desperation and a desire for vengeance. But this rage is that the thing that Percy thought he was good at, Scanlan has kind of proven that he's incorrect. That feels good to me. That feels as good as anything to me. Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. And Vex needs to be there. And we even, I think, kind of see this this bit of... Oh, wait, where is it? That I need you. Yeah, right here. The only thing that's keeping me from doing anything about that anger is your opinion of it. I don't mean to put this on you. It's not on you. It's not, And I think you're right, Easter Slice, of like Vex is honestly even more important in this moment where Percy is sort of losing his fundamental confidence, or at least his fundamental confidence in his judgment of character, I suppose, when that is being so fundamentally challenged. We see that he does and that he can fall back on his partner. And we even see an amount of awareness of like, I don't want to put this on you. It's not on you. He doesn't want Vex to have to manage his feelings for him. But at a certain point, partners help each other through these sorts of crises of confidence, or these, the changing of not only who we are as people, but who we perceive ourselves to be. And one of the amazing things about having a partner is that they can provide that external view, just like you guys do to me. Just like chat is for Mega. You guys are the Vex to my Percy. And I think that's more of a compliment to you than me. But yeah, I like that conclusion. Good. Yeah, I think that one that tracks to me. That seems right. Parasocial. Oh fuck, that is parasocial. Yeah. Oh, gross. You're so right. Dude, they don't talk about it, man. I've heard people talk about it occasionally. But man, content creators can get parasocial with their audiences. I know I can. And I have to fucking yank myself back occasionally. I have to go on the occasional rant about how you all are just ghosts and memories of people and you don't actually exist. You're just beeps and boops in the weird rock in front of me. I have to remind myself of that occasionally. You all are weird occult forces. If Scanlan ever does come back, do you think that Percy would challenge him? You know what? I wouldn't have up until right about now. And right about now, I'm feeling like he might. Oh, man. Honestly, hearing you say my name does feel very surreal. I can imagine. Yeah. Beep boop. No, the beep boops. The clankers are here. No. I have 15 beeps and 0 boops. Oh, interesting. All right, let's get back into it. That was an interesting moment. I will say, even outside of the Bard's Lament, even within the Bard's Lament, I feel like Percy had another moment. like directly after the Bard's Lament that really threw me through a loop. And, you know, now Terry is here and he's a deeper and a bit more robust of a character. But I do feel like Percy has been the kind of fundamentally most, or the character with the most maybe granularity to him, you know, the most range within himself. And he has often been the one to confuse me via his actions. So I also have a storied history of trying to understand Percival. And I guess I will continue to do so. When I first joined stream and heard you replied, it was me realizing you're a real person with an actual responsive existence. Beep, beep, boop, boop, pop. It's a weird situation, man. I love streaming, but it is maybe the most occult magic shit possible in the modern day. Like, the real-time communication of it is so strange. You know? It's so weird. And it feels so odd. Oh, yeah, he was addicted to scaling the Bard's Lament, so I'm honestly not surprised at this reaction here. No hate, I like Percy's character, and I don't mind his reaction. I'm orienting myself around it. But man. Yeah. Streams were the cults we joined along the way. No, I get it. I'm not a stream watcher, generally. I'm a VOD frog. But I've watched occasional live streams of a creator called Stans. Stans with a Z. One Night Stans. And the first time that Stans read one of my chats out loud and, like, said my tag, I was like, ha! What just happened? Who are you? What are you doing? Put that down. What's that? Over there. Go away. It was very, and then I stopped watching streams. and I actually, this is coincidental, but I think I have not watched a live stream since that. Oh, man, yeah. But anyways, we're going to do Critical Role. And that's all I have to say.
I'll be right there.
And we are Kuatoa.
I'm going to confer with my sister about formalizing a few things tomorrow.
Okay.
Before Percy leaves, I say, you know, didn't think you're going to be able to use the scrying eye for someone who hates magic so much. Might be something more to you.
Maybe.
I saw that from what's-her-face earlier. Okay, bye. Go have fun.
I'm gonna jump us back 2 minutes, and during all that, I'm not as sober as Percival, and we're arm in arm walking, and man, I am so fucking happy right now. I am so fucking happy. We have nothing to do. We had nothing to do.
I just can't believe Percy got, like, actually used the scrying eye. I just didn't anticipate I'm actually gonna be able to make it work.
But
I thought I was one of the only ones in the group who could make it work, and now he can make it work.
Well, he's a clever boy, that one. Listen to me. I don't have any kind of timetable on it. I take it by the cheeks and I go, brr, 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 brr. I'm so drunk right now. I can't wait to go home with you. I can't wait. I don't know when we're going to do it. You're home.
Man, what are I don't know what you're referring to in this moment.
I mean, Zephyr.
It feels like a lot of meta conversation.
Zephyr.
Yeah,
I want to
yeah,
go
yeah,
to Zephyr.
Oh, yeah.
I want to get to know your father.
Yeah.
He's nice.
Yeah.
He's so much nicer than my father ever was.
You're so domestic right now. It's so cute.
You know, there's been no time to talk about this. I mean, we get to.
Hey, do you think they're gonna stop allowing you to drink in the street as soon as we get, like, guards and law and order back in this town?
I
don't
hope
like
not.
you being able to drink in the street in Whitestone. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's a mountain town. Of course, you're going to be able to drink in the
What were you
streets.
gonna
That's the
say?
point.
Focus in with me because
Okay.
I have something important to tell you, but I know that we're both very intoxicated.
No, I'm listening.
Okay, listen.
I'm listening.
Yes, buddy. Easy. Listen to me. The Raven Queen is not done.
Bro, I'll tell you, I'm likely never gonna be shit-faced on stream. Not only is it, I believe, against TOS, but I think it would make me incredibly anxious. So it's probably never gonna happen. Unless it's like, I don't know. I'll leave an asterisk, I'll leave room for it, but I don't plan on it. But these are the two wolves inside of Intoxicated Mega. I am both of these when I am intoxicated. I'm trying to be serious. And it's like, what? I'm listening. Yeah, you're trying to be serious. Yes, of course. I'm so serious right now too. You're so freaking cute. Come on. I'm so serious. Come on. Fucking hit me with it. And then it goes back to the other wolf inside of me, and I'm like, I kind of forgot. These are both of me.
With me or with us?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you know when she picked me up again?
She picked you up again.
When you brought me back, when Vex brought me back, when
Oh,
Grog
yeah,
brought me back, yeah, then.
Okay, yeah. Uh-huh.
She went, poof.
Yeah, I thought I was crazy, but apparently your sister saw her face, because we all saw her face.
Yeah. And then she went away, but she didn't go away, and she was still there. She's not done. I'm so fucking drunk.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to concentrate on what you're saying so hard.
But I don't want to think about it. That's later. That's coming, I guess. That's later.
Uh-huh.
But I wanna.
Hey,
Yeah? What?
hey. No feathery, white mask or face wearing deity. It's gonna take you from me or us, okay? Okay? Cause we'll just go god hunting, and it'll be great.
Yeah.
Because apparently your sister said we have to kill Orcus, so...
Yeah, that's a pretty big matzo ball, that one.
Yeah, I'm still digesting that, so I think the only way I can really, interface with it is just by making jest of it.
I'm gonna change the subject though one more time, and then we gotta go to bed soon.
Yeah.
I'm fucked up. I'm in the short term more confused and worried about my sister.
Okay, yeah.
Because there's no question that I'm going to follow you where you go right now, but I don't know what she wants to do.
Oh.
And I love her so much.
Oh.
She's my best friend.
I know. I love her so much too.
She's the coolest.
She's so cool. And she's so pretty. She's so cool.
So I don't know how that conversation's gonna go, but you know it's gonna happen.
I'm so sorry.
As you guys both look ahead to talk about and look at Vex, she's gone. And Percy's gone, and you realize at this point that you completely missed the diversions of your party.
Stop it! Let's go to bed. Let's go to
Okay,
bed.
they're okay, right?
Those two? They
Okay.
got it all figured out.
Sorry,
They're
guys.
fine.
I know it's been bad, you know. We've turned around a lot, and people have not been there, and they're supposed to be there, and they're not.
Come here.
Okay.
Come here.
You guys make your way to your room in Whitestone.
I'm so drunk.
At the door. We press foreheads together and I go, I'm gonna pretend like I'm not drunk.
Okay. I don't know if I can.
Okay.
Okay.
I love you so much.
I love you so much.
Let's go to bed.
Okay.
Alrighty. Percival, the castle is dark. It's quiet. The few lights that are up in the sconces on the secondary floors, you make your way towards your sister's chambers. You come to the door and her personal guard is there, and we're in the pale guard armor. And as soon as you begin to approach the steps, kind of gets into a defensive position and then recognizes you and steps back and leads you in. As you come inside, you see Cassandra is currently in her regular day-to-day clothing, one of her many outfits she uses for formal meetings and such. Her hair is a little frazzled and down in front of her face, and she has a stack of sheets that are stacked up next to her at the small kind of desk table that she has in front of one of her large red velvet sitting chairs.
Oh, that's fair. All right. I'll write that down before I forget it, because I did forget it. 34. I remembered that there was another alt stopping point if we're being honest with each other, if we're lowering the veil really quick. I remembered that there was, but I was hoping that someone would repeat it in chat so that I wouldn't have to go and look for it. And I was right. Oh. What is this? I got a letter. Yeah. Paige is...
I've had this theory for like 2 months.
2 months? You've had this theory?
I keep forgetting to tell you. Maybe even like 6. Since we learned about them in Baldur's Gate.
Damn. Damn, Paige has a theory about y'all. I'm not even gonna tell you. Ooh, she's got a theory. But anyways.
However, she's not looking at that right now, as she is currently enthralled with what looks to be a
No, tell us. Maybe she'll tell you the next time she streams Strange Antiquities on this channel. Check it out next time. You can ask her. Tomorrow? Most likely tomorrow. You can ask her during Strange Antiquities. Stop in. Take a look.
small stack of cakes and a little tea saucer she's holding up as she's sipping.
There's just layers to that trouble, isn't there? Just layers of paperwork.
Turns back and looks out, you see a little bit of the cake kind of curled on the edge of her mouth, and she's like, Percival! Takes another sip of the tea and sets it down. You've returned.
For a while this time.
How your travel's been?
Terrible, but all over.
That sounds par for the course, I assume.
I'm back to help. It's my turn.
Good. As the sophist of native ingenuity, you have much responsibility in this time of recovery, and I'm growing a bit weary of
I will happily take some layers of both that paperwork and that cake off your hands, and I grab a slice.
She takes and hands it over to you as you take it.
I do ask tomorrow that we handle this little interesting tidbit, and I hand her the documents that I put together earlier with the titling that needs to be dealt with.
She goes, Grand Poobah, that's... We'll certainly discuss that.
I expect somebody will come up with something delightful for that one.
We can take our time with that one. I'm not going to lie. I had been so long, I'd forgotten that we had not had any purveyor of the Grey Hunt.
Quite a while. A long while.
So Vexalia.
It seemed appropriate. Even before things became what they are, yes.
And before we can officiate that, she has to undergo the hunt itself.
Yes.
I don't know how that works. Keep Yanin right.
He does, if I recall.
Keep Yanin should know. I'm a bit out of my depth at this point. I've done... And you see she kind of sighs deeply and looks over to her guard, and kind of, for the first time in a while, you see Cassandra break from the stoic leader to Cassandra, your sister, and she kind of leans forward, takes her hand and goes, I'm so very tired. I've missed you, and I need your help. Please.
We're going to make this right. We're going to... The machine will run again. All of this will work again.
I know. They're good people. Many good people here, and you've all saw to that. I've saw to it. I need rest.
I will help.
Thank you. There's more cake in it for you.
I could use more cake.
Just kind of wipes a little tear from her face. I'm glad you're safe.
How goes the training of the company of shot?
As functional as it can be. We're having to ration ammunition, as we have to rely on you for that, and you've been gone.
Well, we're going to fix that as well.
And perhaps you should hold most of that training, since the majority of it has been at the hip and making things up as they go.
And the guards, the captain of the guards has been taking care of everything?
Yes. We lost a few in the last altercations, but we have a good long-standing number of individuals who have stepped up, and what was his name? The one that you brought in? Jared.
Jared, is he still around?
He's been very useful. He's taken care of most of the low-end training, but that cake, it just...
We're all a bit heartbroken. I would like to confer with him very quickly before I go to sleep, but other than that, we are back, and I look forward to making this move forward tomorrow morning.
Good. Yes, bring she takes the sheet, Lady Vexalia, to breakfast in the morning, and we shall discuss her position, responsibilities, and the necessity of that.
I will. Thank you.
Of course. And she leans back in her chair and kind of... I think it's time for bed. Yes. And she gets up and she goes and closes off the fireplace in the corner and throws a little bit of water onto it and puts out the candles in the room.
I'm going to run by Jared's on the way back to my quarters.
Jared! To Jared! It can only be Jared!
Jared doesn't stay in the castle. Jared currently stays down in the barracks within the city of Whitestone Proper, because he's responsible for training the recruits and helping build the...
All right, then real quick, I'm just going to write a little post. I'm just going to write a little letter, which I will tell you about. And, well, should I tell you what it is now? Because the person who sent it...
We all need to leave.
No, well, yes. I'm going to throw a little cash. I'm going to write a little letter. I'm going to ask Jared to very, very quietly... Jared, so sorry. Yeah, Jared, I know.
Jared, get me some drugs.
To very quietly on the sly hire someone to keep very, very distant tabs on Scanlan Shorthall.
Okay.
I want to know if anything unusual happens. Not to interfere, just watch.
How much?
Dead. I want his family dead. I want his house burned to the ground.
How much money do you attach to the letter?
5 gold.
5 gold.
16 copper.
Where was my? I'm trying to find my number. I was going to shoot about 400 gold at it just to get it done. Seems reasonable.
That can probably get it done.
With the,
for a while.
yeah, until he needs more.
Yeah. Okay. He's a smart man. He's done different forms of business. He can let you know if you need to restock the coffers, if you will. Okay. So the letter's written up, assuredly delivered, and the evening comes to a close.
With cake.
For you guys. At the tavern, here at the Tipsy Quorum, we have Pike and Grog catching up on crazy business amongst the rest of the jovial atmosphere of the tavern as people have been drinking heavily into the evening like a city that is still recovering from 5 years of perpetual torment does.
But it's just like she's so pretty with like a feather in her hair.
She's not a bitch, but in like a foolish way.
And she's really good with money.
I know, and if she gives you the eyebrow, and then
I know, and then when she got the broom, with her hair.
I know, and the fur.
She's the best.
Oh, it's not fair, don't you?
I know.
Good shit.
Do you know what I do every night?
What?
I sometimes put in my earring, and I have conversations with Scanlan. And I know he can't hear.
Well, who talks back?
Nobody.
Oh, that's awful!
I just tell him how the day was and what I did, and you know. But I just say no. I don't. Obviously, he's not gonna talk back.
He's got full shrimp.
I've never tried that before.
You should try it. Sometimes I'll just see. You know, I know he can't hear.
Right. Sometimes I go into like the house of lady favors,
Yeah.
and I'm like, one for me and one for me.
Well,
How do you think Terry's doing?
I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't know. I felt bad.
You
Once
did?
we had the story, and I was like, maybe we had the story of his life. I was like, maybe he shouldn't go with her.
Oh, really?
I don't know, cause maybe we should have found him somebody else.
Like,
I guess we didn't find him. She just came along.
yeah, I mean, the hunt was
Whisked
on.
him away.
Yep. You just gotta kind of react at that point.
Yeah.
Let the river take you where it will.
Yeah. Well, I'm tired now. I said earlier I wasn't tired, but I do get tired.
Yeah, of course, me too. I mean, it's probably because you've been crying so much.
I think it just takes so much out of your body to cry.
Yeah. Testify. I mean, the water's gonna come from somewhere, right?
I know. It's like, where does it all come from? There's so much of it.
I don't know.
As Grog passes out at the table next to you, you look up and at this point, most of the tavern is now empty, and you have no idea what hour it is, but it seems pretty late and pretty empty.
Dude, I was literally thinking about pausing and saying, like, oh man, like, I don't think we really need to pan back to Grog and Pike. And you know what? My impatience would have made us miss out on that. And what a crime that would have been.
You glance over, and as the tavern is it's still open, it doesn't really close per se, but the night shift, you see Shauna's kind of finishing, she's throwing a shawl over, she's getting ready to leave, and she looks over and sees you and takes off her shawl and throws it around Grog.
Thanks.
Goes,
Thanks.
take care of him.
I will. He's fine.
He's dumb.
He's not as dumb as he seems.
It's good. 'Cause he seems pretty dumb.
I know. It's just, but his heart is just like as big as he is.
I can tell by the company he keeps. You guys wouldn't stick around if he wasn't.
Cheese and flowers.
But I expect you to leave that shawl back here. It's going to be here in the
I
morning.
will. It'll be good as new, right here on the table, folded for you.
All right. Well, I guess find a stool and curl up.
Okay.
I'm going to bed.
Night, Shauna. It was so nice to meet you. Thank you so much for everything.
You too. What's your name?
My name's Pike.
Pike. Pleasure to meet you. She reaches out and takes your hand.
Very nice to meet you.
That's my pinwheel.
And if the two wolves inside of me are drunk Vax and drunk Keyleth, there is one wolf inside of Paige, and it's drunk Pike. 1,000,000%. She is mom whenever we're out. And actually less so with me, but definitely with her friends. And our friends in general.
She talks in his sleep. It'll be fine. Don't worry.
She leaves, closes the door behind her. And you can choose to eventually pass out with Grog if you want as well, or
Well,
what do you want to do?
Scanlan. I know you can't hear, but I'm sitting in a tavern right now with Grog. He just went to sleep. I had a pretty good day. I had to do a lot of labor, just like lifting stuff into a cart. And then like, you know, Vox Machina, lo and behold, come home and I see him and now we're here. But we miss you. I'm very tired.
And with that, the night comes to a close. The next morning, the sun rises. Those who are staying in the castle, you rise to the familiar smell of early breakfast meats, eggs, other classic.
Interesting. This was the original alternative stopping point. But there's a better one. We push forward. On yonder.
Meals being prepared.
I want to, you know, I feel like at this point, this is going to be a pretty low analysis stream. So, you know, might as well pack a little bit more in.
For the various guard of the castle and those who belong to the Chamber of Whitestone as it currently stands. As you all begin to convene down there, the two of you come to consciousness as two giant glasses of water are slammed on the table from a morning shine arriving. Drags the shawl out from under Grog's head, which is now damp with just a multitude of drool that has just seeped into it. And she kind of like squeezes it out and sets it on the side of the bar.
Somebody left that though.
I wasn't up yet to fix it.
It's fine, it's fine.
It's fine.
As she starts getting ready and a couple of the other bar hands start setting up the tavern, you hear footfalls come rushing down and you watch as Trisha comes rushing down, putting her armor on real fast, like just getting shit, I'm like shit, and just rushes out the door.
Oh, she's still.
I
She
mean,
stayed the whole night.
Yeah. Dude.
That's a good sign, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Turkey.
Chicken Popeye.
No.
about 5 minutes more, you see the slow footfalls of Tyrion Darrington make his way down the stairs into the empty tavern. Early morning, it's maybe 8 a.m. at this point. You can just hear the birds going on the outside. The blearing sun's just beginning to crest over the mountains.
We got like alcohol sweats.
Yeah, I know. You guys are pretty hungover at this point.
Our lips are sticking out our teeth. We're like,
Just so thirsty.
Oh, you there? Hello. You're still here?
We just waited just in case.
Yep.
Oh, I have a headache. Oof, rough night, huh?
It was rough? How do you feel?
I feel good, different, better.
You feel different.
I feel, wow, that Trish is, whew, she's a lot of woman. How'd you guys do?
Oh, enough about us.
Great meal, great company,
Yep.
great night.
Yeah, it was something else. I mean, there's periods that I don't really remember, but,
Yeah.
she was aggressive when she needed to be and gentle when she needed to be, and you know, I've read a lot about that, and a lot of things I've read were true. I mean, the female form is mysterious and strange, and there are curves and
So many curves.
smells and
Yeah.
Terry, you didn't just give each other massages all night, did you?
oh no.
Oh, good.
Details. Do we need mimosas?
I have experienced the pleasures of the flesh. I have now known a woman, and it was outrageous. I didn't really know what I was doing, but she guided me, sometimes by force.
Okay.
But she was also gentle sometimes, and I get it now. I see the appeal. I understand. Women are soft and tender, and they are not for me. I mean, there's so many holes, and you don't know which one is the right one. And
You know, it just depends on the day, I guess.
Yeah. That's true. It can be confusing.
I just,
Especially in the dark, right?
she was so strong, and I was so scared. And I really think.
Make Constitution saving throw, Grog.
That's like 8 out of 16.
You okay, you okay.
That's
Okay.
You know what?
You know what? At least it's what adventurers do.
Yeah.
You know, you
Yep.
did it and
No,
you.
I see.
Yep.
I see that. I see how people
I
would
feel
find
like-
that.
And like my mom always said, you have to try each food once. 3 times to really know if you like it. So I think, this is a good first it's a good first step for old Terry.
We need to commemorate this. Look, you're not the same man you were when we last saw you last night.
Look at that face.
No, I'm not.
You've seen things.
They're so, I mean, they're so intricate and soft, and I just feel like I think I know what I like now, and that was a worthy endeavor. And thank you, Pike, for encouraging it, and Grog for setting me up. And
without a shadow of a doubt, now you know.
yeah, no, I know,
else.
I know for sure, 100%. I am not going to do that ever again with anyone like her or anyone similar.
Should we go get tattoos or get you a new haircut or something to commemorate this?
No, my body's a temple, and I wouldn't sell it like that.
It's a temple. Well, all right.
Well, let's get back. Did you get to sleep at all, or do you need to sleep?
When she was finished with me, she let me curl into a ball.
Did you quite say sure?
There was a valley between her pecs, her breasts, I guess, and there was a nice little resting place right there that I laid my head for the night. And she draped her arms over me. They were like big sweaty blankets. And I needed to get up to pee in the middle of the night, but I couldn't. So I just held it.
Mercy.
Oh, bed there, bro. Ooh.
It's like being attacked by a bear. Have you seen The Departed? Let's go get cleaned up.
And it's up.
Oh, man. Okay. Yup, definitely rogues. Definitely rogues. Definitely not rangers. And I understand why this was the alternative stopping point.
Is it ever? I've actually been privy to this exact conversation with you guys. Found out the same way in high school. No, not for me. Oh my god, that's amazing. Okay.
It's on fire.
As you guys are eating breakfast and Cassandra makes her way down and joins you all and begins the meal. Her personal bodyguard. Is
Oh, man. Okay. That is not what I anticipated. After the famed bisexuality of Vaxildon, I kind of just assumed that's where this was going. And that was a twist, to be sure. Good for him. He was open. Yeah, I said it. He has a virtue. He's open to trying new things, but he knows when it's not for him. Oh, man. I do like Terry. I like Terry a lot. Oh, man. That was some fun RP. That's maybe, it's weird because we've talked about in the past of I'm not really into the tavern scenes, the funny, silly, jokey RP a lot of times isn't for me, and especially, a lot, well, that's not exactly true. I'm not, whether it's funny and so jokey and silly is kind of neither here nor there, but a lot of times people role-playing being drunk is really not for me, and I can't put a finger on why, because I like acting, and I don't mind being drunk, so I don't know what about it is it. I think it always seems like they aren't actually drunk. I think that's a lot of my problem with it, and it takes me out of it. But I was, man, Critical Role is accelerating into the finish line. Like, the Hell's Arc was my favorite exploration sequence. One of my favorite combats. My favorite dungeon, I would say, pretty thoroughly. One of my favorite puzzles and or riddles that Matt has ever put up. A lot of my favorite traps. And I think this was my favorite comedic RP sequence, I would say. they have jokes here and there. So CR is just like a generally relatively lighthearted show, and then it has its serious moments. But I think, I think that might have been one of, easily. I could say this easily favorite tavern scene. Without question, my favorite tavern scene of the entire show. It's hard to rank all of the different comedic moments because there have been some good ones. And it's hard to rate what like an actual comedic sequence is. But easy favorite tavern scene. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. And if I had to like pin it down, it felt more rooted within the characters rather than rooted within I'm drunk and I'm at a bar as an actor and an improver, This really felt to me like it was a lot of the characters and they were dealing with things at the bar. And they weren't just, I feel like the bar scene after the Chroma Conclave arc can be considered similar. The bar scene after, I think also after, like, Thordak has been killed, where, like, he has the conversation with Gilmore. I might be misremembering, though. But I feel like at most of the bar scenes, I have felt like this is a character that, like, vaguely resembles Vax, but doesn't really feel like Vax. And, they're not doing anything. They're just engaging in vice to run away from their problems, which people do. I don't want to make it seem like I think people don't do that. But it's not very interesting to watch for me. Whereas this was like, they were engaging their vice and they were dealing with things. But even the way in which they were interacting and engaging in their vice felt rooted in their characters and in the things that those characters were dealing with specifically. And it also might be partially because the things that they're dealing with are much more personal at this point. Whereas, like, them being sad about the end of the world is kind of like, yeah, I don't know, been there, done that. I've watched Denzel Washington be sad in a bar like 20 or 30 times. I get it at this point. The world is ending and you're sad about it. We get it. But this was like, oh, you're dealing with the loss of a friend and you're interacting with them in a way that you would interact with like a dead person, but they're not actually dead. They're just away pursuing their own goals and you're trying to be supportive of that, but you really miss them. And that is a much more, that's much more engaging RP for me, I think. Yeah. Wait, I should actually read chats. Just go back and watch the Kraken fight if you think being drunk is better than for a game. Hey, look, it's that's fair. Have you seen the Game Changer episode with all players being drunk and one sober pretending to be drunk? Yes, I have. Which is honestly a good episode because it plays on the idea of bad drunk performance, which I love. I love that Game Changer episode. Because, yeah, bad drunk performance is just bleh for me. Because it's lazy, overplayed, and a crutch in playing drunk rather than playing an emotion through the state of being drunk. Yes! Fuck yeah, dude. Absolutely, John. That's a passionate way to put it. Hell yeah. But yeah, playing an emotion via drunkenness. I think was way more represented in this scene than in some of the others. The other tavern scenes, I think, have had their moments of this, but honestly, this entire tavern scene really felt like it had it for me, where they're playing the emotions and the characters through the drunken state rather than just playing drunk. Yeah. Drunks get confused, and confusion kills forward momentum in scenes. Whoa! That's an interesting way to put it. I'm trying to think about the conversations that took place here compared to some of the previous tavern scenes. Like, I'm picturing the tavern scene in Vasselheim, and I do feel like there was a lot of confusion played for comedy. Whereas in this, the closest thing was like inattentiveness, like trouble focusing, but not necessarily confusion. So and they didn't even lean into the inattentiveness too far. They kept the conversation going. You're freaking on to something there, bro. I'm filing that away. That's interesting. Kills forward momentum. Totally. Yeah, wow. Nothing else to add. That's a revelation moment for me. That's super cool. Really interesting because we're learning more about Terry's character. 1,000,000%. I think that's one of the things that started it off well, because all of the tavern scenes have a level of sort of evolution to them where you start sober and you end drunk, and those kind of need to feel very different. And we definitely started with learning and revealing and establishing that something is there. Even before they even get to the tavern, we established that like something's going on with Terry. He's feeling some sort of way. And the drunkenness, the tavern scene, is used to display the lowering of those walls in ways that might not have happened otherwise. Yeah. I love to rewatch this episode. Even the bar scene is so much fun, and everyone interacts with Terry wonderfully now. Yeah. In level 1 improv classes that I taught, I had to teach that drunk isn't an emotion, but a state of the body. Yeah. Wow. I taught it for 5 years and performed for 20. I've seen so many drunk improv scenes. It shows. That's incredibly insightful. Yeah. Yeah, and I think you put it well. Drunkenness isn't an emotion. But I do think it is often played as one. It is often played as like, I am drunk right now. I am feeling drunk right now. I am being drunk right now, right? It's this overwhelming sort of state. Whereas this was like, you know, their body was changed and their thought processes were a little bit changed, but they were still them and they were still feeling their emotions. Wow. Yeah. Cool fucking scene. I feel like I had less to say about it because it was just good improv, but I'm glad we had the dissection of Percy there in the middle a little bit. That was cool. Man. Last comment got blocked. Not on purpose. It might have gotten auto-filtered. Ross. I didn't block it. And I don't see an optional approval. Yeah. Yeah, it got auto-blocked. God, fucking... It is most annoying thing about streaming on YouTube. Bar none. Most annoying thing about streaming on YouTube. I'm on live chat and I don't see it. So annoying. Because it's even like I have it on. I now, after we started streaming with the vertical orientation, I turned on some amount of comment moderation, but it just holds them for review. And like I can see very clearly, very obviously, whenever a chat is held for review, and I just approve it. And I don't know why it doesn't just do that with all of them. It's so annoying. Anyways, but no, that was some of the most fun role play cooldown not associated with any other activity. Like I've talked about restful role play or like, you know, low stakes, like introducing a low stakes dungeon or an ant stomp to allow them to kind of play around. And I will reference the not Kavarn, fucking Qual's house. That was a little bit of a dungeon. There was like some traps and like kind of a little thing. And they did not take it seriously at all because they shouldn't have. Like that was kind of there as this very easy thing. And they did a lot of role play during that. And I talk about that often. But this was a great example of something that didn't have any extra conceit layered on top of it. It was incredibly focused in a way that I do think sometimes Vox can struggle with. I think sometimes Vox can struggle when there is absolutely nothing else to ground them within the scene, when it is just pure role play. I find them, you know, hovering on things that, you know, need to be moved on from, or, you know, not engaging in things that feel like they need to be engaged in, or just kind of playing up bits that are totally disconnected from anything else. And this one did not have any of the normal stuff that I would have recommended to ground the scene and to give them things to do to make sure that they don't just like fly off into La La Land. They didn't have any of that. They just fucking nailed it, I think. Like, regardless of everything that I was talking about with Percy and like all of the confusion for me there, regardless of that, it was focused. It was clear. It was character motivated very clearly. It did not hang around longer than it needed to. They didn't like, you know, dwell on it. In terms of like pacing and relevance and like character motivatedness, it was great. My only question was the character motivation side of things, but I honestly feel like I've gotten there on that. So it's, yeah. And like, I can't give any particular reason that this one worked so much better. Fuck it, other than that they just like did really well. I don't know. Yeah, I got nothing else to say about it. And you know, I know that there is an amount of enjoyment and unique enjoyment that people can have for the maybe less connected sequences like that. You know, it makes it feel almost like you're listening to like a podcast where players that you like are kind of doing characters that they like, but they're just like chatting and gabbing, and it's not related to any bigger overall story. And I know that that sort of like kind of individualized feel, some people are into that. I'm super duper not. So for me, this was immensely better. Yeah. We learned things from Terry by violence and this bar scene. I mean, frankly, yeah. Yeah. Every PC did so well in keeping their point of views clear, even despite the levels of intoxication. It's a lot of really good listening in these improv scenes. Yeah. Makes me feel like I understand Terry more. Like, it's obvious he's actually interested in adventuring and not just doing it to prove himself to his father, even if that's the main reason why. Like, flirting with the women using a quote he read, talking about how he doesn't see himself represented in adventure books, and that's why he acts how he does. Yeah. I also feel like I have a much better understanding. Like, I probably wouldn't have even clocked how open Terry is before the beginnings of these scenes, like how earnest he seems to be. And I think that there is still, we can have a difference of opinion on whether it's openness or susceptibility to peer pressure. And I think that both of those things could be involved. But to me, especially this episode, but also kind of back characterizing, I do think that Terry is just open to new things. Like, surprisingly open to new things. Not in like an unrealistic way, but in like oh wow, that's cool sort of way for someone who grew up like you did. What's that? Yeah, I'd say like, yeah, I got them. But yeah, I feel like I wouldn't have like clocked that at least so heavily until this episode. Yeah. I love deep diving into roleplay that's well roleplayed, not just circles. Planning scenes come to mind for circular roleplay. Yeah, planning is really tough, I think, in terms of keeping roleplay like nice and grounded and consistent, because you're always feeling an amount of the feelings and emotions that your character is feeling as a player, but you're rarely feeling them in their whole or in their entirety. I would honestly argue you never are. And planning, and especially if there's any sort of debate or difference, it's really hard, I think, to determine when a character should give it up. In like a planning sequence where they are debating courses of action amongst people that they know and trust. It's really hard to know when you should give up on pushing for your point of view. I think it's something that is more intuitive to us in real life because we like can feel like kind of the air in the room, and we can feel when it's getting circular and all that. But I think it's one of the reasons that analysis paralysis is so prevalent in TTRPGs. And especially with 7 people, yes. I think it's so prevalent because, especially as you get to be a better role player, you get better at representing your character's thoughts and positions and, like someone said earlier, points of view. But it's hard to know when your character would give it up, right? That's like a really nuanced, kind of hard thing to feel. So I think I do agree that I think planning sequences are especially susceptible to that sort of circular discussion. Well, yeah. Anyways, we'll see if this pans out like episode 93, because episode 93 ended with me being a little skeptical and ending with, goddamn, Matt actually has a really cool dungeon here. And then part 2 to 93 was like, holy fuck, this shit rules. Good shit, Matt. This one started out with me being like, I'm not quite so sure what they're doing here. I'm not quite sure how we progress from here, whatever. And then it's ending with me being like, damn, the players are doing great. The players are absolutely laying it down. I'm loving it. And I can only hope that the second half of 94 mirrors exactly how the second half of 93 went. But I'm going to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining me, everybody. I appreciate it. And I will see you. Well, you'll see Paige tomorrow for Strange Antiques. And then you'll see me on Friday for the second half, part 2 of episode 94. Thank you so much. Goodbye.